Hello everyone, how's it going? Welcome to the Friday stream. We're back after a couple of pretty successful streams this week, I would say. And yeah, today is hopefully the day when we finally do the actual caster tier list. For those that weren't there last week, we actually attempted to do this last week. But sadly, it did not actually end up working out, because I got a migraine, like as soon as we started, basically. So yeah, hopefully everything goes fine this week. Although there is one good thing about me not being able to do it next week or last week, is that Plushie can join me this week, seemingly, which is awesome. Very happy about that. Always welcome to hear his thoughts as well. So I'm okay with that. And also, yeah, for those asking about the Grail Live, because they did announce finally the day for, or the date, starting date for Grail Live, the event for NA. And it's on Monday. And yeah, that means I will be streaming on Monday then. Yeah, that's basically what that means, because I am a day one guy. So maybe we won't have anything on Tuesday or Wednesday then, next week, if we're going to do a Monday stream instead. Although I don't know. JP is kind of due for something as well. In fact, something could have dropped today as well, but it didn't. So who knows what's going to happen. But yeah, definitely streaming on Monday at least.
Gow.
That's for sure.
Gow.
Yo, first of all, Axel with the 28 buds. Welcome back to the Go Gang. And then as well with the 10 buds. Welcome back to the Go Gang as well. Very cool. Thank you so much. So, yeah, probably shouldn't, delay the intro too much or whatever, because again, if I had to guess, we're probably gonna go overtime today no matter what, because this is the longest tier list so far of the classes we've done, and, oh, shoot, hold that thought for a second.
Stella!
Wow. Okay. Huzzah with the 5 gifted subs though, dude, thank you. Much appreciated. Very nice of you to do that. 5 new people, welcome back to the Go Gang as well. Thanks, man. How am I feeling today? I'm optimistic. Also, what the hell am I listening to? What the hell is this, dude? Is this actual music? Okay, I'll give it some more time, and if it doesn't, like, get less migraine-y, I'll just skip the rest, okay? God damn, I really don't need to listen to stuff like that right now. Oh my god, this really asks for a second headache. The seasonal opening? What the fuck is wrong with people? This is not music, dude. Okay, whatever. It is what it is. Alright, let's see here. I don't think it's getting better. You know what? I'm gonna take the liberty of just straight up pressing the skip on that one, Chief. It just hurts my head to listen to that. Okay, this is much better. Great. Okay. Woo! Hello, hello. So yeah, again, alerts will be off on this overlay because of this recording going basically fully on YouTube as well. You guys know how it goes. I'll check all the potential resubs, etc. at the end of the stream again once we're done with the list itself. And again, I will not be able to read chat as much as I normally do, but usually during placements is where I actually see the chat better. So yeah, you guys could maybe throw in your own ratings as well if you want to. Why not? Hey Arcadist, how you doing, man? I'm okay so far. Yeah, I'm out in 2 weeks. Yeah, more or less, something like that. Okay. Let me check that everything is in order. We got the tier list itself. We got the wiki open. We got the loops. We got the single targets. Yeah, okay. I think I'm not missing anything, hopefully. Oh my god, Keish with the 5 gifted as well, dude. Thank you. Jeez. Oh, thank you, thank you. Hey, thanks, Moose. And Sui with the 45 as well. Again, there's no alerts right now, but I did catch those in chat, so thank you for the resub as well. Wow. Is last day at your old job? Oh, well, hopefully you have something good coming after that. Whoa. Yeah, we need to figure out those sub goals because the TBD WOD wasn't even decided yet. And the for the record, the alignment chart, it might take a little bit longer to actually happen because Jax is a bit busy. So maybe not next week, maybe the week after that. But again, it's gonna happen when it's ready. So it might take a while, but it's definitely happening. Now, as to the other TBD stuff, again, ideas are always welcome. If anything, you probably should send them to me like offline right now, because it's gonna be hard to read chat today. TBD 2 will be you laugh, you roll. I mean, it's an idea, I guess. Never know. Copy said he has a waifu bracket war already. Oh, is it like FGO waifus? Okay, that could be a thing. Okay. Let's see here. I'm gonna call up Plushie. Because, actually he's away. Let me check if he's good to go. I don't want to, wake him up with a call or something. Oh, he's online. Okay, let's go. Oh, just give me a second. Yeah, sure. I assume he's like plugging in. Yeah, he's plugging in his microphone. I'll call him in a second then. Everything is way louder now that you have properly working headphones. Well, I guess that's what you're gonna have to get used to. You think the tier list is gonna change much this time around? I think there will be differences for sure, yeah. Many will be the same tier, but I think a lot of them will change as well. Especially now we have additional takes from Plushie as well, which I definitely will consider. Okay. Cool. So as soon as Plushie is good to go, I'm just gonna call him and then we're good. Just gonna get started with the intro and do the list. Excuse me. Hey Tricky, thanks for the 15 months as well. Welcome back to the Go Gang. You forgot who the most recent caster was, Summerwoo? Let me check actually. Yeah, she was the latest one. There's only 3 new ones, I believe. I think it's only Daikokten, Chinese Ban, and then Wu Zetian. Pretty sure or not Summer, but Santa Martha was last year as well. Yeah, I think he might be ready. Oh, he's calling me actually. Okay, I'm gonna pick it up.
Hey.
Yo, hey, there he is.
How's it going?
Pretty good. How you doing? Yeah, I can talk.
Bit tired.
Oh yeah, of course. It is morning time for you after all.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I didn't steal away from your sleep though.
No, it's mainly FGO time change. I was gonna be awake anyways, and I also had to like turn in the thesis yesterday.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's very important for sure.
Yeah. So
hopefully your thesis went well.
Yeah, I mean I didn't catch much sleep, but it's fine. It's probably fine. I don't know.
Well, here's hoping.
Yeah. It's fun.
So yeah, as you probably also know, I tried to do this last week, but as soon as I started, I got hit with a migraine.
Yeah,
that really was like, well, part of me is happy that it happened at the start because now we can just redo the whole list because I literally just finished talking about Mozart, and then it happened, so we can just do the whole thing again. So now I don't have to do like a weird edit with a mix of like footage from last week.
Oh, I see.
Can just redo the thing. Okay. Yeah, you also know how this goes, right? Of course. So we're probably just gonna move on to the intro next then, because this is gonna take a while for sure. Okay. All right. Let me look at my notes and then I'm just gonna start. Here we go. If I can find stuff. Ugh. Okay. Let's do this. Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2023 servant class tier lists. This week we have the big casters, okay? Now, this was originally supposed to happen last week. In fact, I even started making this, and this is the second time I'm kind of doing this intro as well. But as soon as I started making this last week, I got hit with a migraine, so I had to call it off because my head was killing me. But hopefully this week, no jinx or anything, that we can actually do this. So yeah, we're just gonna hope that everything goes fine this week, because I know some of you guys have been asking about this. So yeah, as usual, for all the disclaimers, placement criteria, etc., at the top right of the video, right about now, should be a link that you can click, a card if you will. That's going to redirect you to another video I posted earlier this year. That's basically going to talk about all that stuff. So if you're wondering how I usually place servants, just take a look at that. That it explains everything. It's just easier for me to refer to that video, so I don't have to mention all that stuff at the beginning of each list like last year. So now that everyone is hopefully familiar with all that stuff, we can just get right into it. Now, if you're someone that plans on watching this full thing, be it on stream live right now or later on YouTube, definitely get a drink or some snacks or both, because we're going to be here for a while. This list in particular is the longest one so far, I believe. So expect 4 or 5 hours or something at least. It's going to take some time. But if you're someone who doesn't want to watch the whole thing, which again, I fully understand, I wouldn't want to listen to myself talk for that long either. If you're watching on YouTube, that is, there should be timestamps written by your boy in the description, so you can go through there to find the servants you just want to hear about instead of listening to the whole thing. So feel free to use those. Be sure to check the end as well, because some placements could shift before we lock this thing down after the initial placements, and some will also change on the fly as well. But okay, so there is one good thing though that that came of that unfortunate delay from last week. Is that last week I was doing it solo, but this week I actually have Plushie back. How nice is that? Because he actually was busy last week, but this week, especially now that since JP is not getting content, I had the chance to get him on again, and of course I did. So how you doing, Plushie?
Hey everybody, I'm doing pretty okay. Kind of sad about JP because I even made a community post, being pretty copium, but yeah.
Yeah, it is what it is. There's definitely kind of a content drought right now. I mean, here's hoping the collab event will be like insanely big or something at least, but yeah, it's kind of quiet on JP's side.
I'm expecting quite a bit because the only other collab that we got that had a beast involved, I mean, I'm gonna assume this one has a beast involved.
Yeah,
was
I see where you're
CCC,
going
and
with this.
CCC
Yeah,
was pretty wild, right?
Yeah, that was huge.
Mm.
Yeah, here's hoping.
Yep.
So, before we begin, again, some shoutouts. Shout out to Copy for making this nice template. And again, if you guys, I will be linking all this stuff, including this template, in the description of the video on YouTube later. So if you guys want to make your own tier list, you can do so. And later on a later date, I can just go back and press this, as soon as you can see my mouse, that is, because I always forget to enable it. Here we go. When I press this button that says Review Community Rank, it's like, I think it shows like an average of people's placements and whatnot, so we can actually do like a fun little retrospective at some point on what you guys think about the servants. Also, shout out to Jord for his AoE looping sheet, of course. I'll be referring to this again for some, nice numbers. Shout out to Trevor for the single target loop sheet. This is the more like realistic one that I'm using nowadays. So again, for, if you want to know how it works, there's a bunch of text here. You can just open it yourself and read all this. I think this is a pretty good reference. It's actually not like brute forcing necessarily, like back to back MPs. So it's much more realistic. So do check it out if you want to see, but we'll be checking these numbers as well at some point, depending on the servants. And of course, huge shout out to Plushie for being here, because, this is still gonna take some hours for sure. Very cool. So yeah, I think with that we should be good to go. So I believe there's what is it 46 casters, I think, if I did my math correct? And I think only 3 of them are new between this and the last year's tier list, so not too many additions, but still definitely a lot of casters. In fact, I think, again, this is the longest tier list. Maybe of all of them, honestly, definitely so far, but maybe the longest of all of them. So yeah, let's just kick it off. Again, the order will be from lowest rarity to highest, and within the rarities, we go from oldest release date to the latest one. So with that, the first servant we're gonna talk about is the only 1-star caster, and it is none other than Mozart. So what is he, really? He's an interesting case, in my opinion. He's basically like a setup support. You can bring him for some longer fights, I suppose, but I would just mostly place him on like setups, because he has a lot of one-turn effects. So he's an interesting type of support, basically. Now, his stats, I don't think are really all that relevant. Unless you really want to keep him alive, then it's going to be a bit harder, because again, he has 1-star stat line. So with only 7k HP on base max level, you're going to need sub protection, because he doesn't really provide that for himself either. But if you're working him as a support, like a setup-wise, then the stats are kind of whatever. In fact, you kind of want him to die in a lot of cases. He has the solid caster deck, the usual. We're going to be seeing most of these today, so the triple arts. I guess it works for him as well. Now let's talk about the skills, because this is really what still keeps him relevant in my opinion. He has an AoE Arts Mana Burst on his first skill. It's even better than most Arts Mana Burst. Not that it says much, because those skills are still not good. Because it goes to 44% for 1 turn on that Arts buff. Now again, it is a 1-turn buff on a 5-turn cooldown, so if you want to keep him alive, his downtime will definitely be felt. But for that 1 turn, this actually adds a good amount of arts up. Now the second skill used to be absolute garbage. Now, not so garbage anymore. So now you can use the MP damage down on anyone. It's still 1 turn, only up to minus 18% MP damage. So alone, it really won't save you from any MPs. You're gonna have to coordinate some other stuff with that. But the other stuff that the buff added is really the good stuff. So now, for one enemy, you also reduce their arts res by 20% for 3 turns and crit chance by 20% for 3 turns. And that also on a 5-turn cooldown has a good uptime. So this skill at least, has like, there's value in keeping him alive, right? But even for setups, that just adds more to the stuff that he's, known for. Now, the third skill, I guess, is the one that truly is the most well-known thing about him, hopefully. It's a Star Bomb, and not just any Star Bomb. It is a 50 Star Bomb on max rank, meaning that unless there's some, shenanigans going on, you will get guaranteed crits for that turn, which is pretty cool. Now, it is on a 6-turn cooldown, so again, that downtime is huge, but yeah, for that 1-turn setup-y thingy, very nice, actually. Very, very cool. Yeah, it's like the one instinct that isn't completely garbage. It's still, like, outside of setups, I don't think it's, like, an amazing skill, but for setups, it's actually really decent. His only passive is Territory Creation B, which, again, this is like the caster passive, so we'll be seeing these a lot today as well. Increases his arts performance, which, it works, although, he has day 1 numbers, so don't expect miracles from his arts cards. His bonus append is against Avengers, which I would say mostly relevant because he himself won't really be doing any of the damage. Now, his MP is actually also of a support kind, but sadly, I think this is definitely up there in the worst support MPs in the entire game. It doesn't really do much. First of all, it only does debuffs, and for the meaningful debuffs, they are both chance-based, so and MP5, which everyone will have at some point. You have only an 80% chance to land the 3-turn attack and defense down, which are both 20% on base OC. 3 turns though, so it's alright. And then the curse itself for 3 turns is guaranteed, but really, that's the most underwhelming part, so it is what it is. So it doesn't do anything else. So it might just be the worst support MP in the game. At least down there, for sure. And because he doesn't have batteries himself either, it's just not going to be worth it to go for this MP. In some setups, you might give him like a super scope if you're fortunate enough to have that, or maybe K-scope plus append, But really, you mostly just forget about the MP, in my opinion. So really, he is all about the skills. For sure. What are your thoughts on Mozart?
I mean, in terms of usability, I do use him quite a bit.
Yeah,
Not
because of the setups,
anymore
right? Yeah.
sometimes. Yeah, but like his weakness certainly is the one turn only buffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion. But I don't know. He's still solid. As you said, it like he really isn't like a good like new player support either. Like I would definitely recommend Hans over him
Mm-hmm.
for that. But I don't know.
Like, he still has a good place in the game with some of the
Yeah,
setups. So he's definitely still sees use, even after all these years later. And with the setups, him having that 1-star cost is actually very nice as well. Because he's easy to just slot into any party. Because he's so... What is that cost? He's like 3 for 1-stars? It's so cheap.
Yeah, it's basically nothing.
Yeah, it's like Mashu tier almost. Last year I actually had him on A rank, which honestly, I think I'm gonna keep him there. What do you think?
I think it's pretty fair. I think it's
Like,
fair.
he's good at what he does. He's not really gonna like break the game or anything, but there isn't really someone that does exactly what he does. There are some similar ones, but even then, he still has a solid place in the game as a 1-star, especially. So yeah, I think he's still relevant. Now then, we're gonna move on to the 2-stars, and we're gonna talk about a big, well, not big guy, but a big favorite of mine. We got Hans next. So another support caster. He's a bit less one-turny than Mozart is. In fact, he's basically all 3 turns, which I really like. Now, in fact, in my opinion, the biggest downside of Hans is his stat line, because he has 2-star stats. So sometimes he can die easier, but man, while being basic on his stuff, he is still very solid as a support. Now, he also has the caster deck, and in his case, you kind of do want the MP, but luckily it's much easier to get the MP on him than Mozart because of the skills. So, what do we get on the skills then? First off, AoE crit damage for 3 turns, 40%, 5-turn cooldown. Pretty solid number on a good uptime. Obviously doesn't do anything else, but, you know, considering he also, when we see the 3rd skill, this skill becomes even better. So, yeah, even though it's basic, I still think it's an okay skill. For sure. Second skill is his battery. It is a pretty awkward 75% on max rank. I wish it was like 80%. It would make things a lot easier. Now, with the append, the battery append, you can make it easier to use as well, at least, you know, on the first rotation. But yeah, it still works, you know, because you definitely want his MP for fights. He's not really a setup support, maybe a little bit with his 3rd skill. And, you know, the stuff having 3-turn uptime. But I think Hans mostly actually is the opposite of Mozart, where you kind of want him to be on sustained fights.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this helps with that MP uptime, which you kind of want. And then the 3rd skill used to be extremely underwhelming, but this buff is one of my all-time favorite buffs. After the buff, the skill is just real good. So now it's a targeted buff that gives the target 15 stars per turn for 3 turns and 10% MP gauge every turn for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. So again, it's a good uptime, and both of those effects are real. Every DPS is going to love those effects, especially if you're dealing with a crit DPS. And honestly, Hans really shines with the ones that true love critting because of his 1st skill as well, improving the crit damage. This is a very, very great skill, especially, it's like a EX tier skill, especially among bronze servants. I love this buff. So overall, while his kit is basic on skill-wise, I still think it makes sense and it works. Now granted, he doesn't have any proper defense outside of, you know, a little bit from the MP, so you will have to bring someone else most likely to help him keep alive, but, you know, the kit itself still is very, very good. He has some arts up as well, 4%, sadly a low rank, but, you know, he has 1-hitter arches anyway, so it's not like you're missing out on too much. Now, he does have debuff success rate, while he doesn't even do debuffs because of lore, so this can be kind of just ignored, I guess. He does have damage against Alter Ego, which I wouldn't really recommend using him to DPS, you know, a class that he's not good against, so that's also something you can probably ignore. And then the MP has been buffed to, give you one more effect on it. So what is the MP then? Much like Mozart, at MP5 he has an 80% chance per buff to land the things. Now, the way this works is that he has 3 different buffs he's going to give out to the party, and every single buff will have an individual calculation. So total, you're going to have 9 different 80% calculations. So what can you get if you land those 80%? For 3 turns, you can get 20% attack, 20% defense, 20% star gen, which is like, if you land all of this, and most of them should be landing because it's 80%, it's a lot of stuff. And then you also get, for 3 turns, 1k healing per turn. And this one is guaranteed. A lot of people don't even know that, but the HP per turn is not chance-based. That is always going to land on everyone if you're not like buff blocked or something. So yeah, like compared to Mozart's MP, this is like 10 times better. It is just real nice. Now obviously sometimes you do get those Hans MPs that barely any buffs land because it is still RNG at the end of the day. But yeah. And also, yes, like Chad is saying, it's definitely worth noting that because all of his effects are overcharge, which is insane that he has 4 overcharge effects, OC buffs and CEs are definitely well worth it on him, because again, these are all 3 turn effects. While it might not seem, because the whole full range is from 20 to 40% scaling, but you gotta realize it's 4 different things and they're all 3 turns. The scaling is definitely very good regardless. So yeah, this I really like Hans. What do you think about him?
I mean, you can't get better than that. I have to say, his MP, if his MP was guaranteed, I would just use him in most of my stall because I really like the defense up on top of, and his MP is also pretty spammable, right? And the when you spam that defense up, it starts becoming really relevant for your team. So I really like him, but it's just the RNG really bugs me. I guess that's because he's a 2. Like if he was a SSR, he would have that be like a guaranteed effect, and he'd be like nuts. But I other than the RNG, I like everything about this character, his kit, the targetable star per turn, and the buff that you mentioned really like is really solid as well. He even has a 50 MP battery, so he can just use the any 50 MP charge C. It's really good.
Yeah, like the Kiara C, for instance, is really good on him from backlining, because then he gets an overcharge buff as well.
Yeah. He's just really good. Like there's kind of nothing to complain, and especially if you want to run like low star comps, I still think he's probably the best sustained support. Like even with the crazy stuff like Asclepius heal or whatever, I still think if you are able to spam his MP and if he lands most of it, of course, the value he gets is just so high. Like yeah,
it's also the combination of the defense up and the healing per turn from the MP that really is nice. It's so much sustain.
Yeah, it's so much sustain.
And at least the healing is also guaranteed. So even if you don't always land the AoE defense up for everyone, most likely at least 2 of the 3 servants, you're still going to get the healing regardless.
Yeah.
Now, last year I did have him on EX, I believe, and honestly, I would kick myself if I didn't place him on EX. He is that good.
Yeah, as like a 2-star, yeah.
Like, he's like, who else would we argue is like the best bronze servant in the game? Like, both 1 and 2 stars included. Like, is there someone that's better than Hans at what they do? I'm not sure. He might be. Oh yeah, Chen, obviously. Yeah, Chen gone. Which we're going to talk about very soon as well, I just realized that. And Araj is also definitely worth mentioning.
I mean, yeah.
I just love this guy so much. Like, I sometimes still use him on my main account, even though I have everything there. Just because I love using him so much, and like, he just works. Woo. If you want to upgrade Hans, you have to pick Merlin, which is saying everything. Yeah. You have to literally go for one of the best supports. Anyway, moving on. We're going to talk about Shakespeare. Now, I'm already going to say a hot take. I think I'm still not sold on Shakespeare. A lot of people always tell me, like, or at least over the years have told me that I undervalue him. but I don't think I do, honestly. But let's talk about him. So he's an AoE buster, DPS slash support. Pretty interesting. I think it would have made more sense to be arts, but whatever. Now his stats are obviously not very good as a 2-star servant. And he has a DPS MP, so it's worth mentioning, I guess. But yeah, his attack is also lower than most 2-stars, so that doesn't help. And caster mod is like, what was it again? It was a 0.9? Yeah, it is. So it's even less than that when you think about it. So a bit unfortunate if you want to DPS with him. Now the first skill, it's the same as Mozart, but 4% less, and it's Buster, so AoE Buster up for 1 turn. 5-turn cooldown. Again, it's a 1-turn effect. And I honestly, like, I would, if I had 1-turn effects, I would prefer the arts up instead of the Buster up, because really, this is only damage, while the arts up can also, boost your gains and whatnot. So, yeah, it's pretty decent damage for the team for 1 turn, but like, in some fights, you're not even gonna get this twice. I'm not a huge fan of this skill, honestly. He can keep himself alive though, a little bit, because he has a 1-turn invul and a 6-turn cooldown with a, a small 1.5k heal as well. So it's an okay defensive skill. It's definitely not amazing. It's an okay defensive skill. So at least he's easier to keep alive than like Hans and Mozart, I guess, for what it's worth. And then he has a targetable 20% battery for one ally, and also for 1 turn they get 100% star general max rank. This sort of 6-turn cooldown is weak in my opinion. Like, people always told me I undervalue him because, oh, he has a targeted battery, and oh, he has like AoE buster up. Like, those two make him so good, but I'm just not seeing it. I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing it. Anyway, territory creation C, it helps, but honestly his MP kind of sucks, I'm not gonna lie. And then he has caster bonus. Yeah, you would never bring him for neutral DPSing. Maybe if you bring him as a support, which you can, I suppose. MP has been buffed though, but it's not a good buff. So the only normal effect is damage, and the buff also increased the stun chance on the OC. So as an AoE chance to stun for 1 turn, base 40% with the buff. Yeah, that is a yikes. It's not even 50-50. So that doesn't even take into account that the innate resistances that the targets can have as well. I hate the MP. I think it's just straight up trash. Maybe I'm being a bit too harsh here, but what do you think about Shakes?
People use him.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. But I always get shit like, maybe people have lost like interest in him over the years, because they maybe start to realize as well that, yeah, sure, he's an option, but like, why?
I would always choose Paul Bunyan over him.
Yeah, even Bunyan is way better, yeah.
I have never picked him over Paul Bunyan.
Yeah.
Like even if you don't have premium buster supports, I would pick Paul Bunyan.
Yeah.
I don't know. His MP also is like low value. I don't know.
If he had a support like, MP at least,
He would be good if he was like, because
make it like not damaging, but like AoE stun guaranteed. That would be cool.
If they just made him a little bit more like Shufu, he'd be like, if the buster was 3 turns or something like that, But I don't know. And the battery is 20. It's not even 30. Like it
should be AoE or something then.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I don't know. I just don't use.
I don't think outside of my randomizers, I don't think I've ever picked Shakespeare on anything.
I never like 1-turn buffs. Like I even give okay, we'll get to it when we talk about him, I guess. But like, I don't know. I really don't like 1-turn buffs.
I might go for like a D+. It might seem a bit harsh, but he can still be used. But this is mostly coming from I just don't use him ever. I still don't see really the big fuzz about Shakespeare. I think he's just like whatever.
I don't think low star comps use him.
Yeah. Like, especially on JP, you would just run Hans and Shufu or something. Or Asclepius. There's so many options, even for low stars nowadays.
I just don't see him being run, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's used in tower events for, to filter slots. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's not a hopeless case. He can have uses, but I just don't really see it. Anyway, we're going to talk about the last Bronzecaster now, and it's kind of a big deal, I suppose. We are going to talk about Mr. Shen Gong. The Gong is here. So what is he? He's an AoE arts DPS nuker extraordinaire farmer guy. An interesting case for sure. He can do some supporting as well, but honestly, I don't really like his supporting too much. I would just bring him for like setups where you either need more sacrifice or just for some really solid farming as well, which he can do. Now, his stats, again, pretty bad. But, you know, what can you do about it? He's a 2-star. But luckily, his MP is an interesting case, so it still hits pretty damn hard. He has the standard caster deck as well, and he actually has more modern numbers because he's not a day 1 servant, which is cool. Actually has better gains than the others we've talked about so far. Now his skills, there's a lot to like here, honestly, even outside of farming. So he's a targeted taunt for 1 turn, and then which also comes with an AoE 30% crit chance down for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. Like, this is actually a solid skill. That's like a lot of crit chance down on AoE and good uptime. Like, that alone is already very solid. And then the taunt can be used in so many different ways. You can either use it on himself if you bring like level 1 for support, whatever, you can use it to someone else. If you need more sacrifice, because Gong, he needs more, obviously. But yeah, it's like, it has a lot of uses. It's a great skill. Second skill is the Waver skill. We're back here again. He has the lowest rank of between him, Waver, and Rhinus, but it's still good in my opinion. So for 3 turns, party gets up to 24% defense up, which is still a good chunk. And the damage cut for 350, it's like whatever. It really won't make too big of a difference. It's really all about the defense up. And then you still get the flat 10% battery like the rest of the ranks. This sort of 6-turn cooldown I think is fine. I don't think it's a bad skill. I still like it. So even if it's the lowest rank of the 3, I still think it's good. Third skill is his like weird Merlin thingy. So 1 ally gets 50% buster up for 1 turn. That works on everyone. But if you do target a Berserker, they also get up to 100% crit damage for 1 turn and 3k max HP for 1 turn. Now on a 5-turn cooldown, if you do use this on Zerks, then it actually is fairly okay. But if you don't, it's just a targeted mana burst, really. And he himself, it's kind of awkward because he has an Arts MP himself, so for him it's kind of useless. And then I would have loved to, I don't know why it didn't come with Star Absorb as well. It's kind of weird. Like, if you're going to give a Berserker that much crit damage, and if they don't have, like, Star Absorb, they're just not going to crit anyway. So, yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't know. Like, if anything, this is my least favorite of his 3 skills. But, it can have some use. Territory Creation C for 6% arts up is very nice. Yeah, you know what? In his case, the debuff success rate for 8% actually does matter. Very cool for the first skill. He has a Lancer Append, which can be relevant because you can actually use him for neutral farming, especially if you have a really fat copy. So it's not a completely useless append. And then the MP, really what makes him the standout here, I suppose. So it's basically Arash's MP but AoE, and instead of sacrificing himself, he sacrifices the first ally, basically. That is not himself on the line. So it's similar, but at the same time, it's very different. So it has a ridiculously high base mod already because it's a sacrifice MP, right? And it has 4 hits. But if an enemy lives, you get 4 additional hits. Now this is really where it comes, like, he has an Arts MP, right? Unlike Arash, he can actually loop. Yes, especially if he gets those 8 hits in to every enemy. Which is very, common, I would say. Now the OC itself, it adds the 4 hits, right? On base you get like, it doesn't add too much damage, but if you add some OC in, you get even more damage for those 4 hits. I mean, it's even then, it's still gonna do crazy amounts of damage, even on base OC, right? It's still good for damage, but OC is even better when you think about it. Like, very high scalings for obvious reasons, because it's a sacrifice MP, right? Now, obviously, if you do have a gut servant, you can have some fun as well. Like, for instance, if you pair him with Hijikata, you can force him to be 1 HP and then, give him the buster buff, etc. There's a lot of fun combos you can do as well, in addition to, farming with this MP. So it has, like, much like Habit Shot, this guy, it just has so many different uses. Like, it's crazy how much use he sees as a 2-star. In fact, we should look at the loop numbers as well, right? Yeah. Well, actually, I guess I just realized that Jordan never put him up, but okay, he definitely deals really, really, really good damage, though. So, in fact, he might just take a dump on all the other ones. That's very possible, especially if you have a better setup going on. Anyway, what do you think about the Gong?
I mean, well, I don't know what more to say. Like, people obviously really hype him up, and he definitely deserves that hype. If we're comparing him in sense of a 2-star, he's definitely overtuned.
Oh
I
yeah.
remember when I first started JP, actually did use him as a support because I had nothing, and when I was beating through story, and like the targetable taunt and the defense up is actually really good. As you say, I don't like the Buster up because it's 1 turn, but it's still 50%, right? And it enables a lot of fun stuff, buff stacking, and his own MP is very damaging as well. I don't think he is like a lot of people tell me that, oh, if you Grail Gong to 120, you're golden for everything. Well, I actually kind of disagree on that. I mean, I guess you're kind of golden, but he definitely has his limitations still, in my personal opinion. Um, but yeah, he's kind of not like Hans at all. Like he works best if you have a bunch of like SSR units for him to buff him and for him to like kill off as well. So yeah, but obviously, there's not much to complain about this unit.
Yeah, because he can have like what, up to 4 or 5 supports on a normal farming setup. It's like actually insane. But the thing is, like you were saying, that despite being a 2-star servant, he is actually, at least for farming, he is not the most free-to-play friendly option, ironically, when you think about it. Because the sacrifice, that means you get basically free replacements. You can have so many more supports just come in. It's also it's like, it's good and it's bad. It's good because obviously that means that even on nodes that have like weird amount of enemies, even if his refund won't be that high, just because he can have so many more supports come in than your usual farbers, they're still gonna give him those batteries and whatnot. But again, he really shines if you have all of those supports, right? And pretty much all the best ones he wants to have in his party happen to be like SSRs, limited SSRs. So again, his potential is insane, but definitely not like super free to play friendly, right?
Yeah, his like DPS is definitely not free to play, but his like support is kind of free to play. Like, I see a lot of low star comps still use him because of the defense up. It's still really powerful.
And the Tom with the 3-turn crit chance down is big as well.
Yeah, but like he has like a lot of limitations. Like, if you do min turns with Chengong, obviously being able to cycle out supports is good, but sometimes you run out of stuff to kill, or like, yeah, like he certainly has his limits. But he also, in sacrificing this kind of limits, he's able to do like just really stupid damage. So I think it's a hard one to rate.
It
like,
is.
Again, yeah, like, because I feel like as a 2-star, EX is definitely not too high, but at the same time, I just wanted to reiterate that you're not gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna be completely golden if I roll Castor and Grail Gong to 120 like that.
We might need more.
Any problems in the future. That's kind of too good to be true, unfortunately. So yeah.
I'm really struggling here because I'm between A+ and EX. Honestly, it's a tough call. Like, honestly, I still think even with like, if you have your own cast story alone and then you can get a support one, it's still pretty good, right? It's still pretty good, yeah. And especially for a 2-star.
Yeah, but I don't know. Honestly, I would like to be a little bit like contrarian. Is that the term? Just to put him at A+, because he has always been, in my opinion, at least, I hope this is not too offensive, but he has always been one of the most like overrated characters. I'm gonna get killed for this, but I think
dude,
he
hey, we welcome the hot takes. And honestly,
he
I
has
kind of
honestly
agree with you as well.
one of the most overrated units like in the game. Like not as a 2-star, he's not solid or anything, but like he's not like the savior of everything, right?
Yeah.
Like and I feel like a lot of people frame him as such, and yeah, I don't know.
Mm. Also, for Risa saying he is beginner friendly with his defense, we were just talking about him being not beginner friendly for like farming, basically. That's where it really is. Like for supporting, yeah, you can bring him in, and he can just do his own thing, right? But for if you really want some big PP numbers, then you're gonna need a lot of those SSR supports coming in. I feel like I might actually leave him at A+, honestly. Oh boy.
This is certainly gonna be a highlight, but I think this is a valuable message.
Like it depends on the account and it depends on the gong. He could easily be like the top of the top. So we're just gonna go with this. I feel like on base.
Like having high ceiling doesn't necessarily mean you're the best.
Yeah. All right, then we're gonna talk about the 3 stars, and on the casters there's actually quite a bit of 3 stars. And we're going to start with a fairly tragic case, in my opinion. We're going to talk about the OG caster of Stana. We're going to talk about Media. So, single target arts DPS / utility support, I guess. I don't really know what to call it. But yeah, something like that. Now, her attack at 7.4k is definitely above average for a 3 star. And even with the caster mod, it still might be up there. But that's really not where the problem lies, if people don't know what the problem with Media is. But yeah, like stat-wise, she's not bad. She has the standard caster deck, but again, it's day 1 numbers, so don't expect miracles. Now, she has, like, if you want battery, look no further, because she can get up to 150% MP gauge with her battery. I think they should have made it like max 100% and then maybe reduce the cooldown and add a second effect or something, because obviously this is just day 1 design, so it's kind of wonky. Like, it's just overkill. Now, OC is not completely worthless on her, so sometimes you can use this to hit like 200% or higher. So in those cases, you know, cool, I guess, but I wouldn't necessarily call this like an amazing skill just because it has a 150% battery. Yeah, it might be like a noob trap or something. But, you know, at least it makes her MP spam better, for sure. Now, the second skill I don't like. It's a 4-turn cooldown, which is nice, but all it does is a 2.5k heal for self. That's it. Like, that's it. How lame is this for today's standards? They just don't like Media. I'm convinced at this point. Yeah, this is not a good skill. Third skill is a targeted cleanse, which is cool, and then also gives the target 50% MP gain for 1/3 on a 6-turn cooldown. So massive downtime, but both effects are pretty good, useful. But I wish maybe make it the MP gain like 30% in 3 turns instead. That could be cooler, give her some more use, but I don't know, these skills, man. And one thing you might notice that there's no damage. There's no damage and no proper defense either, honestly. like now hard survival stuff. So what are these skills? I just like the lack of damaging buffs and the MP, which we're going to talk about next, is a problem. Alright, passive, she at least does well. She has a high rank of territory creation A, which is a 10% permanent arts up. Love it. Item construction A. This doesn't work with buff removal, does it? It does that? That's not count as a debuff. No, it's not, right? So it doesn't help with that.
No.
Yeah, so it's just a lore thing for her as well. Okay.
I mean, it's guaranteed, no, the buff removal, unless they have resist.
Yeah, so only thing that can prevent it is like buff removal resistance, yeah. So this is just a lore thing. Anyway, saber damage. No thanks. MP has been buffed, but man, it is still absolute trash. So if you don't know what the problem with the MP is that she has extremely gimped modifiers. Even after the buff, the MP damage should be higher. The numbers are not where they should be at. I guess they were released because it's a buff removal, but it's also after damage, which was not even that big of a deal. I think they were too scared of making a spammable buff removing MP or something. I really don't know. It's weird. The OC is a 20% self-refund on base, which actually scales fairly okay, up to a full refund at the best case scenario. But man, it's like, I feel like that the combination of that OC and the big battery and the buff removal, they fucked it up. I just straight up, it's noodle. It does 0 damage. Even with like an MLB Black Grail, you're still not gonna see huge numbers. So like, what is the point of Media? That I really don't know, honestly. She has a targeted cleanse that you can bring and the utility for the buff removal, but damage wise, even with this game still not having too many single target casters, especially attainable ones, she doesn't look appealing at all, right? It just like this should be an AI, this should be an AoE MP or something. I don't understand. It's just weird. Even like it's so ugly when you look at the single target loop sheet as well. She's at the bottom of the bottom. No one is even close to her to being that bad in damage setups. Is not even. I mean, obviously the rest are gold, so there's that. But still, she should be higher numbers for sure. It's just bad. Okay. Do you have Media comments?
Look, I love Medea. Medea. This Carmella's voice actor.
Oh yeah.
Right. But her point is clearly buff removal. Like all the way back in the day, people bring her for buff removal, right? But news flash, Phantom has it now on a skill. So I'll be real, I might actually use Phantom over her if I need a buff removal. Like this is, come on, bro.
Well, it's not like it's very similar, I guess. This is a bit more spammable, obviously, but yeah, I don't know.
Phantom has like he has like a charm and star return something. Like I don't know. I think she's beyond salvage. I hope she gets a summer this year. So just forget about this one. This is really unfortunate.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to actually make this version of her, be very good. At least
she just does too little. Like the last time I see her doing DPS, still pretty badly, by the way, was during Skahak Fest, where the lower rarity gets higher attack mods. And there was like you need a 100 MP charger in the middle or something, but like people still use Cersei over her, and it's not like Cersei has good damage. So I don't know. She's unfortunately, I don't see a point at this point. Like, yeah, maybe debuff cleanse, but there are so many better choices for debuff cleanse. So I don't know.
So where should we place her? Last year I had her like C+ or something. I think that's too high though. Is like maybe I'm thinking C or D+ maybe as well. Like you can still bring her, especially if you count like my free to play. If I pull a Media, I might put sub levels into her and use her, but I probably wouldn't be using her for too long, honestly.
Yeah, you can probably still use her for like free to play stuff because she has good she has good self sustain. Right? So if your point is just to have something that kind of does damage and your other parts of your team just try to keep you alive, I still think she can be viable, but it's like it's so slow, and sometimes maybe I'd rather just bring another even more defensive unit like Shufu and do a full stall team. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe I'm just being like, I might just be being a bit merciful here, but I think I'm gonna bump her into C.
Yeah, I don't think she's quite like because I really don't like Shakespeare. I'm sorry, not as person.
Yeah, I kind of want to place her above Shakespeare as well.
Not as person, but I really don't like Shakespeare's gameplay at all.
Yeah.
Somebody asked if can Medea solo Kamazots. I mean, a Grailed one probably. I don't see her tanking his MP though.
Yeah, probably not.
Like you would need to tank his MP for that, and she definitely cannot damage rush. Anyways, let's be honest.
All right, I guess we're gonna move on. Then we're gonna talk about a fun one though. I think this guy is actually cool. Like no pun intended. I swear to God, I didn't do that on purpose. But okay, we're gonna talk about Jill Caster next. He has some nice stuff going for him nowadays. He's an AoE buster caster DPS with some interesting utility as well. Now his attack, sadly, pretty low, and when you remember the caster class mod as well, yeah, it's even lower, so that's not too great. He also has the Okay, that was a funny comment. You can see both directions. Oh my god. Anyway, he has the standard caster deck as well, which honestly maybe he should have a double bust or double arts, but you know what? It's not a big deal. I feel like on him with these numbers is whatever. Now his first skill, it's an interesting one, I guess. So self-mental debuff success rate up for 3 turns, 25%, which goes with his second skill, which we'll talk about soon. And then he also gets 100% mental debuff resistance for 3 turns, so he can he can afflict fear, but he cannot be feared, I guess, or charmed or whatever. But yeah, on a 5 turn, it's a pretty underwhelming skill. I'm not gonna lie, it's very specific. It does help with his second skill as well, at the very least, but it's just not very good. So the second skill, actually no, it's the third skill, never mind. We're going to talk about the second skill first. This used to be arguably the worst skill in the game before the buff. This or Boudicca's first skill before their buffs were probably tied for like the worst skills in the entire game. But they did buff it, so now it's a very nice skill actually. So now it's an AoE MP damage down for 1 turn, 20%. Now, most cases that will not save you again, so unless you're willing to, you know, stack up some other effects with this, then it's kind of whatever. But now as well, you get minus 20% both arts and buster resistance, and also AoE. Like, that's very nice actually. And on a 5 turn cooldown, meaning the uptime is good. Like, after the buff, it's actually a very decent skill. I like this skill now. Even if we don't even talk about too much of the MP damage down, just for those resistance shreds alone, I think it's good. So that's a great buff. And then the third skill is an AoE Terror for 1 time 5 turns, 8 turn cooldown. Chance to activate every turn goes up to 40%. So yeah, I guess. So the mental debuff success rate, right? It's only for the actual clock, right? It doesn't improve the actual stun proc chance per turn, right? Pretty sure it doesn't. So it's only for landing the initial like clock, or that does the checks. So it basically, with the first skill active, you have a 125% base chance to land it. So even if enemy has like 20% debuff res, you will always land it, if that makes sense. So for that sense, it's cool, but otherwise you don't really need the first skill to make this skill work. It's an okay skill. It's just very high on cooldown, so I don't like it. And it can be, and sometimes it can mess you up. Like, let's say you fight 3 bosses, they all have the same amount of MP ticks. 2 of them are gonna MP, and then 1 of them got stunned. What are you gonna do? You would have maybe avoided all 3 MPs with some cooldowns. Now you're gonna have to deal with the back-to-back MPs. So sometimes it can be annoying as well. So I think easily the highlight is the buffed second skill of his skills. 8% arts up, not too bad. Sadly, his MP is not arts. He has a foreigner damage bonus, because, you know, lore. And speaking of which, we're going to talk about the MP post buff, which goes into that foreigner lore. I'm a big fan of this buff. This happened last year, and this is actually new to the caster tier list as well. So they added a new normal effect to the MP, which is a 30% AoE battery for foreigner allies. Obviously, he himself does not get this, but hey, that's a very cool thing. And no pun intended. And also, now in addition to the 20% attack down for 3 turns on base OC, you get a 20% defense down for 3 turns. Like, this is a nice MP buff in my opinion. For one, it improves it for himself too. Like, sadly, yeah, the defense down is still after damage, but it helps him regardless. And then they added something unique. I like buffs like this. They give servants a spot in the game. Is he gonna be a great foreigner support? Most likely not. Is it a great fun buff regardless that helps him and gives him a kind of a niche? Yes. So yeah, I actually really like this buff. Now, the MP itself, still don't expect miracles for damage, because again, much like Media, he, besides the buster res down on the second skill, he really doesn't have anything to buff his own damage, because the defense down is also after damage. What do you think of Jill, caster?
The thing is, DPS casters is a problem, right? Their DPS is already so bad. And you add on the fact that it's a low star, and you add on the fact that it's a story locked.
Oh yeah, true.
I know people meme him being bad, and I do agree that he's not that bad after the buff, to be honest. And if you got him MP5, I guess But I don't even think he's necessarily better than Babbage.
Oh, I don't think he's better than Babbage at all.
Yeah, so I don't know. I've had like a weird comp where he works with Tubblecoy and Dark as that MP, but that's a funny. It doesn't.
Oh, that's cute.
It's not. Yeah, but it's not viable at all. So I don't know.
Just mostly for fun stuffs.
Yeah.
I feel like I can place him in C plus though. I think he's fine.
Can you?
With the 2 buffs, because both of the buffs are great. At least they should do similar stuff to Saber.
I guess I don't know. I guess I do like the attack and defense shred on the MP sometimes. Like if you get to spam it, even though it's not very spammable. I don't know.
I think he's fine. So we're gonna talk about Mephisto next. The clown man. There's only one thing I like about this guy, and everything else I don't. Actually, no, 2 things. I love his VA as well, because Koyasu is awesome. But yeah, one gameplay thing that I like. So again, pretty bad stats for a DPS, because he is AoE Buster DPS, I suppose. Much like Jill. So he really is like the most comparable to Jill, I suppose. If we're being honest here. I think Babbage just kind of trashes on him. Anyway, full caster arch deck again. Which again, maybe not the most fitting one, but you know, there it is. His first skill is an up to 80% chance to drain 1 enemy by 1 on a 5-turn cooldown. That's what we call a trash skill. Yeah, that is just garbage. Alright, second skill is his buffed version of Innocent Monster, which actually now looks pretty damn nice. You get 9 stars per turn for 3 turns, 30% attack for 3 turns on self, and it also AoE healing down for 50% for 3 turns. This on a 5-turn cooldown is pretty damn legit, in my opinion. Good DPS stuff, and you know, a bit of niche with the healing down as well. Now, it's not the only thing healing down in the game. You might even bring someone like Bunyan over him for it if you really need it, but, you know, it's an option. And now the skill looks definitely like a modern skill. And then the third skill is the real thing, the real reason why I like him. This is a cool one. Because on a 6-turn cooldown, it's a single target, 3-time buff block with no duration either. The curse is like no one cares. It's a 1k curse for 5 turns, is whatever. But it's like that buff block is the best single target buff block in the entire game. Not even close. It is so good. Like, sometimes you will bring him just for this. Like, for instance, you're fighting First Emperor in Last Spell 3. He's gonna MP a lot. With this, those MPs do nothing. He literally does nothing. This blocks 3 of his MPs. This one button pressed alone will completely nullify 3 buff MPs. It's kind of crazy. Because, again, in case people don't know how this works, it's the time-based buff block is not per buff, it's per instance of buffs. So let's say you have a skill, like First Emperor's MP, right? It gives him like 3 or 4 buffs, right? It only takes 1 time of buff block to block all of them, because they're in a single instance. They happen from one thing. Same with skills. If your skill gives you like 2 different, DPS buffs, 1 time of buff block will block both. So this being 3 times with no duration, yeah, I mean, that's kind of crazy when you think about it. So at least this does give him a very interesting spot in the game, at the very least. Now, Territory Cushion C plus it's okay again. At least in this way, his deck is better, I guess. Him having this item construction B for 8% debuff success rate is good, because you really want to land this, for sure. And maybe sometimes the healing down as well, I suppose. But definitely this. He has a Berserker append, which is nice. So for those that actually want to use him for DPS, you have a very good append here. And then the MP, which has been buffed. Now, it always did ignore, defense, but I guess they removed the chance-based curse on it. Oh, the joy. We can now land the curse guaranteed. Oh, amazing. So yeah, the OC kind of sucks. But hey, at least it has that nice little niche of ignore defense. It's always nice to have. And, updated, the damage scaling because of the buff. So it's not the worst MP ever. It's still kind of trash. But it could be. If there was no ignore defense, it would be just straight up trash. But with that, it's just okay. Ooh, what do you think of Mephisto, actually?
He's just a buff block.
Mm-hmm.
He like nothing else. Like his innocent monster is good because it gives him defense down, so he dies. Like,
So you don't even do the buff on him.
like honestly, he's just a buff block. I've been milking the Kamazot's fight on my ult. I've already milked 2 videos in the past week, and like random stuff like Koyan Light and Okuni, which we'll talk about later, I guess, is able to solo him. But the only reason they got to do that was because his buff block. He blocks
that's very
the
cool.
guts.
Yeah,
he blocks both the guts from him on break as well. So like I think he's a hard case to rate. I think he's pretty much worthless outside of. I know this is a bit mean, but I think he's basically worthless outside of that one skill. But when you do need that skill, as you said, it works wonders.
I mean, it's the best single target buff block bar none. It's just it's on you can do it on command because it's a skill.
Yeah.
So you don't even need a CE on him.
It actually has quite a short cooldown. So if you do want to live, keep
I suppose
you can kind of. But I feel like sometimes it's even not that easy for them to use it up in 6 turns. Sometimes, like, depends on the boss. Sometimes they don't really buff themselves. So yeah, it's really good. But everything else is just I don't.
I feel like I could maybe even put him on B, which I had him on last year, or similar to Jill. I feel like because it really is the best single target buff block in the game on command. It does have value for sure.
Yeah. I mean,
even if it's just that one thing in his kit.
I think though for low stars, maybe this is a bit mean, but like low stars, I feel like because of their low stats, a lot of times I would rather take a throwaway unit like that does like one thing and then they can just leave afterwards. I think that makes me use them more. Like maybe objectively they're not good, but it makes me use them more when stuff happens. So yeah.
I think I'm okay with B, honestly, because no one does it as well as he does. Alright, then next one is a really interesting one nowadays. We're going to talk about Ku Caster. Now, he is story locked as well. I forgot to mention that with Caster Jill, so both of them are story locked. But yeah, let's see what we're working with here. So he's an AoE buster. Honestly, definitely a farmer. I guess you could use him for DPSing as well, but I think he really shines on farm. His attack stat could be higher again, of course. But there are ways to obviously make his MP hit really hard as well, which we're going to talk about. So he has a standard caster deck, which is whatever. I guess if you really want to DPS him with his, optimal supports, maybe you prefer like a double buster or something on his deck, but, it's all about the MP pretty much. Now, skill-wise, we have first skill. It's actually pretty good. 50% crit damage for self, 50% debuff risk for self, both 3 turns, and then a 30% battery. Now, this on a 5-turn cooldown is actually really damn solid. Like, this is an old buff. I'm actually surprised they did this. This buff has existed for a very long time. So, yeah, it's pretty damn nice. This on some other servants could be, like, even crazier, honestly. But yeah, even on him, it works. Even if he's not, like, this is the biggest crit DPS, but with some supports, you could definitely make a case there as well. Second skill, he has the good version of PFA again, like, the other 2 3-star coups as well. So, you get the 3-hit evasion, no duration, like, it's just that good on a 5-turn cooldown, it's amazing. And then, in case you lose the evade or they ignore it, you have 18% defense up for 3 turns, so, yeah, some added protection. It just makes sense. It's still one of the better defensive skills in the game. Then we're going to talk about the third skill, which really was a turning point here, with the release of some supports as well around the same time. So it used to be a base disengage, but man, it is like, like this is a doozy, right? Yeah, okay. So we still have the disengage effects, so it's a self-cleanse, you heal yourself for 1.5k, but now everything else is new then. So you get 30% attack for 3 turns as well. Very cool, you know, buffs are good because he really didn't have too many damage buffs for the MP. Then for 1 turn, you get a interesting delayed sacrifice thingy, right? So what it does is that after 1 turn, you get a 1-turn guts when it procs. But you also get a guts activation buff for 1 time, 1 turn. And when your guts is activated, you get 80% battery. Yeah, 80%. And then after all that, he sacrifices himself. Well, actually, now the order is you get you get both of those clocks, then the sacrifice happens, and then you get the battery from the guts, right? So this skill will you will never like die to this skill unless you don't get the guts from this skill, if that makes sense. If you're like buff blocked or something. So yeah, it's a very interesting thing. It's a 1 HP guts, isn't it? Is it mentioned even there? Or am I blind?
No,
okay, no, never mind. It actually does scale, so it's up to 3k. Okay. So yeah, you can. It's a decent amount of HP as well. Yeah, for sure. So with his own skills alone, if you count this, he can get over 100% gauge, which is interesting. Now this is the real reason why he actually can do Buster farming, because it's a 5-turn cooldown still, meaning it can be stacked with Koyan as well, obviously. Very cool. Oh yeah, I guess if you're buff blocked, you can't get the sacrifice either, now that I think about it, because it is treated as a buff. Yeah, true. So it's a very unique skill for sure. Now he does have the big arts buff on his passive. B rank is pretty good. Very nice. Oh yeah, I guess yeah, you know what? You're right, because it's on the disengage. If he's buff blocked, if it's removable, he'll just cleanse it, of course. Yeah, that makes sense. Divinity B is like whatever, of course. Anti-foreigner, third append. Again, you maybe could run him there as well, depends, but not the biggest deal in my opinion. And then the MP has also been buffed. So before damage, 20% buster up for 3 turns. Very solid considering his MP can be buster looped as well, so you can stack that. And then the OC is defense down 10% for 3 turns on base, which is after damage, so it's kind of like whatever. And then the burn. It's a 10-turn burn though, so if you're actually using him to DPS, it's like the easiest way to have uptime on a burn if you're running Honey Lake. Like for that, it's like amazing. The burn itself does like no damage, but it's a 10-turn burn, so you will basically always have that damage mod up. You will never even need command codes or anything like that. So it's a neat little thing, I suppose. Now let's talk. I think his low pin number should be here, right? Okay, it is. Okay, definitely. So you can see, like, obviously there's not that much competition when it comes to Buster, caster looping, but like if you can run the premium setup, which is the big black grail, double Vich, Oberon, you can see that these numbers are very, very legit. Okay, so when you think about it, he's a 3-star, right? Now, obviously, it's like even you might need even more than the premium, because I believe, yeah, these are counted. The calculation is done with the MP5, and remember, he's also story locked. So there's a lot of ifs in here, right? You have to have an MP5 story lock, even if it's a 3-star. It's not free. You have to have the triple support. You have to have the big black grail to really reach the high numbers, right? But if you can do it, it's crazy, right? Now, George wants me to look at Arjuna Altar because it's calced on neutral anyway, so sure, dude. Why not? We'll do like a little thingy here. Yeah, now, obviously, I don't know why he wanted me to see Arjuna Altar, but yeah, okay. I guess, yeah, because he's calced at normal, or like neutral, right? I guess that's why you wanted me to take a look at that. Okay, I see it. Okay, but yeah, much like Chenggang, his potential is kind of crazy. Just crazy. A very interesting servant. What do you think about Kester Ku?
Well, I recently revisited him because I was making the Koyan Light video,
Mm-hmm.
and he is actually among one of the most flexible Buster Loopers in terms of number because his 30 battery is also 5 turn cooldown. So
Mm-hmm.
there are so many combinations where you can loop with him, and he does not need any CE at all. Which means Black Grill, or you can run any like event
Like event
CE.
bonuses, yeah.
Yeah. So obviously I think the problem is the MP5. Like if you're able to get him to MP5, because for some reason he not only has an upgraded MP, he has a ramp up MP with the
Mm.
Buster up that is able to ramp up every single turn, which is kind of ridiculous to be honest, in my opinion. And
Mm-hmm.
I and you can still loop with him even if you keep his skill 1 at level 1. So I remember during like hunting quest or something, I was looping him. He was 1-1-10 and like or something ridiculous because I'd never thought of using him. And it's just he's just good. I thought he would have damage problems, which he does because he's a 3-star caster. I don't know, like he's not gonna be like super ultra neutral farmer, but as like a low star looper, as low star loopers go, he's probably pretty close because you can once again you can run Black Grill and he has a ramp up MP. So yeah, as you said, if you do want to use him a lot for Buster farming, I do think he has to at least be MP5 and probably also would need Black Grill most of the time
Mm.
because that's his advantage, right? His advantage is being able to run Black Grill.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. He's good, and even outside of Buster looping, he's still an AOE caster with PFA, and like a cleanse
Yeah,
and
he's
a
easy
really
to keep
short,
alive as a DPS as well, yeah.
yeah, and a really short cooldown um battery as well as crit buff. So even as a caster DPS, he's really solid. I did try him in the White Day Challenge quest. Not I didn't end up uploading the video, but I tried a semi like low star composition, and he's also just really good as the main damage dealer. So I don't know. He's solid, but he's just a bit
Mm.
expensive. Kind
Jord
of.
is also
Unless
saying that
you
he really needs the level 100 Black Grill to get that attack boost, though.
Yeah, he definitely needs the Black Grill because caster's already not the best at damage dealing, and he's a 3-star. And yeah, but I guess if you like Morgan,
Oh yeah, he does share a
right?
rate up, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
true. That's pretty big get, I suppose.
yeah. He's only in Morgan's first banner.
Mm.
If they put him in Oberon's banner as well, I feel like a lot of people would just have him at MP5,
Oh
and
yeah,
he'd
for
be
sure.
like super good. Yeah, kind of. I guess it's good to make him a little bit exclusive, but yeah.
I feel like even with the requirements, I don't know. I kind of feel like I should put him in EX. Like
I
he's
think
just
that's
that
actually
exceptional as a
fair.
3-star.
I think that's actually fair because even outside of farming, he's
Mm-hmm.
still good. He's still
Yeah.
upgraded MP with a PFA with a 5 turn cooldown DPS. Like in 3-star standards, you kind of can't get better than this.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is such a good character.
Yeah, he doesn't really lack anything, to be honest.
Oh, he's on the second Oberon banner. Somebody told me.
Oh, that's actually cool then. Wow, the value is real. Okay. Then we're gonna talk about another pretty interesting one. Maybe a bit fallen off these days, but certainly still has a spot in the game. We're gonna talk about Paracelsus next. There's an AoE Arts DPS or a kind of a loop support, which is or like Arts loop support. Very interesting case. Now, sadly, his damage, I'm just gonna say it, it's garbage. It's like Media, because I think he has a GIMP modifier as well, so it's not good. So he's mostly just picked for supporting, right? Pretty much. His stats definitely don't help, because they're also lower than average with the caster class mods, so yeah. He has the standard caster deck, which I think obviously makes sense him being arts at all. He, much like Media, has rapid words, not 150%, instead he only gets 80 with the same cooldown, so kinda scammed, I guess, but it still does the trick, I suppose. It's a free MP in most cases. Second skill is really important for his supporting playstyle. It's at AoE Arts up for 3 turns, 20%, Cooldown is atrocious at 7 turns. It should never be this high if it's only 20%, but if you're using him for looping, I guess the cooldown doesn't matter, but for anything else, it's not good at all. Way too bad. And then the third skill, really important buff here. So it's a targeted guts for 1 time 3 turns for 3k HP, max rank. And then with the buff, you also get 50% MP generation for 3 turns. Now that is actually a meaningful number right there, and it's the only reason why he is used in like art supporting as well. This combined with the small arts buff helps a lot. There is an 8-turn cooldown, so again, if you're running him outside of farming, it's just bad. It's bad. Big arts buff helps with his own stuff because again he really lacks the damage. Item construction EX, he does land debuffs on his MP, I guess, so nice. Does something. It's not just lore. Anti-saber damage, I would just forget about on him. The MP has been buffed, but it is a god-awful MP still. They did nothing but up the damage numbers, and now it's like it's like it says Buster MP value. Like, what is wrong with this dude? Oh my god. Why? And then it's an AoE attack down for 10% for base OC for 3 turns. Not that big. Ugh. Like, why, dude? I don't understand. This MP just sucks. It's god-awful. So really, I wouldn't really talk about too much about him besides like being like a loop support. What do you think about Paracelsus?
Well, I don't use them I don't use them anymore. Like I already don't use him even back in the day when people were hyping him up as a loop support, because honestly, post Castoria, do you need that much refund? And of course, his role is very promptly robbed from him by Shufu. By 200%. And I guess he can give guts. It's kind of special. I've seen like weird Arash memes, but like I don't know. If I would say if his MP had a better effect, like like let's say his MP, even though it doesn't do damage, if it gives like a 30% AoE arts down or something, then he'd be a pretty solid, a low star support or something. But I just don't see running him. He got a damage spreadsheet, really?
Yeah, I guess he's in the list. I'm looking at it right now. I guess he does. I mean, he doesn't match to some of the better ones, right? But he's not. Their numbers are not trash, I guess. I'm actually quite surprised it's even this high to begin with. Very surprising to me. I guess it's because he can't run Black Grail, right? Yeah. And Caster Gil can't.
I mean, it's MP5, right? But
yeah.
like, it's MP5 versus MP1, and he's just... You're just not gonna use him. Like, you're not gonna use him to farm.
Like, Seek is also free when you think about it.
Yeah, and with this new like JP welfare, like when they get to that point, he's just gone.
And I'm pretty sure Seek refunds way better too, right? Has to be. He's one of the better ones.
Seek has one of the best refunds.
Yeah.
So Seek
that also
is better. Seek, I'm pretty sure Seek does not need 2k4. I don't.
Yeah, he might not. Honestly, his refund is real nasty.
Yeah. So I don't know. He's weird.
I placed him at A+ last year, but I think now this is way too high, especially with Shufu being released. Like, his supporting is no longer not even that needed at all. And yeah, you can farm with him, but it's still not like the best. Maybe a B or B+? I think A+ is way too high, at least.
B+, really? Damn, bro.
Oh, you think it's too high? Oh, okay.
I don't use him. Look,
I guess Siga and Sufu kind of both rob him on his 2 roles.
I really don't. I don't see people using him. I'm sorry.
I think I'm
okay.
Okay, go for it.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I guess the upgrade MP kind of offsets the weird mod. But yeah,
a little bit.
I'm seeing in chat, like, I think he has value if we don't have Castoria. Well, there's a better one. I mean, she's supposed to be Caster, but I guess she's not. But, like, come on.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of sad.
I think I'm gonna keep him in B though.
Yeah, that's
he
okay.
he has uses for sure, and if you really don't have some of those other ones, you can actually still use him. So yeah, sure, he's not bad. All right, let's talk about the Babbage next. I actually like Babbage. I think he's fairly underrated. So he's an AoE Buster DPS caster who actually does have the double Buster, double art stick, which is cool. Now his attack is the main problem. It is very low. Everything else about him for a 3-star I think is very solid. It's just the attack stat that I have a problem with mostly. So if anything, the main problem is up here. Let's look at some of the better stuff that he has. First of all, self-MP generation, 30% for 3 turns, pretty okay. And then also absorb for 1 turn, 1k. So he's basically going to get all the stars for 1 turn. It is a 6-turn cooldown, so it could be better uptime, but it could be worse as well. So, if anything, I think this is probably his weakest skill anyway, so... And it's not even garbage. Alright, second skill has been buffed, which is very cool. So now he gets 40% attack for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. That definitely helps with the god-awful attack. And then a self-invul for 1 turn. Like, this is a very solid 5-turn, like, invul skill. Like, most 1-turn invuls are already 6-turn cooldown. And then you get that really big attack buff on a good uptime, so... Yeah, it's actually a very solid skill despite it being basic. And then the third skill has also been buffed. He gets 25% MP damage for 3 turns. Crit damage, 100% for 1 turn, which matches with the absorb, so now he could actually have a very solid crit turn as well. Gets a burn for 300 damage every turn for 5 turns. Is not a big demerit though. And then now also a 30-star bomb. So he can literally make his own crit turn. You just press this in the first skill, boom. Probably should include the second skill as well for the attack, so yeah, he can actually have it, like, he just produces everything he needs himself for that turn. Now, this is on a 5-turn cooldown, so it's actually pretty damn solid. I do like his skills, honestly. Defense, we got good offense as well. Yeah, it makes sense for a DPS. He has item construction falls rank gaze, so 10% debuff success rate, which helps a little bit with the MP, I guess. Caster append, pretty irrelevant in my opinion. Then the MP has been buffed, but sadly this is the worst of the buffs because this is just a really early buff, so it only buffed the damage. And the OC is a 10% defense down for 3 turns on base after damage, so it's like whatever. The MP and the low attack are the worst parts. Besides that, his skills are actually very good in my opinion. I think he is, like, he might not be like the greatest DPS ever, but I think he can still output some solid numbers. What do you think of Babbage?
I have never used him until recently because once again I was trying to do a free to play run on the White Day CQ and people really recommended me Babbage. And yeah, his skills are really solid. When he bursts, he actually does pretty good damage if you need something against an assassin, but I don't know. I guess it's not fair because he is free MP5. I was gonna say I would still just prefer, like, even for boss killing, I'd really prefer Crewcaster just because he has disengage, he has that short cooldown skill one, he has the PFA is just so good. But he is free MP5. I don't know. Is there a good welfare? Oh my god, I just accidentally roasted Elizabeth again. Alright, sure.
Yeah,
but
I would probably pick him over Caster Liz. I think I would, even after the buff. Yeah.
Oh well.
I think he's solid, honestly. Last year I had him on A rank apparently, which I might still be around that number, honestly, or that number, not number, but letter, I guess.
I have no idea. I don't use the character. I got no say in this.
Okay. Is either B plus or A in my opinion. He's good. Maybe A, honestly. I still like A on him. I always like Babbage. He's just good. He's good. I don't even mind him being AoE, honestly. I think that's fine. Okay. Oh no, it's time. Oh no. I guess we have to do this. Yeah, okay. Well, okay, we're gonna give him the fair rundown. That's what we do, right? We're gonna talk about Geronimo then. So we get an AoE arts DPS. But in case you're fighting 6 enemies, you could be looking at a farmer as well. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, definitely not accounting for that. Alright, attack, again, pretty low like a lot of these 3-star casters so far, so that definitely is not aiding his cause. They should give him like 10k attack, because he has nothing else. They just give him like 10, make him the highest attack 3-star. Fuck it, dude. Like, no one would care. It would be fine, dude. Give him something. Okay, he has the same deck as Babbage, so it's double Buster, double Arts. Which in his case, I think triple Arts would have been better, but I guess because of his skills, maybe there could be an argument, but honestly, no, just no. Okay. So we can cover all the skills in one go. Yes, 50% of all the card types for one turn. On 3 different skills. On a 5-turn cooldown. It's all the same, dude. It's one skill. Like, oh my god. Like, he can have one fat, like, mighty chain once every 5 turns. Oh my god. And then he's useless. But think about that one mighty chain, though. Okay, even with these god-awful hit counts and whatnot, still, that one mighty chain, though. Yeah, needless to say, this is trash. It's just god-awful. Only the arts one has really any value because of his MP. Yeah, no, who knows what went over their heads when they thought about Geronimo's kit. I just still to this day do not understand. Some arts up on his passive, very nice, and then debuff success rate helps with a little bit with his MP. Not that I don't think the MP debuffs are all that important, right? But yeah, you know, it's there. I guess it's a lore thing mostly for casters. Anti-archer, yeah, no thanks. The MP has been buffed, and actually, I don't hate the MP for the record. I think the MP is fine. I wish it was more than one hit though, so at least maybe he could do that. But no, like looping. But what effects-wise, there's some stuff to like. So 20%. AoE crit chance down for 3 turns. That's pretty good. And then 1k heal for the party. Okay, it can help. And also 20% debuff rest for 3 turns on the full party on base OC. Like, it's not bad. It's some okay utility right there. FX-wise, it could be a lot. In fact, it's way better than some of the MPs we've seen already. But that's really it. The one good thing he has are MP effects. The MP still kind of sucks because it's a one-hitter, so you can't loop with him. And the skills are god-awful, and his numbers are god-awful. Like, okay, do you have any Geronimo comments?
No, nothing. I literally have nothing. I don't know why you would use him. Like, Babbage exists. Like, dude.
Like, even with the buffed MP, I can't still put him outside of me. I just can't do it. I can't. There's no point. Okay. But you know what? Maybe he'll get something someday. Maybe next year we're gonna be hyping him up. You never know. I'm gonna be saying that every year probably, but you know what? So be it. Alright, let's talk about someone who also is way better. We're gonna talk about where is as soon as I can buy a fight him. Oh, Abby Cameron, here we go. Very cool. So AoE Buster DPS. Pretty interesting. Attack, again, sadly pretty low though. It's like the Babbage problem once again. But if anything, that's like his biggest downside as well. He has the standard caster deck, unlike Babbage, which I'm not too mad about. At least he has more modern hit counts, obviously. Because he's like not even close to day 1. So I think the deck is fine. But again, even for this skill, I would prefer to maybe see the double Buster, double Arts. Oh well. So his first skill, 6-turn cooldown, you get the red and the blue for 30% 3 turns for self. It's on the weaker side of these duo effects. It's a 6-turn cooldown, and it doesn't even have anything else, but it's not trash. It can still work, so, you know, it's okay. He has an 80% battery on max rank, because it's, you know, rounded up, I suppose. Pretty weird numbers, though, but yeah, 80% battery. It's a high cooldown at 8 turns, but... you know, his MP post buff is actually pretty damn solid, so this definitely helps with the uptime. And you can also, in DPSing with this, it's very realistic that you could run Black Rail on him as well. I could see that. So it helps with that too. Now, the third skill is an interesting one. So it's also like it's not a sacrifice, but it does something when you die. So for 5 turns, if you die, you give your party 2k heal and then 3 hits of invul. A lot of people don't even know this. This is a very cool thing, actually. The invul stack is literally, it's 2 hits of invul for 3 turns on ranks 1 to 9. But if you actually max this, it goes to 3 hits. That's like a completely unique scaling. I don't think anyone else has scaling like this on any other skill that only changes on the max rank. It's pretty cool. It gives a lot more value besides the cooldown. I mean, obviously the cooldown is pretty irrelevant. I mean, because, you know, you're probably going to die in those 5 turns anyway if you're going to activate it. But, yeah, it's cool. Your surviving allies get 3 hits of invul for 3 turns. That's actually very solid. The heal is like, it's okay. Sometimes it's okay, but it's really about the invuls, really. So yeah, this actually can be utilized properly in some bosses, for sure. I think overall his kit, it's fine. It's not like crazy good, it's fine. Now, passives, he got that arts passive. I guess, again, this makes the standard caster deck a little bit better. Item construction B plus is like, whatever. Does he even have debuffs? I don't remember. I don't think he does, right? Yeah, he doesn't, okay. So it's, again, lore thing. Anti-Berserker Append, actually a good one. And then the buff MP. So there's no normal effects, but the OC, we get some cool stuff. So for 1 turn before damage, 20% MP damage for self on base. Not bad, it's okay. And then also, after the damage, you get 10% AoE MP gen for the full party for 3 turns on base, which can help get your MPs faster for everyone involved. I like it, even if the number is not that high on base. It's still a cool little bonus. It's an alright MP for sure, yeah. He's not in the sheet, is he? No, he's not. I think you could supposedly run him in Buster Farming with some setups, but maybe it's just not worth. I don't know, because he's not even in the sheet. What do you think about Abi Kebron?
I gotta admit, I mean, most people probably already know, I don't really use low stars. I remember when he first came out, I tried to like specifically run him for the skill 3, where I put like a poster girl on him. Sorry, and like I didn't find it worth it to be totally honest. Just like if you just use him for the skill 3, but actually, I think because I've seen him in a lot of low star compositions. He has really good damage. He has upgraded MP. The MP damage up effect is is it 40? If I oh no, it's 20.
No, it's like 20. 20, yeah.
I think he has okay damage, and he has a really big battery. I like it. He has 80 battery.
He can run Black Rail for DPSing.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. So.
Or maybe even Rising Mud Rain, because the OC actually scales okay on him.
True. I think if you run him in like a budget composition, and you actually use his DPS value, and then afterwards he still gives your team the skill 3 value, he can be really, really worth it. Because I do see him in a lot of budget compositions, like a lot. Just because, you know, the skill 3 is a big bonus. Like if you treat the skill 3 as his main gimmick, I don't think it's ever worth it. But yeah. I think if you treat
it's a good bonus, I agree, yeah.
Yeah. As a bonus, he's actually pretty solid for your team. But once again, I don't see him being run outside of it, because I would say he's still solid without the skill 3, just because of how big his battery is. But he's more of a boss killer. I don't know. It's kind of.
Yeah, I feel like he does better against bosses than farming for sure.
Yeah. So
now I think his main comparison would be Babbage. I think baseline I'm looking at B plus, or maybe the same A. Honestly, I'm between these two personally.
Well, usually if you're doing like low star against not very diverse classes, you usually just stack maybe like a class advantage servant. So I guess I don't know, they can synergize.
They are somewhat similar. He has an easier time getting his MP, but I feel like Babbage has better, like, you know, uptime though.
Yeah,
Maybe I would put him just under him.
I do like him as much as Babbage, but but like personally, I don't use either of them that much. So once again, I don't really know. But yeah,
I feel like I'm gonna put him slightly under Babbage personally, but he's still very, valid and viable. No problem.
Mm.
Ooh, 2 more left, and they're actually both interesting. Let's talk about another story lock, unfortunately, but still a very cool unit. Asclepius. So he's basically he's a support, obviously, but his main stuff is like keeping your team alive and providing you with like some gains as well. So he's like a defensive looping, so not really looping in the damn like DPSing sort of sense, right? Like making you easier to get your MPs and whatnot. You wouldn't obviously bring him for like loop farm comps. He's mostly for like helping you your uptime on challenge quests and then keeping you alive as well. So his stats, I mean, for him it doesn't matter that his attack is low. Obviously, having 10k HP is way better because literally he's never gonna do any DPS. So actually not bad. He has the full caster deck, which I really like because you definitely want to use his MP on bosses. Skill-wise, we get some cool stuff. So first of all, it's targeted skill. Heals up to 5k. Very good chunk. And then also gives the target 50% debuff rest for 3 turns and a 5-turn cooldown. Pretty solid, actually. This is a nice little defensive skill. Good heal. Great heal, even. Second skill is a single target MP seal, 100% base chance on max rank. Again, minus some potential debuff resistance, so it can still whiff. But if there's no resistances, it's a guaranteed land. And then there's the AoE 30% MP gain up for the full party on a 6-turn cooldown. Yeah, so that's what I was talking about when I meant like, he can help with the gains and the loops as well on the bosses. Very nice skill. I'm a huge fan of MP Seal, especially when it's a base 100% chance. Even if it's only one enemy, it's still nice. I think this skill is just very good. You can easily pop it turn 1 as well, because you obviously don't have to use MP Seal on the turn of the MP, because, it still prevents a natural tick at the end of the enemy's turn. So easy turn 1 pop, very viable. Third skill is his 20% AoE battery, which is remarkable for a 3-star. Very standout. And then also a full party cleanse. Now, it's like a really good skill. Now, you will definitely feel it in the cooldown, though. It's a 7-turn cooldown. But it's not all that bad. It's still 2 very, very nice effects, though, for sure. Even if the cooldown is high. So, the cooldowns definitely vary a bit in his kit. But, there's still a lot. I like all of his skills, basically. At least effects-wise. He has 10% art stop, very nice. He has debuff success rate. Actually, oh yeah, he has this on to 12%. So actually, yeah, it's even harder to resist the MP seal then, because it's a 112% base chance to land it. That's actually really cool. Divinity is, again, kind of useless. Archer Append. Well, again, you can bring him as a support like against any enemy, so maybe sometimes you can get like some thousands more damage, but it really isn't worth it unless you just like the guy, just have a ton of copies. And then the MP, more defense. So it's a party what guts minus his self, sadly, for 1 time 3 turns. Now on MP1 you only get a 1k res HP and up to 3k on MP5. It's not the biggest deal in my opinion, but it's nice if you have some MP levels, but compared to like Cool Caster, MP levels don't matter nearly as much for Asclepius as they do for him. Also party debuff immune for 1 time 3 turns, very solid, easy uptime, because he has 3 turns. And then also big heals, party 1k healing on OC base every turn for 3 turns, which scales up to 3000. So OC is not even terrible on him either. Very good sustain. He's just a character that makes sense. He's very one-dimensional, but he's good at it. What do you any comments on Asclepius?
he is so good against Cernunos. I actually cannot pick. Like, he's not even a low-star replacement. He's just like one of the best units you can bring.
Yeah, he pulls his weight against gold as well. Yeah.
he has so much, like his cleanse plus the immunity reaches a critical number where it starts to become like you just never get debuffed, and when you're fighting something that is very debuff heavy, it just kind of goes out of control. And full cleanse, AoE full cleanse is also really strong. Like the one gripe I had with Santa Nightingale was it only cleared one, and Asclepius obviously is able to clear everything. I actually use him a lot against hard, like any debuff heavy bosses. I would just the first thing I would.
Yeah, he's high on the prior list for sure for that.
Yeah, the first guy I would go to is him. Well, and like people are saying like Iris Feel killer or whatever, but he does have one weakness in my opinion, which can be actually a plus. Sometimes depends on your team.
You mean the guts that he doesn't get?
Yeah, he doesn't get the guts himself, but and he's a 3-star. So if you do want him to stick onto the field, you do have to like especially protect him. And
like he's gonna be good against face cards with all the healing, but MPs he's gonna struggle against himself.
Yeah, so you definitely like try to pair him with some other servant that can, you know.
Yeah, honestly, you're probably not. You're never gonna run him as a solo support.
No, you're probably like, because Castor is so good, you know, just run him and Castor and something. Obviously, I do feel like though, like maybe there aren't that many super debuff heavy bosses at the moment. Like I don't feel like I encounter them much. I personally use him a lot just because of I like to do like 7-turn big Kiara, and he has a particular use there with the skill 1, because the 50% debuff resist. You try to like pump up your main damage dealers debuff resist to 100 so they can block the break effects and all that. But I guess he's really dependent on what bosses Lysenko come up with.
I think like, on base he's always gonna be good, but depending on the boss he can be really good.
Yeah, like on base he's fine because he still has a 28 AoE battery and the MP gain up, as you said, and he has like guts and heal, like the heal per turn, and the targetable heal is pretty big as well. So like yeah, as you said, like even on base, if you want to sort of like a slow team, he can provide, and his MP level doesn't matter at all in my opinion as well.
Yeah, I think MP1 is totally viable. There's nothing wrong with that.
MP1 is super viable.
It's just like bonus if you get the MP levels, not needed.
Yeah. And when you like once in a blue moon, when you have like super heavy debuff heavy bosses, he's just so good. He lives up to his name of being like, you know,
God of medicine.
God of medicine.
He fixes you up.
So good. Yeah.
I think last year I had him on A+, and I think I'm just gonna plop him down there again. I think he's really good.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
There's nothing wrong with Asclepius. Depending on some boss, he might not be the best value, but you know, he's always going to be good. That's for sure. Yeah. Can pull his weight easily against gold as well. Alright, now we're going to talk about the last 3-star, and in fact, it's also the first new servant of this list, 1 of 3. Again, I can't pronounce his name. Zhang Zhao is one of the names he has listed here. I don't know, I'm very bad. Can you pronounce his name, Plushie?
Yeah, I mean, Zhang Zhao is pretty accurate. There's like 2 ways to pronounce his name. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, they have them both here written. Yeah, but yeah, basically, Trom Casterman, epic guy. So what is he? He's like half DPS, half support, but honestly, I would not really use him as a DPS too much. But he has interesting support applications, though, I have to say. Something that no one else even does. Like, well, there are some that do similar things, but if you want the full 9 yards, like literally, then he can kind of be a universal thing for that. You'll see what I mean. A lot of people already know. Anyway, his attack, again, trend continues. Like, it's sad to see like all these casters having low attack to begin with when the class, you know, damage mod is also below 1, so... Yeah, that also, it really gives alter egos a bit more value, as much as I hate saying that because I'm not a huge fan of the class in general, but yes, it does make them better. Same with Assassin. Riders definitely pull their own weight, but mostly for casters and Assassin, they just tend to have these lower attack stats. It is what it is. Anyway, he has first of all, a unique deck we haven't seen so far in this list. He has a double arts, double quick deck, which, is totally fine. And I guess with his skills, it also works. So, yeah, I don't really see a big issue with this. So yeah, the first skill immediately is that. So he has the better version of these double effects because it's a 5-turn cooldown. So for 3 turns, you get 20% off both green and blue for the gains. It's okay. It works. It's pretty straightforward. Second skill is a support skill. So for one ally, get them 200% absorb for 1 turn, crit damage 100% for 1 turn, and then also a full cleanse. This on a 5-turn cooldown, I think is okay for a 3-star. It's not bad. It's not like amazing either, but it's fine. I do wonder why the absorb is only 200% though. It should probably be like 600%. It's kind of weird. So if you're giving this to, like, let's say a Saber, who has like a base 100%, it might not still be enough to get all, like, a good amount of stars from some of the other characters you have in your front line. So it's kind of weird, but whatever. Yeah, for Zerks and Avengers, this is just trash. It's never going to be enough. It's nowhere near. They need close to 4 digits, or 4 digits straight up, in some cases, preferably. So for those, forget about it. And then the third skill. This is where it's at. It gets a 50% MP battery, which is cool. So it's a standard 6-turn cooldown for stuff like that. And then 4 individual 80% calculations to get a forest field, water field, sun field, and burning field for 3 turns. He can get all of those, right? Which is really cool, because obviously some servants in the game rely on these, right? So it's pretty cool. And yeah, I guess it's worth noting, as Zino said that, because, or rather, I should explain how this works. It says it gives them to himself. So the way field buffs works is that as long as someone who's in the field is holding them, it's applying it to the whole field. Meaning that, let's say, like he has a sunlight field, right? That still means Ozzy's charisma is still gonna give him the extra buffs because it is a sun field. Even if Ozzy himself doesn't have this sun buff, right? So he can be carrying all these, and it just works for everyone. And even the enemies, by the way, as far as I know. And even if the enemy does this, then I think you benefit from those too. So it's like a double-edged sword, I guess. So it's interesting. Alright, territory creation B works. Item construction B. I think he had some debuffs, right? On his MP. Yeah, oh yeah, he has a bunch, of course. Yeah, he's literally made of debuffs. Okay. And then anti-caster append. If you're using for support, it can be an okay bonus. So here's where the fields come into play for himself as well. So if you have forest, minus 20% green, cool, for 3 turns before damage. Same for water and arts. Same for sunlight and buster. And then for burning, minus 20% crit chance down for 3 turns. Yeah. And then the OC is self MP damage 10% for 1 turn before damage. If you land all of those when you have the fields, it's actually a very good MP. As, like, maybe not the greatest for damage. Keep in mind, he's also quick, by the way. So that's already very special, too, for casters. So it's really good on effects if you land all that. Now, on base, you do have an 80% chance to land the fields. But I'm not going to forget about it, because people always told me about it. We're going to talk about the Bond CE. Yes, I was about to get to that, dragon. So yeah, if you actually do use this Bond CE, you get party 10% MP damage, and then 20% buff success rate up, which does apply for himself too, obviously, so you can guarantee himself landing all those fields on the 3rd skill. And honestly, AoE 20% buff success rate up can be very useful for other servants too, like ones that have like Imperial Privilege or similar effects. Especially 80% effects, so they get guaranteed. So it's very viable. A very cool little Bond CE. Now, so far, there hasn't been too many other servants that, at least not really, really big, like, you know, in a big scale, you know, benefit from fields. So I feel like so far, his use case is very limited, but I do like that he exists, that we always have this option. Keep in mind also, I didn't mention, he is permanent. So you can get him, as soon as trauma is over, you will start seeing him in your gacha rolls all the time. So he's basically a free MP5 as well. What are your comments on him?
As a character, I like him a lot, but I'm gonna be real, because I also tried to experiment with him quite a bit. but I ended up really not liking him just
Mm.
because like when you're willing to bring someone to boost the field, that
Mhm.
means the field is very important. Maybe like someone like Nemo, who is like
Mm.
light and day with or without the water side field. And when you rely all of that, your entire game plan on 80%, is just kind of annoying. And also he can't die. Like the water field's tied to him. I think that's how it works.
What
I
do you
think I
think about the
tried.
bond C though? Because then you get guaranteed.
Yeah, but first, like Bonsi already requires like even for a 3-star, which is arguably it's easier to get, but I still think it already requires so much investment to get the Bond CE, and also like I think having to like keep him on the field might also be an issue. I don't know.
I guess it would be
And
cool if he applied the fields to someone else if it was a targeted or something.
yeah, or his other support skills like provide a little more. Like I would have liked his. I would have liked if he had a little bit more support. Like maybe if his MP
Yeah, I agree.
was a bit better effect. So like he's still built like a DPS. I feel and but he has this like weird effect that is also RNG that also affects like very not a lot of
Mm.
units, and I just don't really see him being that worth it most of the time. Unfortunately, like I think definitely like being able to like rainbow field, I guess that's what you call it, is really cool. But the fact that it's an RNG and it's like yeah.
Yeah. Well, I do personally think the MP is amazing for supporting because it's like rainbow debuff with the crit chance down as
True.
well. But like if anything, I do think he should still have more support on his skills. That's what I think I would like to see. Like the first skill is like it's a DPS skill for himself alone, and he's not. You're probably not going to be doing too much DPSing with him anyway. So if any, this should be maybe arts. This could be really cool, or not arts, AOE. I mean, so that would be cool to see.
It is AoE, but
Oh, it is.
yeah.
Okay, I'm stupid then.
It's not.
I don't know why I
bad,
thought it
but,
was
like,
single target or himself only.
Yeah.
Okay, that's actually not bad then.
Yeah, he's not bad. I don't like the RNG. Like and having to commit to a Bonzi. I guess it's because I'm lazy. Because like if I want to just like use a field meme, I don't really want to farm Bond for a unit to Bond 10 just to be able to do it. So I don't know.
Honestly, I think he's pretty damn solid. Now that I think about it again, if you get the Bonzi, this is some good stuff though.
I actually see him more run in just generic low star comps instead of field. Instead of like
also, wait a minute. I just realized something.
SSR.
If you bring him with the Bonzi, does that mean you get guaranteed Hans buffs? That's crazy.
Oh, true.
That's freaking crazy, dude. Oh my god. It's because everyone gets the buff success rate up. That should mean all their individual buffs should be landing. Oh my god. Dude, someone should do that. That's so cool. That's like so insane.
Why they run?
Wow. Like Hans gives you all the buffs, he does all the debuffs with his MP, and then you just have one DPS slam down. And both of them kind of support crits too. Oh my god, dude, the combo is real. Someone should absolutely do that. Someone need to spotlight that. Oh my god. That's crazy. Dude, I really want to see him with Hans now. Honestly, I think he's good. I didn't realize this was AoE, even though I think I called it AoE on the first, checkup as well. Dude, I actually like him. Wow.
His refund isn't as bad as well. I think he's actually able to loop with Scotty. It's pretty funny, but I don't know.
Okay. I'm thinking B plus or A, honestly.
I guess overall it's kind of okay. Like it's not like it's I mean I don't see him. I see him like pretty close to Avisa Brown.
Yeah.
Personally, but
Avi Kebron is definitely the better DPS, but he does other stuff too.
Sometimes I certainly like him better because he I don't know how to say it. He has like better supports and stuff, like team support. Yeah,
Hmm.
I think this is pretty fair. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he can be way better value in the future as well when we have more like servants that rely on fields. Right now, there's not too much for that stuff still. It obviously still helps him land the debuffs on the MP for sure, so it still always does something. But yeah, I think for now I'm gonna plop him there, but he could go up in the future, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I guess that's it for the 1 to 3 stars. Then all the gold. We have a bunch of it. And we're gonna start with a fun one. I didn't even realize the first 4-star caster was a welfare. Halloween 1. We're gonna talk about Liz then. Once again. So AoE Buster DP is definitely not a farmer. 8.6k attack among 4 stars is definitely below average, and with the caster mod, yeah, even worse. He has the standard caster deck with the god awful day or year 1 numbers, so again, not too good. I think the deck itself is okay though, but the numbers though. Then the skills. The first skill is actually not bad. It's 12 stars per turn for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. You could do a lot worse. And then a 1-time 2k heal for self. Like, this skill at least is alright. Is not bad. Second skill, her mana burst. So they took off 5% of Buster to do a 10-turn AoE burn. Okay, again, much like Coolcaster, super easy way to keep up, your burns if you want to run Honey Lake. That's pretty much it. Otherwise, it's pretty meh of a skill. Good burn uptime though, like insane. And then they buffed the third skill with the Halloween, where she came back for the second time. So what do we get now? Self Guts 1-time 5 turns on a 7-turn cooldown. Pretty good. Uptime. Decent HP. 30% MP gauge is the new thing. 8 stars flats. And then also now applies a burn amplifier for 5 turns on all enemies. By scales up to 100% bonus burn damage. So obviously with that, if you just have herself, it's nothing. But if you really want to stack memes, you're gonna have to do way more than this. But you know what? The guts, the battery, the stars, it's something. It's not trash. It's an okay skill. So overall, I guess she's not the worst when it comes to the welfare skills, but certainly not among the better ones either. Doesn't 30% MP gauge mean she can farm? Yeah, but it's on a 7-turn cooldown. But I guess you could brute force it though, but it's gonna be ugly numbers though. Yeah.
Yeah, you can only K-scope. It's like basically you just ignore the cooldown reduction on Koi and Light. That's the only way she farms.
Yeah. Yikes. Anyway. 8% arts up. Works for the normal deck. Debuff success rate up for the burns, I suppose. If you, the only time you care about it really is Honey Lake, so if you don't run it, this is kind of like whatever. Anti-Lancer append, no thanks. And then the MP. Much like OG Lancer list, it does ignore defense, which is cool. I always like that. And then the OC is cursed, because, you gotta have more dots, I guess. Yeah, it's really bad. But you know what? Free MP5. That's something, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Why is it not a burn on the MP? It's kind of weird. I guess because was it because Lancer had like a curse as well or something? Maybe they wanted to keep it the same. Because I believe this MP is the same as Lancer MP, right? Before the buff. I think it's identical.
Yeah.
Because even the animation is like near identical. Probably because of that.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I've never been a huge fan of Caster Liz. I think her damage is just kind of poop. What do you think, as the Liz enthusiast?
They literally gave the battery to the worst skill because it's 7-turn cooldown because of the guts. Like that they basically this is how I imagine they designed the Liz welfares. they accidentally put every single good skill in one welfare, and all the others just, bruh.
Yeah.
I guess alter ego is not bad, but I still think she's actually pretty outdated. But whatever. Yeah, come on, man. Why would they? They could have just at least not put on the gut skill. Like that. That's so stupid.
Yeah, they should
That's
probably put it on the
absolutely
mana
stupid.
burst or something. But that way she could also stack the burns better too.
That is stupid.
I don't know. Where should we place Caster Liz? E plus B?
As a Liz fan, she's a D plus.
Oh my god. Damn.
I'm not joking.
Oh wow.
This is unacceptable. Like they gave her a non-buff, basically. It's so bad. I'm so mad at that. Like when they reran all the welfares, none of the buffs actually did anything.
I think I'm gonna leave her in C. I feel like D is a bit too harsh. But you know what? I can understand it though. Like D plus even. Yeah. I do prefer her definitely to Shakespeare. And because she's free, I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, but I guess. But like Babbage is just better. She doesn't even have an upgraded MP. I don't know, man.
I think I'll
At
keep
least
her
Rider
there.
Liz is good. That's all I can say.
Oh yeah. We definitely agree on that.
Yeah, the other ones are just so bruh.
Well, it is what it is. Alright. Let's talk about another support then. Because, you know, casters. Gonna talk about Media Lily. Also story locked, sadly. So what is she? She's a heal bot, is what she is. That's it. Heals, 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 heals. Now her attack again is low, but it's good because you don't expect her to do any damage anyway, so 13k HP. Very solid for a 4-star support. She has the full caster deck, which makes sense. She has the same huge battery that OG Media does. And again, OC can sometimes be okay on her, so you know, it's a bit overkill, but yeah. It's... And the big cooldown is there though, because she's definitely like unlike Media, or she's definitely never used for like setups pretty much. So she's mostly used for like slower teams. So there you will feel the cooldown. Second skill has been buffed, and it's the same joke as Martha's buff. A little bit less funny though, because it's better. But yeah, I'd say poison cleanse on the party. Pretty weird, but okay. Lore, I guess, and then a 3k heal. Which is not nothing, especially when you combine it with the third skill. So, on a 5-turn cooldown, it's passable. At least for a heal. Third skill with the buff, I actually like it. So, one ally... I wish this was AoE. I wish it was AoE, but whatever. The one ally gets 100% healing up for 1 turn, so if you use this before the second skill, suddenly they get a 6k heal. How about that? Pretty cool. And then that ally also gets 3 turns of 100% buff removal resistance, and also the cooldown gain came down to 6. So their buffs are safe, yay. I do like this skill now after the buff. I really would have wanted to see it AoE though, because she really isn't that OP. I think they could have made this AoE, even if it looks really good after that. But it's fine. I like it. 8% arts up, not bad at all. Then debuff success rate up, doesn't really work with her. Saber append, yeah, no. And then the MP has been buffed as well. So it's a full cleanse, very cool. And then on MP1 you heal the party for 4k. The scaling isn't even that big, it only scales up to 6k. Even at MP1 you're already doing fine in my opinion. And then the OC is 40% base debuff rest for the whole party for 3 turns, which is not nothing. That can definitely help. And you can even stack it maybe, sometimes. Because it's a 3-turn effect. So, yeah. Actually not a bad effect. It's a very one-dimensional MP, obviously, because it's all defense. So it's very similar to Asclepius' MP in that case. Because both also cleanse and whatnot, right? But like, all she does is heals and some resist. She gives you debuff rest, and then one guy gets buff removal resist. That's really it. There's nothing else. I don't hate her, though. I just think healing is, like, of all the defensive mechanics in the game, it's definitely on the lower side of, tiers. I don't know what to call it. Oh yeah, I guess it does, the OC does scale pretty okay. You can, at 400%, you can get it to 100% debuff res. I guess it's worth mentioning, so OC can be useful on her as well.
You can stack it as well, even if it doesn't reach 100 the first time, right? It's 3 turns.
True, yeah, that I did mention, but yeah, that's very true.
Yeah.
Do you have comments on her?
I guess she's also like not bad in the sense that, as you mentioned, how similar she is to Asclepius. Like a lot of these debuff heavy bosses doesn't one shot you anyway, so the guts doesn't necessarily come into play. I don't know. I just feel like burst heal sometimes is not really.
Yeah, it's just like useless sometimes.
Yeah, like she heals too much and then she got like a couple dead turns. I mean, she does have a 100 MP battery, so it's not like her dead turns are like super long. So in general, I still think she probably heals pretty well. But
yeah, well, arguably she's the best healer in the game when you think about it, because that's really all she's known for mostly.
Yeah. And probably like the big Kiara solo. I think that's like the most people bring it up when they talk about her. But I don't know. She's I would have liked her if she's able to space out her heals. I think big heal numbers are definitely valuable in a lot of cases because like sometimes like if you're doing like a Saul team with Merlin, especially if you don't have him at high MP, you sometimes you feel like you can't catch up with the heals. Definitely. So it's still valuable. I just think a lot of time it's like overkill. Like maybe if she does something with overheal. I feel like a lot of games has like overheal mechanics, but FGO doesn't. So
I feel like it's really hard to justify bringing her to a comp that's not like stalling, because she doesn't like give you any offensive buffs or anything like that.
Yeah.
Or even gauge to allies. She's all defensive. All of it is just pure defense.
Yeah.
In that sense, even though Asclepius, like, he doesn't do too much either, he does something at least besides like healing and whatnot.
Yeah. And like the one thing I like is the 3-turn debuff resist, but that's about it. And I mean, buff removal resist is also really good, but we have Nightingale for that.
Yeah.
So it's kind of. Yeah, I would say probably just the debuff resist is her selling point. I would say, since it is 3 turns, but other than that, I don't see it. She's probably once again very good in Cernunos, and that's it.
I think I'll place her in B. I think she's above average. Like, she's good, she works, but sometimes she just doesn't really do much.
Yeah.
A guy called Noob F2P is asking why Hans is EX. Bro, you're clearly a faker. You don't live up to your name. You should know why he's EX. What are you doing, bro?
I mean, maybe his Hans always misses the buffs. I mean, that could be it.
Okay, maybe he's E-luck then. Like E- luck, and he never gets a single buff from Hans. Maybe in that case, I understand.
That's what RNG skills is. Just so annoying. It's like Spacer Star skill 3.
Okay. We're gonna talk about Nursery Rhyme next. My free-to-play tutorial 4-star servant as well. Very interesting. So she's at AoE Arts DPS. Definitely not a support in any way, basically. Attack at 8.6k is, once again, unsurprisingly, definitely below average for 4 stars, and with the caster class mod, yeah, it doesn't complement it either. Full art stick, I think, makes sense. Good stuff. She has a self mod, so she can do some crits as well. So on a 5-turn cooldown, you have 3 turns of 50% crit damage and 600% of absorb. I still like self mod. I think it's a basic, but it works. It's basically like basic crit skill. No problems. It's not the best, obviously, when it comes to crit stuff, but still good uptime. She has her Morb, so for 3 turns you get 30% defense, and also for 1 turn you get another 30% defense. So for the turn you activate it on, 60% defense on max rank. Pretty cool. So you don't really get too hurt. Then also 40% debuff rest for 3 turns. I don't think Morb is honest. I think it gets a little bit too much hate. Like, it's all defensive, it's all good uptime, it's easy to use. You know, it's not bad. Like, you could do way worse than this when it comes to defensive skills. And then the third skill, you get up to a 40% battery, kind of a weird number. Then self-heal up to 2k, and also a full self-cleanse. It's okay. It's an okay skill. Not bad. Like, everything about her skills are alright. They're just okay. A weird mix. Now, sadly, there is nothing to help with her MP damage, though. There's no attack up, no arts up, no MP damage, nothing. So that's kind of annoying as well. She does get the 10% arts from the passive, though, so there's that at least. Anti-archer append, I would say, is irrelevant in her case. MP has been buffed, but man, you guessed it, it's a bad buff, because it's an early one. The only thing they did is the standard damage buff. So FX-wise, what else do we have? 20% defense down for 3 turns, flat, after damage. Pretty good number, but sadly could be before damage. I guess not back then. Nothing like this was back then. And then the OC is at AoE 60% chance to drain MP by 1. Yeah, I hate the OC kinda, because again, sometimes it can actually be a demerit if you want their enemies like, sometimes it can outsync enemy MPs, and that can really screw you up. Now, if you do land it over, like all of it, which is hard because it's only 60% on base, then it's really good. But that obviously doesn't happen most of the times. So yeah, I don't love the MP. I don't necessarily hate the MP completely either, but I think it's pretty weak. And because she has no damage to help with the MP, it's like, she's not gonna hit very hard. She's kind of a weird mixed bag of stuff. They have like defense and then crit stuff, and then no like real damage for the MP. I feel like she could get a new buffer too. What do you think about Nursery Rhyme?
I think on paper she's pretty okay. She's like a very self-sufficient damage dealer, right? She's able to, you know, remove her own debuff. She's able to tank really well. You don't really have to babysit her. But the thing is, she does so little damage, like especially these days in comparison to a lot of other stuff, that you might as well be running a full stall team if you want to run her as a very tanky damage dealer. I don't really see the point. I think she does too little damage. Like, maybe if she's single target and you're bringing her against like a boss to kill, I guess maybe she could be viable, because like single target MPs, you know, no matter how low they are, they probably still stack up against single boss. But like, especially her being AoE, it's just so little value. I don't like, her MP barely does anything. So I don't know. It's kind of unfortunate.
I think I'm looking at one of the C tiers, maybe next to Jill there.
Yeah.
Like, she's not trash, obviously, but she's kind of underwhelming still at the same time.
Yeah, definitely underwhelming.
Should absolutely been buffed again like long time ago. And still has, by the way, the release animations, they are so bad looking. So please do that as well. Fix your animations. Okay, let's talk about Helena next. Still to this day fairly relevant, I would say, even if she's never been like, you know, number 1 at anything. 8 point, oh yeah, she's AoE arts DPS slash kind of a rainbow support, I guess you could say. Yeah, really. With some gauge as well, etc. 8.6k attack. Again, is low. No surprises there. Excuse the dog. He's very excited for Helena, apparently. Assuming my brother is leaving somewhere. Yay, good timing. She has the standard arts deck. Very cool. I guess you can loop with her nowadays, yeah. Is she in the sheet? She's not. I'm not sure why. Jord, why is she not on the sheet? But yeah, I guess you can do
plug Oberon.
Does she need that?
Know.
Maybe. I don't know. I think her refund honestly isn't that good from what I remember.
Yeah.
Anyway, up here, she does okay. So, first skill, we have an AoE 20% battery. But then you realize that's all it does on a 7-turn cooldown, and then you kind of like realize what... Like, it's just Clepius, but worse, and a 4-star. Hmm. Like, it's obviously good for, like, fast setups. But if the fight goes on, then, man, that's not very good. That's a lot of downtime, man. But depends on the use, it can be good. Second skill has been buffed. We actually got this buffed, was it this week on NA or last week? Yeah, very fresh. So you get 5 stars per turn for 5 turns. Pretty good uptime on a 6-turn cooldown. It's not a lot of stars though, but it's still, it's up there all the time. Then I hate the chance you have an 80% chance to give yourself 50% MP damage for 1 turn. Like, that's a huge amount of MP damage. Now, granted, it is only 1 turn, and then it's only 80% chance. So, I wish they fixed that with the buff as well. Because the only thing the buff did was reduce the cooldown, which is nice because it was way too high to begin with, and then also added the 30% battery for self. So now on a 6-turn cooldown, I think it's fine. It's not like amazing, especially if you whiff the MP damage. So yeah. Third skill. This is the best skill for sure. It's an AoE rainbow for 3 turns, 20%. It is a big 7-turn cooldown, but again, if you go fast, you don't really care. It's still good on that part. But if you go slow, it's not as bad as the first skill, but still fine, I suppose. Nice little AoE rainbow. So all cards get better minus the extra cards. Good stuff. Yeah, Geronimo in shambles, yeah. Big 10% permanent art sub, very good on her. 8% more debuffs decrease, or debuff success rate. I can't talk. Actually good on her with the MP. Anti-archer append. If you bring her for support, can be a bit relevant, but otherwise, no, she's gonna do kind of noodle damage there. MP has been buffed, yay. Ignores defense, very good on the bonus normal effect. And then on the OC, we got 3 effects. They're all after damage. 10% defense down, crit chance down, debuffers down. 3 turns each on base. The debuffers down is like whatever, but the defense down and the crit chance down can actually be helpful on bosses. For farming, they're all kind of relevant because it's after damage for the defense down as well. I think the MP is fine. I don't hate it. For farming, it's kind of whatever, but for DPSing, it's actually okay. It's fine. Helena. What do you think about the OG Loli Baba?
I feel like she's a bit outdated, which is weird to say because she got like skill buffs and MP buffs.
She's the Abigail of casters because of the coolness.
I just feel like there's her party buff is a bit too small to run as a support. Like, I remember people used to run her as a support just because she has AoE battery as well as a rainbow buff and star per turn. But like, all these numbers feel really small these days, and it's just like, it shows what happens when you're not dedicated to one role in this game and they just kind of screw with your numbers. So I don't know. I don't like her that much, to be honest, gameplay wise. I've always liked Chiron a lot better than her for support, and
yeah, because usually you for support, if you have the option of single target buff versus AoE, usually the single target is the better option.
Yeah,
like his rainbow is bigger because it's single target. Also a lower cooldown.
Definitely. So I don't know. I guess it's cool we're getting her costume or something, but that's about it.
Yeah, that's a nice buff.
It is a buff though with Myst Crane. The small synergy. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I think I would be okay plopping her into like B+. I think she's still easy to use, very relevant, but is she like very, very good? Not really. In fact, her own damage even isn't that high.
I don't know. I'd actually put her lower, just me though. I actually don't feel like she's okay. I can't say that. I still think she's better than Nursery, but
Okay.
like at this point, I feel like they're kind of.
I think I'm okay with B+. I like her a full tier above Nursery, honestly, personally. But then I guess you could say both should come down. But yeah, I think I like them there, honestly.
Yeah, that's fair.
You should go back and watch the segment about Gang if you want to hear about that, MC. Alright, 2 rows left. We're gonna talk about the other America Singularity 4-star caster, because there was 2, and sadly, this one is story locked. Edison. This is a really cool one. I feel like Edison is underrated. Well, to be honest, a lot of people don't even have a single copy, which maybe that kind of is wrong for me to say. But yeah, after his the last buff, I think he's really cool. So what is he? He's an AoE arts DPS slash kind of a loop support for like challenge quests, similar to Asclepius, if you will. Not for like, not really for like farming, but for bosses, he actually can do a lot. But then again, his stats are just pretty bad though. So his own DPS won't be high, but thank God he does a lot of other stuff besides DPSing, because otherwise he would be kind of hopeless. Full arts deck, the caster one, I think is good for him. Now, let's take a look at some of these buffs. The first skill, here we go. This is already cool. It's a single target, 30% defense up for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. That's a lot of protection already on a good uptime. And then it also comes with the cooldown reduction. Ooh, very great utility for sure. Like, cooldown reduction is still rare in this day and age, especially targeted, so I think it's a great skill. Second skill, this is the latest buff, I believe, and I really like this. This is cool. So, you get 10 stars per turn for 5 turns. It's okay. 8-turn cooldown, so the uptime is not the worst. Or the downtime is not the worst. Now, you do 10% AoE battery per turn for 5 turns. That's so cool. I love that. That's so cool. You get team battery for so long, and then also party MP damage for 5 turns, 20%. That's so nice. I really like this skill now, man. Like, sure, it's a high cooldown, but they're all 5-turn effects as well at the same time. Like, this is such a cool buff. Like, it keeps the whole team just going and going for both stars and the gauges, and even the damage. This is a very nice skill. And then the third skill is a targeted overcharge for 2 stages and 1 turn. It also gives them 30% star gen for 1 turn, which I think is really random as fuck and really bad effect, but at least the OC is cool. So this is definitely the weakest part about him on a 6-turn cooldown. But usually you pair him with Castoria, so at least, she loves that, he loves that OC. And you can do it with Tammy as well, she loves OC as well. And, if you pair her with Tammy, you get more cooldown reduction. There's some stuff out there you could try, In fact, I probably should have done that myself. I think when this buff happened, I think I was gonna try something like that, but I never actually ended up doing it. But yeah, this is some cool stuff, though. A lot of utility, for sure. Yeah, they should buff this skill, and he could be insane, depending on what they do with it. Alright, sadly, he only gets 4% arts up, because he's a faker. And then 4% debuff success rate. So passives-wise, he's not doing super well. Archer Append can be okay, because I think you can bring him as a support as well, to be honest. And then the MP, there's stuff to like here as well. So it's an AoE skill seal and MP seal. 100% base for 1 turn each, very cool. And then also OC, 10% crit chance down and attack down for 3 turns. Very, very cool. So he can cripple the enemy a little bit, and then he can give you a lot of utility as well. I think Edison is really cool. What do you think?
I remember there used to be a form of stall team. I forgot what the team called. It was like Edison, Tamamo, and Merlin.
Like stopping their MPs and whatnot.
Yeah, forever MPC, and they just keep dropping their attack. Right, so it was a pretty fun comp, and I do actually use him in some weird stuff where I need 1 extra turn of cooldown reduction, because he also has the slow MP charge. Like, he works with some like weird like MP looping thing. It is not farming, but it's some weird like buff stacking. I did use him before, but I don't know. He seems really stally, but I do think that the old like infinite team, it was so good because Tamamo was able to reduce his cooldown. I think when you're able to reduce his skill cooldown, his skill 2 suddenly becomes like really good. But without skill cooldown, I think it's just fair. Like it
still has a decent uptime for sure. 5 out of 8 turns.
Yeah. So it's still really solid. I don't know how to rate him. I think he's kind of weird. It's I just feel like stall team these days are so one-dimensional because Castoria is stupid, and outside of stall, I can see him being a really good utility pick. But I don't know how often I would use him. I only have him at MP1 though, so I don't know if it's.
I personally don't think MP levels are that relevant for him, so Storylock doesn't hurt him too much because his damage is like the worst part about him. He doesn't do a lot of damage, but he offers so much other stuff, which I think really makes up for that.
Yeah. I just don't know what team to fit him in at the moment.
I think you can, because he's not even tied to a card tap. I think you could fit him into like any team. He might never be like the best support in any team necessarily, but I think he can easily fit into any team with the double skill buffs.
True.
He's just so universal.
Yeah.
I think he's A material. I think he's really good. I think he's underrated. I mean, again, maybe a false statement, because again, a lot of people don't even have a single copy, but if you do, try him out. Hopefully you have all the buffs. If you're NA doesn't have the second skill buff yet, sadly, but yeah, still very cool. Okay, welfare time again. Let's talk about Iris Feel. Oh no. So, you know, Asclepius beta version, I guess. So yeah, healer, supports, weird, most boring soloer in the entire game. I don't know what to call her. Yeah, she's sad. Why is her attack 8.2k? What are they doing year one, dude? Why does she have higher attack than some of these other DPS we've seen so far? What the hell, dude? I don't understand this game design. Okay. She has the normal caster deck as well. Cool, it works. It's the only reason she can even do some solos, I guess. Okay, so for her skill, she gets 50% more healing for 1 turn on a 7-turn cooldown. It's so bad. It's like trash doesn't even begin to describe how bad it is. Oh my god, just why? It should be like this should be like so good that it makes all of your heals heal everyone for their max HP. Then it would be okay. As is right now, yeah, get it out of here. Alright, second skill. Self-invul for 1 turn, a 6-turn cooldown, so it's a standard. And then she gets 30% MP gain for 3 turns, which again helps with the solo, I guess. Because in case you don't know, her gain is god-awful. It is so bad. It's really hard to get her MP. And then a 3k heal on the 3rd skill and a 5-turn cooldown. Very underwhelming as well. And if you have the first skill active, you can get a whopping 4,500 heal, which is funny because it's still worse than Asclepius' first skill. Imagine that. Imagine needing 2 skills to do worse than one of Asclepius' skills. You do worse with 2 skills than 1. Like, I don't... Wow. Just wow. Okay, this skill set is trash. Alright, 8% arts up, pretty cool. Because again, she does have that full art stick. Unsurprisingly, she does have the better version of Divinity though, so gets that 20% debuff rest, so that's something to like. So passive-wise, she's doing fine. Anti-Avenger Append, I would say, is a good joke, even as a support. And then the MP, oh no. So on free MP5, you get a 3k party heal, cool. And then the OC is a AoE Guts for 1 time 3 turns, 1k HP revive base. Now, unlike Asclepius, this does apply to herself too, but I don't know, man. It's still not good. Like, it's missing a lot. I feel like it's just missing a lot. Like, everything about her is missing a lot. Do you have any cool comments on Iris Feel? I think she's one of the worst welfares in the game. If not the worst.
She's like the white Grail CE nobody uses. It's just, bruh. Actually, I lied. The White Grail CE is like 10 times better than this character. This character is just unusable. I know I did particularly mention her ability to self guts, but I actually don't see any situation where she would need that. And if her MP is very loopable, where she can kind of like keep your team alive, which is still not like that possible, because if you're gutsing a team, they sometimes double hit and you still die anyways. And it's just I don't see, there needs to be a very specific quest that probably has a field effect that recharges your team's MP or something for her to be good. She's so ridiculously, like, her MP game, I
It's
kind
so
of feel like
gimped.
it's like a stallful. Like, they're really
Mhm.
scared of loopable survival skills, which I guess that's fair enough, but damn, her
It's
MP
too
game
much.
is absolute trash, and her skills are absolute trash. It's just like, she almost feels like Scheherazades. Okay, I guess that's not a spoiler, but Scheherazade has AoE guts, right? She almost feels like that skill as a servant, and you even have to work for it because you don't get to use it immediately. It's not like it's very easy to use her MP twice.
Mm.
It's just
Good luck getting
she's
2
so
MPs
bad.
out of her in one fight. That's not like the
Yeah.
biggest stall in the world.
Yeah, so she's like one skill on an AoE caster who, granted, is very underrated, but people likes to joke about how bad she is, and bruh,
I
come
was
on.
thinking maybe putting her in the D tier just because she does have a little bit of solo potential, but I just can't do it. I think she's bottom tier.
I think she's E. I think
Yeah,
Geronimo might
she's not
actually,
completely hopeless, but man, she's just trash. Like, yeah, if you want to
like,
solo a last spell tree, go for it. But let's be real, you could do it in so much faster ways too.
lost spell tree. All right, that was a huge meme. I'll be real. That fight,
Yeah.
Geronimo, because Geronimo has a heal on his MP, right?
Mm.
I think Geronimo might actually solo that tree better than him. I'm not joking. Like,
Yeah.
I'm actually serious. I'm actually serious.
Yeah.
It's so stupid.
Okay. All right. Maybe the worst welfare in the game. Probably is. Okay.
God.
All right. Let's talk about someone who actually is way more relevant. We're gonna talk about Nidocris. All right. AOE arts DPS slash farmer. Pretty cool case. Kind of basic, but she's still, she works. 9k attack. There you go. Now we're seeing some better stats, but still, on the lower side for 4 stars in general. But I guess among casters is probably decent. Yeah, okay, I can give you your FA. There you go. You guys, Jesus, calm down. Alright, full caster art stick. Makes sense. I like it, especially with the buff to the first skill. I think we got this buff this week on NA as well, right? I think so. So, first skill, we get 100% insta-kill chance. Bonus for 3 turns. It actually can be very relevant. She is used sometimes for like insta-kill farming as well, when her damage isn't enough, and she is capable of insta-killing a lot of different mobs. But now you also get 20% of arts up for herself for 3 turns, which I like. Of course, helps with her main damage, and then also a 3k party heal. Big AoE heal, honestly, on a 5-turn cooldown. Like, this is a good 5-turn cooldown skill now, in my opinion. I like it. Then we got her big battery as well, 120%. So if you want to go from 0 to 100, you only need rank 8. Even less if you have the append. Pretty cool, pretty budget friendly, I guess. 7-turn cooldown. Yeah, I guess it's fair because it's a full gauge basically. It's like a staple, of course. And then the third skill, self-guts, 1 time 3 turns and a 5-turn cooldown. So the uptime is pretty standard. Okay HP on res, and then also comes with a full cleanse. So it's a little bit better than like a base standard guts. Not like amazing, just an okay skill. If anything, the first skill is the real good one after the buff. 10% permanent arts from the passive, very nice. 9% debuff success rate, which can help a little bit with the MP as well, not bad. Divinity doesn't really help at all. Anti-caster append, not really, because like you're either gonna insta-kill casters or like deal bad damage to them anyway, so And then the MP has been buffed, hooray. So before damage, you have a 50% chance to insta-kill. So one of those. But honestly, in her case, because she has that major battery, it doesn't really matter. She still has use cases. Even if this means that she probably can't really do because it's the looping, of course. But then with the buff, you also get 20% crit chance down for 3 turns on AoE, which I always like. Not the most damaging MP out there, because again, the only thing she has is the arts up for 20% after this buff. So Yeah. MP itself doesn't do a whole ton of damage, although easy to run Black Grail with because of the full battery. So that's nice. And then obviously the MP can easily insta-kill a lot of mobs as well when you have the first skill active, so sometimes the damage doesn't even matter. She's not in the sheet, I suppose. I think that makes sense. What do you think of Nidochris? I think she's still very legit.
Yeah. I actually think, like, I know you just said her damage is not the best, but like, because all 4-star caster AoEs have pretty bad damage, so ironically her
You're
damage
probably
is
right,
actually, yeah, her damage is actually not horrible amongst them. And like insta death is always gonna be, is always gonna have a place in farming. Like sometimes in hunting quests they just throw out like bronze enemies with a
Yeah,
lot of HP,
true.
and they're just free fodder for her. And I think that at least secures a place for her. I mean, of course, you can use the less like free to play version. You can use the big one.
I mean,
But
Domon.
no, oh, true. Actually, no, Doman's better. I was talking about the other Nidochris, but yeah, like
Oh, right, of course, yeah.
but like there are some like weird things though. Like for example, I don't know if even I should mention this, but like the recent 90++ where you want to like insta kill stuff, Nidochris suffers because her base kill rate is low, but she mainly relies on the boosted kill rate. But it's kind of really weird. I guess that's not really a point. But yeah, I feel like she's always gonna have a place. 100 MP battery, really easy to use. If you want to clear 2 waves, usually I don't think like 2 deathable waves are that common anymore, but
yeah, fair
still
enough.
solid, I guess.
Yeah, Haruki, thanks for the small raid as well.
Yeah, she has some pretty good DPS skills, like survival skill, I guess. Like skill 3 with the cleanse, pretty good. Skill 1 with the heal, short cooldown as well. But unfortunately, is on a insta kill farmer. So
someone also mentioned that she's good for like bosses that have a lot of small fodder mobs, and that's true actually. You can easily dispatch them.
Yeah, she can clear those out of the way.
And there's a lot of those in usually main story at least, where there's a bunch of just mobs, just like wave after wave in the same wave, basically.
Yeah.
So I think Nidochris is still like a good solid A, honestly. Like she works on every level of account as well.
Yeah.
And because, like you said, even if her damage might not be the best, a lot of these like if not just all of them, just don't do the most damage on at least 4-star AOE. And because she has that full battery, she could still run Black Grail as well easily for damage if needed.
Yeah.
So yeah, she still to this day she makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, then let's talk about. Is it the first summer unit? I guess it is. Wow. Summer Marie. Oh, this probably won't be as pretty though. So AoE arts DPS once again, 9k attack is a bit underwhelming. It's similar to Nidochris, I guess, for what it's worth. Full arts deck as usual with these casters. I like to, she has the infamous 5-hitter arts with 3 of them as well. It's pretty funny. You can see the is it a beach ball, I guess? Just go through the enemies is pretty funny.
Yeah.
Volleyball maybe, yeah, there you go. She has again this weird summer charisma thingy, so basically 20% attack for the whole team for 3 turns, and then male allies get 41% star gen for 3 turns. So for herself, it's pretty underwhelming. And for the dudes, it doesn't really add too much either, honestly. It's a pretty bad skill this day and age. Oh, is the attack actually the exact same as Nido? Okay, it was that close then. Okay, I did not notice that. Well, that's funny. Anyway, second skill, 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, and then 1k heal for self for every turn for 3 turns. But it's at a 7-turn cooldown. This has no business being a 7-turn cooldown. It should be a 5-turn cooldown. I don't know why it's 7. Even 6 would be bad, in my opinion, with these effects and these numbers. Why is this 7? Oh no. Third skill, we got the amazing Marie stuff again, so she also has the 3-hit invul, no duration, 6-turn cooldown, and 50% debuff rest for 3 turns. Needless to say, it's a really, really good defensive skill. How about that? Yeah, it's the Marie signature. easy to keep alive, but does 0 damage. Okay, maybe a bit too savage, but okay. That's usually what you expect from Marie's. Okay, 10% permanent arts, actually very solid. Considering she has those 5-hitter arts, is very, very good. 4% debuff success rate up. Does she even land any debuffs? Maybe her MP did. Oh, it does one, okay. Anti-Avenger, I would not really mess with this append with her. Her MP has the same 20% crit chance down for 3 turns after the Nitocris buffed MP as well, which I still like. And then the OC is party crit damage for 3 turns, 20% on base. So not too much, honestly, but it can be stacked a little bit sometimes, I guess. Funnily enough, the MP is only 3 hitters, so it's actually way worse than a face card in terms of that. So, pretty sure she doesn't loop, right? I don't think she's even on the sheet, yeah.
0.32% per hit or something.
Oh yeah, because of the 5-hitter. Oh yeah, that's the refund must be so bad on the MP. Oh no.
Horrible.
It needs to be like 5-hitter at least. Oh man. And she's a DP. She doesn't loop. She doesn't really support much either. What is she then? I don't know. She's weird. Would you have comments? Ay, ay, ay. You get anything to say on Caster Marie?
I have never used the servant, but moreover, I have never seen this servant on JV.
She's pretty rare. Yeah, you're right. Actually,
she is so rare. She's like a vase, and that's about as much she does.
Yeah, you just put her on display.
Yeah.
Oh god, I don't know, man.
That's kind of what she is.
I think I'm gonna put her next to Shakes. That might look a bit brutal, but I think I would prefer the free MP5 on Caster Liz, honestly. Although she's a bit easier to keep alive, maybe, but does that really matter? Why would you bring her in the first place? You're not gonna bring someone just to be a survivor. Right? Like, they have to do something else, surely, right? Yeah, I think I might actually put her there. It looks brutal, but yeah, it is what it is. He's definitely in the contest for the worst summer unit in the game. Ay, ay, ay. Oh well. Rip Bozo. Alright, let's talk about Aster Gilgamesh. I feel like he's fallen a bit over the years. During his release, everyone praised him like crazy. The first 2-3 years, maybe. He was talked about a lot. He is still obviously talked about because he's still Gilgamesh, but I feel like he's a bit overrated, might I say. Anyway, he's definitely not bad. So AoE arts DPS / support, and also I guess he can loop, it just won't be pretty, because again, much like 0.16 on the MP gain. Oh no. Yeah, okay, well, it's an interesting thing, so yeah, it's really hard to do. Anyway, full-on caster deck, I think, does make a lot of sense for him. So he's basically Summer Marie in terms of looping. He can do it, though. He's a little bit better, but yeah, okay. But at least he does supporting, so there's that. First skill is an interesting one. So it's a party AoE 100% star gen for 3 turns. The cooldown is pretty big, but it's an interesting one, because with this, considering he has a 10-hit MP, even as an arts MP haver, he can generate a lot of stars. He can do like 20-30 stars easily on his MP with this active. It's really interesting, because normally arts generates like crap for stars. So it's interesting. We get 21% attack up for the team for 3 turns, but his A+ charisma. Again, he's not amazing, but you know, it could be worse, I guess. It's just there. It's more supporting, because all of his shit is AoE. So, yeah, party 30% AoE arts, pretty cool, 3 turns, 3 turns, or 30% of 3-turn debuff success rate as well. Helps a little bit with his own MP as well. 6-turn cooldown, yeah, this is definitely his best skill by far. But yeah, all of his shit is AoE, so that's really what he's known for. Now, maybe not all of them are like amazing buffs, but you know, AoE. Yeah, his 1 quick is terrible, I agree. Alright, self-debuff success rate up more, 10%, so with the 3rd skill you could have 40% on him with max rank. 10% perm arts is really good on him for obvious reasons. All of his arts have insanely high hit counts. In fact, probably the highest in the entire game overall. Fun fact. Divinity B, whatever. Archer bonus for supporting, it can be relevant. And then the MP has been buffed. So AoE drop defense 20%, 3 turns. Sadly, after damage though. Could help a lot if it was before. Oh well. Then you get 20% defense up for the party for 3 turns, so you do the reverse as well, which is pretty cool. And then with the buff, you get 30% crit damage for the party for 3 turns as well. Pretty cool MP, I like it. For farming, it's kind of doo-doo, but for some bosses, it can be alright, actually. Yeah. No worries. Now you might think that, yeah, it's a 10-hit arts AoE, surely it loops like crazy. No, it doesn't. You can do it, as you can see here, but you can't even run Black Grail. You like, how crazy is it? Like a 10-hitter Arts MP AoE and you can't run Black Grail. Oh god. Yeah, so the numbers with the 50%er, they're not good. I would advise not doing this unless you're really the biggest guild fan and you really want to brute force it. Go for it. You will need a 3rd support as well for sure, but even then, it's not gonna be like crazy good numbers. So I would not really bother with farming with him, honestly. And apparently the gain is so bad that you can't even run Ocean Flyer. You literally have to run the CE with MP gain on it instead. Oh my god. I guess, yeah, it was his Bond C worth mentioning? Let's see. Party MP damage 20% while he's on field? Yeah, absolutely viable, actually. Yeah, this is worth mentioning. So if you run him as a support, there's another AoE buff for him that's also permanent, so absolutely a legit Bonsi. I actually need to get that on my main. I don't have this yet. I forgot he actually has a legit one. Okay. What do you think of Castigo?
I mean, hey, his 10-hit MP might not refund, but it does make stars, and
That it does.
I've still seen him used. I guess this is a weird thing because I like Summer Kiara because I see a lot of use with specifically Summer Kiara runs with the 3rd skill because she needs to land all her debuffs. But
True.
I would still say though, as a arts support, he's kind of okay, but definitely not good enough anymore just to run as an arts support. Like
I think Longling alone is already better.
Yeah, like unless you specifically need like debuff success chance up or star generation up, which is like, does Longling have star generation up? I don't think so, right?
Shit, I forgot. I don't think he does. It's on Lakshmi Bai, I think, but not Longling. Oh, he does.
Is it 100%? If it's,
I think it is an 80% chance, but if you targeted him with himself, he gets it to 100%.
Oh, then I don't know. Cause I have seen runs that specifically used him just for the star gen. But
yeah, that's fair. Although it's worth noting, talking about that skill, that it should be buffed because it's actually now worse than Mata Hari's skill. Can you believe that? One of the worst servants in the game has a better skill.
Well, at least at least she got something to talk about.
Yeah, I suppose. But I still think they should buff his 1st skill for sure. Maybe in the 2nd skill, because they did buff the charisma on Archer now, so I'm expecting other Gilgameshes to see similar charisma buffs.
Oh, Copium, Mr. Copium here. He was like the sub boss of the arcade chapter where Draco debuted. So hey,
okay,
maybe collab. Because,
oh yeah, you're saying they could maybe buff him on the. Yeah. Oh yeah, sure, yeah, why not? I'm down if they want to buff him. Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think he definitely didn't age that well. Like he used to be like super good, right? Like the best like tertiary art support. But
is it even too brutal to say B+ on him, honestly?
I mean,
I was thinking maybe A, but I don't know, maybe B+, honestly.
I like him better than Helena though. Like I
really?
I
don't know.
Clearly like him better than Helena, but I don't know. That's just me.
I think they're very similar.
I didn't have a problem with him in B+. I was a little bit. I mean, I'm not trying to move it, but I'm just saying like it does make sense to put him in B plus because I wanted to put Helen a little bit lower, so I guess
Yeah.
it does make sense plus. So
Fair enough. I think I'm landing him there. Definitely came down from last year, but yeah. He could use a buff. Alrighty then. Now back to sub-single target. It's been a while, right? Alright. Let's talk about Cersei, or Kirike as I call her. And that triggers people because it's like, oh, how dare you use intended pronunciations? I'm American. Her name is Cersei. Like, fuck off, dude. It's legit. I will continue saying Kirike, but if you want to say Cersei or anyone else, I don't care. And no one should care how you call these servants, honestly.
Cersei
Anyway.
reminds me of the Eternals movie, and I hate that movie. So
Cersei reminds me of Game of Thrones because of Cersei Lannister. But okay.
Oh, true.
Anyway, we got single target the Buster DPS with the full caster deck. I'm not a huge fan of the deck because he has a Buster MP. It's a bit awkward. Anyway, 8.6k attack. Surprise, surprise, on the lower side again. But I guess, yeah, on the bigger side, among casters, it's probably not terrible, but it's definitely not high either. So, yeah, and that's definitely going to come into play with her damage. She has big rapid words as well, so full free gauge. Same with Nidochris, you need rank 8 to go from 0 to 100, same cooldown. And in fact, is this the identical rank? It might just be. Yeah, I think it might be. So, yeah, you get a free MP every 7 turns, no matter what if you want to, or you can save it. That's also an option, I guess. Sure. So, Black Rail, very viable. Second skill, you have an AoE Poison for 1k damage, whatever. But also AoE 20% defense down for 3 turns. So, on a 5-turn cooldown, it's okay. It's like barely better than like Torture Techniques, because it's AoE, right? But that doesn't really say too much, because that skill is already kind of trash. So it's okay. If they ever put out like a poison, anti-poison damage CE, I think this skill becomes better, but right now we don't have one of those. So yeah, it's like whatever. And then the third skill, because they really want to give Caster Stargen for some reason. At least in Caster Guild it kind of makes sense, but here I don't... What? So it's Party Stargen, and it's not 100%, it's 50% for 3 turns, and then also a full cleanse. The cleanse is nice though, I like that. That's always good utility to have. But the Stargen, especially on like a caster party, which you're most likely going to run her inside of, not really going to do much at all. 6-turn cooldown as well doesn't help. So overall, I think her skills are either average to bad. So there should be more here, honestly. It's just a bit lacking. 8% permanent arts at least makes the deck better, but I still would have liked to have seen maybe double Buster, honestly. So debuff success rate up is good, because she actually does have some debuffs to give yourself some combat against innate resistances. Anti-caster Append I would not bother with, because I don't think you run her as a support. MP has been buffed, which is cool, because it kind of did not great damage, especially if you're not running Black Grail. So for 3 turns, 10% crit chance down on the enemy after damage. Not that it matters if it's after or before. It's okay. I wish it was like 20 because it's only single target, but whatever. And then she gets the Pigify on the MP. So it's basically a special stun, but, you know, has less use than stun, because some enemies are straight up immune to it. And Odysseus as well, for lore reasons. And then with the buff, you also now remove offensive buffs. So it's a bit more defensive, I guess, in that sense. I really wish she had more damage. Like, there's nothing, really. There's a defense down, yay. Man, they don't like giving casters too many offensive stuffs, huh? You used her supportive bar, but just raid for the debuff clear. Okay, yeah, maybe for some 1-turn raid shenanigans, you could maybe do it. I could see it, but man, that's pretty niche, though. I don't know. I feel like she could be way better. What do you think about her?
Her damage ain't the best, and she's weird. She's like oddly, I use her quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably because there's just not that many like single target caster options, to be honest.
Yeah, and she has the Wonder Battery, right? But
Mm.
But mine is like MP5. Like
Yeah,
her
she's
damage is
permanent.
so bad. Her damage is so bad.
And it's worth noting that a lot of enemies nowadays are just straight up immune to Pigify as well. It's a real bummer if you don't like. It's really good if you do. Like if you don't
Yeah.
get that, it's actually a lot of value down for bosses for
Yeah.
sure.
And,
A free
yeah,
turn is
I
huge otherwise, so yeah, if you don't land it, yikes.
I saw someone in chat also said her refund is bad. I think it's
Oh
a
yeah, her
combination
gains are not good.
of having triple arts as well as having a quote unquote stun MP. Like they're really scared of that, except for when they made Kama for some reason. But sure, and like, yeah, I don't know. She's weird.
Mm,
And the 100 MP battery thing is not that rare anymore, right? Because we got Faker. I don't know if she like.
yeah. Oh yeah, true. Although I guess you wouldn't really run Faker into Cavalry though. That's the one thing.
Yeah, true.
She's pretender.
Hmm.
I think she's fine. I think she can, she can be good. I think she should be like a B tier, honestly. Like she can still do a decent job at what she's supposed to do, but I don't think she's like anything top tier or anything.
Actually,
So,
okay.
you have something?
I personally might put her. Okay, I don't have a good explanation for it, but
Okay.
I would put her higher just because of how frequently I use her. Like I
Mm,
know I don't like a lot about her, but I just use her a lot because 100 MP battery.
I feel like if you have like Sanzang, you would just never use her, honestly.
True, I do not have Sanzang.
You
That
don't
is
have Sanzang?
I
Oh
do
my
not have
god, I'm
Sanzang.
surprised about that. I mean, to be honest, it is comparing a 4-star to a 5-star as well, so it's maybe not fair. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like if her stun was like, it was like normal, it was just a normal stun, I would like her way more. But so many enemies are just immune to it. I would like it so much more. Just give her like a guaranteed stun on the MP. Then she would be really nice. Should I put her B plus? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna slide her into B plus. Okay. You know what? Yeah, she's fine. She's fine. Okay. Maybe I'm being a bit too harsh there. Okay. Sure. I'm okay with that. Alright, let's talk about the next one. It's also a single target one. This was the period of the single target 4-star casters, I guess. Queen of Sheba. Is it Sheba? I think it's Sheba. I always say Sheba. I've just gotten used to it. I think it's Sheba though, because that's what the Japanese also says. But yes, we have single target arts DPS caster this time, and in fact, at least she has a bit more of a DPS buff presence, I suppose. Oh my god, people are really, there's a lot of people fatting her, it seems. Okay, fair enough. I do have to say though, I'm still, maybe this is PTSD, maybe people have changed their opinions over time. I still remember, I stopped talking in Reddit about like discussions on servants because I always get like shit on for my opinions, and this was one of the reasons. When I was talking about Sheba, I was like saying, bro, she does like 0 damage with her MP. Then everyone's like, what are you talking about? Have you ever used her? She's just like amazing damage. Bro, whose Sheba are you using? She does 0 damage. MP is so bad. Like I got downvoted to oblivion for saying her MP does shit damage, and then I'm like, okay, I guess I won't be talking in Reddit anymore because I'm done with this shit, dude. Like, bro, it's not good.
There's like a YouTuber who I don't know if you've heard of Autobean. He's a big Shiba fan.
Yeah.
He has her at 120. I think is it 120.
Oh damn.
And he also agrees her damage is not great.
Yeah.
It's just how it
Anyway.
is.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Let's cut this. We're still giving her a fair coverage,
I
of course.
words in his mouth. Then I apologize.
Yeah.
Wait for.
I guess Otto is a big fan as well. Shout out to the raid as well. I guess you timed it for this. Okay, fair enough.
Oh.
All right. So. Yeah. 8.60k attack again. It's pretty low, but it could be lower, I suppose. I do like that she is double buster, double arts at least. I like that because she has some crit potential too. So I like the deck. Now her charisma was buffed, which is actually pretty cool. So you get the 20% AoE attack for 3 turns, and then now also a self 30% battery. Pretty cool, I guess. Yeah, I don't hate the skill. On a 5-turn cooldown, I think it's very legit. Second skill is her crit skill, so she could have 100% crit damage for 1 turn and also ignores invul for 1 turn. Now, there is one problem though. She does not have any absorb in the kit, spoiler. So you're gonna have to have a lot of stars if you want her to crit consistently on a turn with this active. So that's one of the problems with her as well. But if you do manage to crit, yeah, you can have a good crit turn. Now the downtime is big, obviously, but it's not the worst skill. Because it also has the ignore invul, I kind of prefer it over like a basic mana burst or something, but that still doesn't say too much. And yeah, art servants usually don't generate stars. You're gonna need either CEs or like star bomb abilities or something like that. So it's a bit awkward with this. Third skill though, AoE Buster and arts up 20% 3 turns, and then a flat 10 stars, 6 turn cooldown. So she does have the small star bomb herself, but that's not much. I think this should be like a 20 bomb, honestly. Because it's a 6 turn cooldown. It could be either maybe make it like a 5 turn cooldown or maybe bump up the number of stars or something. It's not a terrible skill, especially on AoE. It's just alright. Could be better though. I do, for what it's worth, I do, post this charisma buff, I do like her skills more than Hirike's skills. I'll say that much. Even if she doesn't have 100% battery. Overall, I think her skills are better. 6% permanent arts, pretty good. Helps with the MP as well. Magic resistance, 20%. The first, actually, we've seen of all casters have a base magic resistance. So, that's kind of cool. It's always nice to have. Caster anti-append, I would say, is kind of relevant. And then the MP, there is no normal effect besides damage, and on the OC, what do we get? It's 3 debuffs for the target, it's single target of course. So for 3 turns, you get 10% defense, attack down, and then 30% healing and down on base OC. Yeah, I think her MP just sucks. It's terrible. It should be buffed. It sucks. Yeah, it's like, it's 3 debuffs because it's like 3 enigma, like 3 riddles, so yeah, fair enough. If she ever gets a really good MP buff, she would be so much better. Like, just give her a really good MP buff. Add like a good normal effect there as well. Something really cool, like a 30 star bomb or something to help with the crits as well. Ooh, then you would be looking at much more side. But as is, I don't like the MP. It just doesn't do damage. And I will fight people who say that she does a lot of damage with her MP. I refuse to believe that. I've tried, dude. Okay, what is her... How is she doing here as well? Yeah, like... even with double cast Doria Black Grail setup, she's still, like, not doing too hot, right?
I mean, hey, she can loop with that, though. That's pretty impressive, I'd have to say.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, this is not like brute forcing. It's not, like, from her gains alone. This is a realistic scenario that assumes some face carding as well. So, it's not that crazy, obviously.
Otto demonstrated a video where he actually did 3 turn loop, but I forgot the composition. It was like a legit from, because it is kind of high hit, right? So yeah, I kind of forgot. I apologize, but yeah.
So what are your comments on her besides everything we just talked about? I guess you already commented a little bit.
Honestly, I think because of her refund, like there is potential there if you want to do some like if like a single target meme, you can do it. But honestly, I find myself using her less than Cersei.
Yeah, same.
I can pronounce the right one.
I use QK more. I mean, again, you can use whatever. I'm not mad with others. I'm just saying people are always mad at me for saying it like the way I say it. I don't care how anyone says it. You can say whatever you want.
Yeah. So like, she can refund loop. But yeah, like once again, I feel like she's definitely geared more towards high difficulty quests because she has like a crit skill set. She has the invul pierce and all that. But yeah, as you said, I think she needs like one more good buff, like either on the MP where you just make her MP better, which is very viable because her MP can kind of loop, it's high hit count, or you can make maybe the invul pierce last longer or something. I don't know. She's
I think it has to be an MP buff for sure. And yeah, she probably could, depending on what they do with it, besides the damage up, she could actually be very legit after that. Also worth mentioning that I didn't say, she's story locked. So chances are people have a better copy of Kirike than her anyway.
Yeah, your MP level's gonna be not very good. Yeah. If her MP had like a, what if it had like a star per turn or something? If they were to go, I don't know.
I'm thinking C plus or B. I would definitely place her below Kita K though.
I mean, I think she's just like half a tier below. I don't think she's the full tier below, to be honest. But yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
I think I'm okay with that. Yeah, give her a really nice MP buff, and then she could be really good. Alright, then we're gonna talk about Sieg, I guess. Okay. Fair enough. All bias aside. So, another welfare, AoE arts DPS, but honestly, mostly definitely a farmer is what he's known for. His DPS is probably okay too, but would I run him over some other options? Probably not. But hey, at least in farming, he's pretty good. So 8.3k attack is again low side. Oh well, what can you do about it? He's got the double buster, double arts deck. Fair enough. Not bad for DPSing purposes. First skill, self 30% MP generation for 3 turns. Helps with them loops. And then also 2k max HP for 3 turns. This sort of 6 turn cooldown. The one thing I do like is that they're both effects that you always want to have, so you can just always easily pop this turn 1, basically. Even if you're not looping, so, you know, get some value. It's an okay skill. Second skill, we have his mana burst, and it's a really bad one because it's only 36% for 1 turn. This skill is terrible. It does give him a small spike in damage for wave 3 if you're farming with him, but man, otherwise this skill is jank. It's just terrible. Third skill, dragon damage, 100% for 1 turn, and also a 30% battery, 6 turn cooldown. Also terrible if you're not fighting dragons. If you are, again, it's just a spike for 1 turn. So, still not amazing. So overall, his skills could be way better, I'm not gonna lie. He really just lives and dies by his MP. That's all it is. His skills are way, like, just not great. Alright, 12% crit damage. Why not? It's nice. I mean, he's not gonna be critting too much, honestly, because he won't be generating stars either. But, you know, if he does crit, hey, more damage. He gets 6.5% debuffers at arts up. Cool. I guess it's bonus debuffers, otherwise it would be just arts up, because it's like a territory creation. Although maybe the arts up would be higher if it wasn't for the debuffers, so I'm not sure if it's a, you know, a good thing or not. But you know what, it's okay. Anti-Saber Append, I probably wouldn't run him too much on neutral, honestly. And then the MP. Like, it's pretty damn basic, huh? There's no normal effects besides damage. But hey, it's a free MP5, and then also the OC is pretty good at 20% defense down before damage for 3 turns. So that helps a lot. Ooh, if he wasn't a free MP5, he would definitely be way worse. But the MP still, it refunds a lot. People have seen he can depending on the node, he can easily go from 0 to 100 with the MP alone. His refund is that good. Now, numbers wise, what are we looking at here? He does actually beat everyone else when it comes to arts casters when assumed MP1 here, because he has a free MP5. So, you know, definitely good on farming. No one can deny that. But maybe if you have some really good copies of the 5 stars or someone else, that you could maybe make an argument for them. But yeah, he's definitely amazing in farming. That's for sure. What's your comments on Sieg?
I definitely like him a lot because he has really good refund. But my question is, because like I feel like damage checks is starting to become a thing. I'm actually curious. Like, would neutral choices be better than him on assassins? Then probably not. I don't know.
Maybe not, but a lot maybe could be similar numbers.
Yeah, I don't know how good his damage is still. I feel like he definitely has a damage problem because of that art sub only lasting a single turn. It's not even that big. It's not like extraordinarily big. It doesn't have a secondary effect to it either. So yeah, he's very good at refund, but I feel like maybe it's because less competition and also free MP5, but I feel like we gave Ryder Mordred a lot of crap for her damage. and like he kind of lands in a similar realm for me. I guess it's not that bad because he has the defense down before damage and also a free MP5, but I don't know.
I do think he does definitely out damage more to Bala because the free MP5.
True.
I think he should be at least an 8 here, just because he's like the most accessible arch looper of the casters, and then, you know, he still deals solid damage. Even if A+, honestly, could be legit.
I guess so.
Like, for farming, he's legit.
But yeah, I guess so.
Mm.
Because it's not like he has a lot of competition, right?
I just wouldn't really use him for anything else besides farming. I hate his skills. But for farming, he's good.
My only question is Tai Sui, but I don't think he refunds that well. I don't know, because like
his refund is probably not as good, but maybe his damage could be compared. Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, that's a very specific case anyway. So
yeah. All right. Moving on. Hey, it's actually a welfare that's now in the permanent welfare shop, so kind of relevant. We're gonna talk about caster Shuten. So single target buster DPS, yes sir. 9.5k attack is definitely the highest so far, which around with the caster mod is actually around average for among 4-stars in general, and that says a lot because usually like night classes have definitely inflate that value a bit. So among casters, she does actually really well. Now she does have the standard caster deck, the triple arts, but I don't necessarily hate it though. I think it's okay still. You can definitely, you know, keep up her MP well with that. Her skill is a single target MP seal for 1 turn, guaranteed 100% base. Well, obviously you can still whiff it with debuff res, but you know, if nothing is in play, it will land. Also reduces the target's crit chance by 50% for 3 turns. That is massive. That is just massive. It is a 6-turn cooldown, but because it's an MP seal that delays the enemy as well, and at half the time you're gonna have that crit chance active, yeah, it's good. I like this skill. That basically eliminates most enemies from critting at all when this is up, which is actually very significant. Second skill, it's like her weird mana burst, so she gets both blue and red, 30% for 1 turn, and then also 500% absorb for 1 turn. It's kind of weird. I'm not a huge fan of this skill because it's only 1 turn, a 6-turn cooldown. I think, yeah, this is not that good. This should be like a 5-turn cooldown, or maybe make the effects or add something more. I don't. I'm not a huge fan of this skill. It's pretty bad. Third skill, party 20% attack up for 3 turns, 5-turn cooldown, so your standard charisma, and then you also get 50% anti-demonic damage mod for herself for 3 turns. If you don't fight demonic, it's just okay. If you do fight demonic, it's really good. So again, depends. Overall, her skills, I mean, compared to some of the other 4-star single target casters we already talked about, she does similarly, if not slightly better. Overall, not too bad. Lots of offense, that's for sure. She do be hitting the hardest of the MPs, you'll be seeing that. Arts up 88%, good for the MP uptime. 8% debuff success rate up, really good, because she has a lot of debuffs as well. Divinity is whatever. Anti-Berserker append is very nice. Good append. And then the MP, it actually does have a normal effect in addition to damage, and it's ignore evasion for 1 turn. Very cool. Before damage as well. The OC sucks though, it's a poison for 5 turns, so that's pretty relevant. Now it's also worth mentioning, the MP does have 13 hits, and because it's buster, it actually can generate some stars as well. So, yeah. Interesting. And obviously she's a free MP5, which is cool. And because she has all these damages, like, up, especially if you're fighting demonic, her MP can actually hit really hard among casters. In fact, probably the hardest, yeah, actually. So if she actually is fighting demonic, she is the hardest hitting in a realistic scenario of all the casters. But if she's not, she's slightly below, like, Izumo, but also she's a 5-star, so it's a bit unfair of a comparison when you think about it. But yeah, again, she's pretty damn capable, huh? Yeah, no big problems. What do you think of Shuten, caster?
I think she's pretty solid because it's the free MP5 once again. And other than that, I do think her skill 2 uptime being this short is a little bit.
Yeah, it's so bad.
Yeah.
5 turns of downtime.
I feel like she kind of needs to fight demonic to really
Mhm.
show her potential. Like if she fights demonic, she's really good, right? She's like extremely good. And demonics are there's quite a bit of.
It's one of the more common
Berserker
traits for
ones.
sure with
Yeah.
divine.
Like her best friend Ibaraki, she can probably like vaporize her. Unfortunately,
Yeah, with the anti-berserker append as well.
Yeah, so I think she can be. She definitely is like an anti-demonic special unit, and yeah, pretty solid. I don't know, because like I see a lot of high tier casters down the line, so I'm a little bit reserved on putting servants too
Yeah.
high, but she's pretty solid though. I think she's definitely really solid.
According to Awoken, there's also 8 demonic servants that she has full class advantage against, or at least full attack advantage. So it's not bad.
Really good. Also, like enemies, isn't the
Yeah,
the
that's only
big-
servants, so there can be other enemies as well. Yeah.
the big one that drops the flaming heart lantern things. Those are always berserker as well, right?
Oh yeah, true.
Which she's probably really good at. Those.
Yeah, I know what
Yeah.
you're talking about. I forgot their name though. Nue, something like that. No, I think
It's
that's
weird.
Anyway, also, what was it? I was gonna say something. Shit, train of thought and all that. God damn it, I already forgot. Oh yeah, I was gonna say. You said that yeah, she's mostly like peaking really hard against demonic. I agree, but it's like I was gonna say like. Rider List, for instance, is still good even against non-wild beast, right? So it really puts this into perspective, right?
Yeah.
Like she doesn't need wild beast to do crazy damage. While as Shuten, she will not do crazy damage unless you're fighting demonic, but she will still deal good damage. Like that's the baseline still. She's still good.
Yeah. It's just her skill too.
I think I can easily place her into A though, just because the free MP5.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Now, if you're like yourself and you have an MP5 Kirke as well, and you know good options for supports and CEs, maybe you'll pick her because of the big battery. I don't know, but with my criteria, I think I like it like this.
That's fair.
Okay, 5 4-stars remain. We're gonna talk about a fun one next. Actually, an improved one. There is still many things I don't like about her, but yeah. Talking about Miyu next. Limited support caster. I don't know, what should I... She's not an art support because she only buffs her own arts, but I don't know, what should I call her? MP? Crit support? Something like that? Stars? Something? She's like a mini Merlin that doesn't go into any card type.
I see her as a Merlin substitute,
Yeah.
As a heal. And like because she's a living human, there's some weird stuff you can do with the... I think that's just X-Naya though, I'm not sure. He likes doing the living human in her.
Anyway, her stat line, 12k HP for support. Not too bad. Could be higher, but you know, still some HP to work with for a 4-star. Full arts caster deck makes sense for her as the support. And I guess it makes also sense because she gives herself only the art buff on the first skill for 3 turns. 30%. So it's a good number, but man, it's only for herself. Good uptime as well on 5 turns. And then self-crit damage, 30% for 3 attacks, 3 turns. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. Just make the numbers 20% and then make it AoE. That would be such a big help. Such a big help. Like, why is it self-only?
Or targetable.
Or targetable, yeah. True. In fact, that's probably the better option, yeah. Anyway, another self thing, we got self guts 1 time 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown, so not the best uptime, could be better, but it's not a base guts, you also get 1 time debuff immune for 3 turns, which is, I like the flexibility, and they're both defensive, so, you know, easy to use as at least. So, you know, it's not a bad defensive skill, it's not great either, but it's fine. And then finally we have some targeting. You can give 30% MP gauge to one ally, and you also give them 40% buff success rate up for 3 turns. This sort of 6-turn cooldown is fine. It's not crazy good, but it's fine. At least it's targeted, thank god. It's not all self-only. Although, arguably, you are going to use this on herself a lot of the times after the MP buff, because man, her MP is insane after the buff. That's the one good part about her. Magic Res B, pretty good. 17.5% debuff res, not too bad. And then she has the Aprilia passive where she gets 4% MP per turn. So another, Merlin similarity, I guess. Actually can be very significant sometimes. Anti-Ruler Pend, well, she's a support, so I guess anything goes. But really, this doesn't help at all with her damage against rulers, so whatever. Okay, then we're going to talk about the MP. This buff is nice. I love this buff. This is so good. The MP used to be awkward, but man, it's so good now. I love this MP. So, what does it do? For 3 turns, she herself gets the clock buff thingy, the protection of Sakatsuki. Now, what does it do? So, every turn, that buff gives your whole party 10% MP gauge for 3 turns. Great. It gives the party 10% attack on MP1 for 3 turns. Cool. And that also heals the party for 1k on MP1 every turn for 3 turns. And you also get 5 stars per turn. Yay. On base OC. It does a lot now. I like everything it does. It's healing, it's MP, it's damage, it's stars. Yeah.
Okay, I don't use Miyu, but I have a question. The attack up stacks, right?
Yeah, I think it does, yeah.
So it's like 10% on the first turn and 20% on the second turn, 30% on the third turn. Is that how it works?
Yeah, because you get a 3-turn attack buff every turn, basically.
Yeah.
So it does stack like that. So it's actually really nice. Yeah. It's a good MP for sure. It gets better as well if you get some MP levels, but even at MP1, it's still not bad because, of the 3-turn attack buffs you get every turn. But at least this is good now after the buff. And the biggest thing about the buff as well, they removed the god-awful demerit. She used to deal 3k damage to herself. Like, holy crap, dude. But they not only removed that, they also added stuff, so really cool, actually. Now they just need to fix the skills, and we're looking at a really good support. As is, she's kind of awkward still. So, do you have other Miyu comments?
I don't own Miyu, but I have seen...
Yeah, I guess she's really rare.
People talk about her attack can potentially scale out of control if you MP with her consecutively, because like 1 MP is like 10, 20, 30, but if you do 2, it's like 10, 30. I don't know how the math works. Like,
yeah, it's a lot of attack though.
It kind of goes out of control, but I do think she still needs like a secondary support, which it's Castor is always there if you need her because of how broken.
Yeah, with those skills, she can't support alone.
Yeah, but her MP definitely is the highlight. I don't know how easy it is to loop her MP, which should be easy because judging from the Merlin effect, where the more you loop, the more you loop.
I think it applies to her as well fairly well too. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. Like I don't have the character. I should probably try her out as a single, like the Castoria, her, and then like 1 damage dealer.
I think it could be legit. It's probably not as good as some of the other options, but I think it could be legit still though.
Yeah,
I really like the MP.
It sounds fun. Yeah, it sounds fun. Yeah, so
I think I'm gonna slide her into like a B plus maybe. I guess we could compare her to like Helena and Castergil as well in that sense. Obviously she has the better MP when it comes to supporting. It's not even close. She just shits on them, but sadly her skills are still pretty lackluster when it comes to supporting.
They really need to make that skill untargetable. Then she'd be like a full-on art support. That'd be really solid.
Should I put her above them? I don't know. Maybe not.
I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't like the skills. I just don't. I really like the MP, but I don't like the skills. I might keep her here, honestly. Yeah. Oh well. Just give her skill buffs. Come on, dude. She's close to being a really good support.
Okay. So rare as well. Yeah.
Ooh, the last 4 casters are all fairly, what was I gonna say? Interesting. There you go. Words. My brain is so fried right now. Well, let's talk about Charlotte Caster. There really weren't too many 4-star casters in summer, huh? There was a big gap here, but I would say the wait was kind of worth it. So we got a single target arts caster DPS, 8.4k attack. Again, could be higher for sure. But she could still dish out a good chunk of damage. Full caster arts deck, very nice with her. She could easily keep refunding her MP as well. First skill, self arts up 30% for 3 turns, pretty good. Then AoE Confusion, So you have a 30% chance to skill seal the enemy every turn. Really cool. One time, that is. And then also a party evasion for 1 attack, 1 turn. So it's like a Harp of Healing, but doesn't last as long, basically. But it's still good enough to, like, you know, tank an AoE MP, for instance. So should not be discounted, I suppose. Although sometimes it can be awkward, because you might want to, you know, wait it for, like, for an MP turn, and then you might not get the arts buff that you kind of want as well. So it can be a bit awkward, I suppose. Thanks for the gifted subs. Oh my god. Okay, I shouldn't focus too much on that, but okay. But yeah, sometimes it can be awkward, but still, I like this skill. And also, wait, maybe it's actually, someone said, maybe it actually, can this skill seal multiple times? I guess it can, because it doesn't say, unless they forgot to add it. Okay, that's actually really good with her MP, I know that I realize it. I didn't realize this can act, because usually confusion is only 1 time, right? Oh, wow. Well, that's interesting, actually. Because you'll see why, because her skill seal, I'm not a huge fan normally of. It can be pretty good. Sometimes it can be a demerit too, but in her case, it's actually really good because of the MP. But yeah, if this can do it multiple times, that's actually really good.
This is only 30%.
Okay, yeah, so it's not a high chance. In fact, they might not get skill sealed at all during that duration, but yeah. But at least, hey, we got a 100% chance to skill seal 1 enemy on the second skill for 1 turn. So that's cool. And then you get 10 stars per turn for 3 turns on max rank, and also party 20% MP damage for 3 turns. I do wish the MP damage was self-only, though, in a higher number, but oh well. It's still nice that she has MP damage in her kit, though, because supports like Castoria don't offer that. So on a 6-turn cooldown, and considering she actually likes skill seal, I would say it's a good skill. 3rd skill, we get a self-battery for 30%, and then you give another ally 30%. MP gauge is really interesting. I get you can do this or herself too for 60%, right? You can. Yeah. So it's actually it's nice and flexible, because again, she really loves Castoria, for instance, so, and because Castoria MP is pretty broken, you can sometimes split the gauge, right? She always gets 30% on this no matter what, but then it's up to you to decide, do you want to give her the other 30%, or maybe like a support of yours? So it's actually a pretty cool little flexible thing. On a 6-turn cooldown, I think it's fine too. The kit makes sense, especially when you see the MP. Now, she's got some passives, alright. 5% arts up and 10% arts crit damage. Why not? Sure. Then, we got 6% debuff success rate up. Good, because you really want to land the skill still on the 2nd skill at least. And then 10% star gen. Not the most relevant, maybe. Although, even as an art servant, she can generate a bit of stars. Maybe not like Caster Guild style, obviously, but a bit of them. 3rd skill is Anti-Alter Ego, which I'm not a huge fan of considering she's a caster, so that's kind of a yikes. And then the MP is pretty damn good. So normal effect, you get 20 stars every time you use it, and it's very spammable, so that's great. I guess that's where the crit damage is also kind of cool for. And then it's a damage mod against skill-sealed enemies. Yeah. It's the good old 150 to 200% range. So it's another one of these cases where it's a servant that can make her own niche. Now, obviously, not every MP is going to hit a skill-sealed enemy, because, yeah, she has 2 of them, and this can also do it multiple times, but they're all 1-turn skill seals, right? So there will be many turns where you MP and there's no skill seal, but man, many times you will have the skill seal up, though, and in that case, this MP does a crap ton of damage, right? So, yeah. And her gains are good. In the sheet, wait, actually, she's not listed here with the skill seal damage as well. That's weird. Or is she? Is it in the notes? Assume skill seal for status for peak. Not normal since it's only 1 turn. Okay. So for peak, yeah, sure. Pretty good still. And it's easy to do. Keep that in mind. And honestly, she only loses to a free MP5 and a 5-star. So really, it's like, it's not making her look any worse, if anything. This is only MP1. Whoa. What do you think about Subber Charlotte?
I have quite a couple of MP copies of her, and she's actually a really good damage dealer. Like her MP damage is really high if she can hit the skill seal. But the bigger problem is for her to hit that skill seal. You would usually have to pair her with very specific units, like Murasaki. Summer Murasaki comes to mind, who's like can both be art support but also skill seal. But like I just think it's a little bit too inconsistent. And you really want to use her skill 2 as soon as possible as well, which is unfortunate because that is the only guaranteed skill seal. So
But you
I
could probably
think,
MP turn 1 easily anyway with your supports.
yeah, but I guess this is min-turn brain rot again. I don't know. It's like I find it hard to supply her with the skill seal consistently. And obviously, if you're doing a slower team, it probably doesn't matter. You can always just wait for the 1 peak damage turn and then do that, and then just stall until it happens again. But otherwise, pretty solid. I would just say if she has a more consistent way to supply herself with the skill seal, she's definitely like top tier. But as of now, she's just pretty solid.
I do kind of see your point. At least from a Minturns perspective, yeah, she won't always have the skill seal up for the damage mod. But I feel like for a normal clear, she's going to be really, really good. If we go aside from min turning.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I might place her in A+. I think she might just be a bit short of EX. Last year, I think I did put her on EX, but I don't know. I feel like she's still really good. Especially among single check casters.
I guess. I don't know.
I guess you would put her even lower, but yeah, I still think she's really good.
That's all I'll say. I think she's really solid. I think with a lot of this, I might want to put Chengo on EX. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I know, Joe. The sheet doesn't actually reflect the loop gains. She is a bit easy to uptime for sure. You're not wrong in that.
Okay, we can adjust it later.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, 2 or 3 more 4 stars. We're gonna talk about Santa next. Santa Martha. She is a support that has a quick MP. Very interesting stuff. So what does she have? 8k attack. Not that it matters because she's really a support. So 12k, 12.6k HP is higher than Miu for what it's worth, I guess. It's a good chunk of HP as well. She's got the double arts, double quick deck. It kind of works. Her gains are still fine. Now we get some skills. Single target 30% attack up for 3 turns. 2k max HP 3 turns. And then 20% MP gauge for 3, or not 3 turns, just a flat 20%. Yeah, it actually isn't bad. For a 6-turn cooldown, I think it's alright. Definitely some solid supporting. Then we have an AoE MP seal for 1 turn. Very cool. And then also AoE drop defense for 3 turns. Ooh, so a 6-turn cooldown I think is fine. I do prefer this to Cersei's one. That is the poison one. MP seal clearly is the superior one. So there you go. Not a bad skill. Another support skill, 1 ally gets 5,000% absorb for 1 turn. So for that turn, they're going to get every single star. Then you're going to a pretty measly 10 star bomb. And then also she charges her own battery by 30%. This is not another 30% target battery. I wish it was. It would be so much more used if that was the case. But you know what? At least her MP is not trash either, I suppose. So overall, it's very like offensive focused on her supporting skills, but you know what? I don't hate it. I prefer servants that are like single-minded than like all over the place. 8% arts up, 12% quick up, very cool for her normal deck. And then 4% debuff success rate, helps with the second skill and whatnot. Cool. Anti-ruler bonus, would not worry about it. Okay. Then the MP. So, party gets a charisma, 20% attack for 3 turns. Cool. And then, because it's free MP5, your party gets anti-demon, divine, and undead damage for 3 turns. Sadly, it's one single buff, so it's not like separate buffs for all of them. It's one mod, so even if enemy you fight has like both demon and divine, for instance, you still only get 50% damage mod. But hey, at least it makes it more versatile regardless. Then you get a 20 star bomb, very cool. And then the OC is a party 2k heal on base. Pretty okay. Is it the best supporting MP of all time? No. If you're fighting one of these guys, is it really good? Yeah, I don't see a problem. So she's like half crit support, half like generic stuff, you know? She's an interesting case. I have to say, personally, I haven't used her too much. I don't think she's bad though, but I haven't really used her that much myself. Have you used her?
Oh, I have used the hell out of this character. Okay,
Oh,
so
okay.
this is TA Brainrot again. But the funny thing, like when Super Recollection Quest came out for Lost Spell 4 and Lost Spell 5, she was the highest usage support in
wow.
like every single run. I use her in every single run because she is the best anti-divine support in the entire game.
True.
On top of the anti-divine, her MP and the skill can provide a combined 50% attack up, and on top of that, she has defense down, and she gives star absorb up and this star bomb on the MP. She's just very good for like I don't know how. I think she's still solid if she's not fighting like demon, undead, or divine, because demon and undead are rare. Like demon is not demonic. Demon is like the
Yeah,
weird,
it's not the same, sadly.
yeah, the weird crappy one that just never happens.
And undead is even more rare, honestly, I feel like.
Yeah, unless you use like caster.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna talk about that soon. Yeah.
Yeah, funny meme, but yeah, like I like this could very well be TA Brainrot, because I don't really use her outside of min turns, but whenever I see anything that is divine, she's the first person I put in the team. It's 50% power mod is so good. It's kind of like Ginako's anti-lawful, like it's lawful, right?
Ginako's? Yeah, I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, so like when you see lawful, you just put it in the team. So it's kind of like, I don't know. I use her a lot, but I can't really vouch too much for her if she's not fighting these particular.
I feel like
traits.
she still does bring a lot of stuff even outside of the power mods.
Yeah,
or the power
like
mod.
The star absorb up is good. The combined attack up from the skill and the MP is actually pretty solid. But I don't know how loopable her MP is. I haven't really seen her in like budget comps. Maybe she's good in budget comps. I feel like she can still. She feels solid. She feels solid because on top of
I think she's a good welfare addition, honestly.
Yeah.
Even the Bouncy looks actually really good. It gives the party another 50% power mod against those same things, and also 20% healing.
Yeah.
That can be legit too.
So I think she's solid, but just when it's the anti-divine, there's no second person's better than her.
And I feel like we can actually kind of put some emphasis on that, because divine is fairly common on bosses.
Yeah, she's
I could maybe even put her to A+, honestly. I was thinking maybe A, but honestly,
with my bias, I would put her in A+, just because, like, bro,
I mean, honestly, I don't think it's even that bad of a bias, because divine is still fairly common, and even if you're talking about it from a min-turn POV, I think even on slower teams, she would do a great job there still.
Yeah, because divine, it's a 3-turn buff as well. It's not just 1 turn. You can always and it works on face cards, not just work on MP, all that.
And I think she works on like all levels of the account as well.
Yeah, she like for newer players, I think just the attack up and the heal on the MP is pretty solid. She can also sort of charge her own MP, so it's like you don't really need a K scope and all that. You can just bring what's the 75% called? I forgot what's the name.
Which one?
The 4-star C that starts.
Oh, imaginary element.
Yeah, that one.
Sakura scope, if you will.
Yeah, basically. So yeah, I like her a lot. I think when she first came out, people were sort of like, whatever. But
I think she's still a bit of a sleeper, but she's still legit, very legit.
Yeah, she ended up being really good.
Okay, 2 more 4 stars. We're gonna talk about the rats next. We got Daikokten. Ooh, they're interesting. They're also quick, because apparently that year they just really wanted to add quick casters. They added like, what, 3 of them? Or 4?
Meme killer.
I forgot. Maybe, no, it was 3. Because, I think Zhang was like 1 year after.
Oh, no, yeah, Izuma was with them. Wait, I don't remember.
Oh, wait, it was 2 and 2, like back-to-back years.
Yeah, it was 2 and 2.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Anyway, still kind of close, considering there was never any before. So what do we got? We got AoE, quick DPS, either DPS, or actually they can loop as well. Maybe it's not the prettiest numbers ever, but they can do it for sure.
It's very pretty, actually. Their refund is really good.
Oh, yeah, it's like a ton of hits, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway,
and
8.6k attack. Pretty solid. I mean, at least among casters. 4 stars overall, not great, but among casters it's fine. They have a double arts, double quick. Makes sense for the gains. I don't hate it. I don't think they would ever put triple quick on a caster, so, there's that. I actually really like their skills. There's a lot going on. So, first of all, self-quick up 30%. 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown, so already a good uptime on that alone. Then we get 10 stars per turn as well for 3 turns, and also 1k healing for the party every turn for 3 turns. Like, this is a great skill. I actually really like it. Oh, he's actually a top tier quick refund. Okay, I misremembered then. Oh, wow.
Yeah, because one of her skills, right? I think it's one of her skills.
I mean, we have a lot. I mean, all of these seem to contribute, if anything.
Yeah.
Anyway, self 30% battery, and then party gets 10% gauge as well every turn for 3 turns, so this also helps with that. Pretty good for a 6-turn cooldown. Not great, but good. And then, yes, it's like all 3 skills. Party evasion for 1 attack, 3 turns to get the Harp of Healing, and then you get the 30% MP generation for 3 turns for the full party. 6-turn cooldown. Pretty good. So everything really contributes to them spamming their MP, when you think about it. And cooldowns are 5, 6, 6, so that's actually pretty good, even for bosses. We got a 2% arts up, sadly pretty low, and no quick buff either, but oh well, at least their skills are good. Debuff success rate 4%, not too bad. They do have a debuff on the MP. Yeah, they do. They have the quick res down. Divinity E-minus is whatever though. I love how it's E-minus. Attack up against Mooncatcher. Maybe not that relevant, honestly. But if you really like them, go for it. And yes, the MP. So before damage, 20% quick res down for 1 turn before damage. Again, this also contributes to them looping. So we have, let's recap. We have quick up, we have MP battery, we have MP per turn, we have MP generation, we have quick res down. And then on top of all that, we have a 9-hit MP. Like, you can't have more tools than that for like looping, right? When you think about it. That's kind of crazy. And then party crit damage, 20% for 3 turns. Not a bad bonus considering they will be kind of shitting out stars with these MPs. And then, hey, the damage mod, pretty good too. It's an earth one, so again, fairly common. The standard 150 to 200% OC rate, scale as well. So yeah, honestly, dude, the rats are pretty legit, huh? God damn.
Yeah.
Okay, numbers wise, what do we got? Actually not bad among quick stuff. With the triple Scotty, you can get some good numbers. And apparently with triple Scotty, you can even loop on 2 classes on all nodes, according to the comments here. That's really cool. I just combined the word good and cool. Anyway, well, it's kind of both, so yeah.
That is what they are.
Yeah, they were way better than what I remembered. And I have MP5 on my J because I went so hard for Super Bunyan. I should start using my Daikoku more. Oh my god, they're really nice, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, how you want to say something more about them?
I mean, just one of the best quick loopers. I mean, obviously, caster suffers from damage, but they kind of make it back with the anti-earth. I would say, because earth is, yeah, like you said, very common on non-servants as well for farming, and yeah, I don't know. It's just very solid. It's just it's just yeah. She just has a lot of MP charge. She just has a lot of MP charge. With,
I guess they're they, but yeah, fair.
Oh yeah, they.
Yeah, because it's 2 of them.
So many rats.
I guess they have more than 2, but they just depict 2 in the art. But yeah, there's way more than 2.
Yeah, the MP is a lot. Yeah,
I feel like they should be at least an A+. Looking at that, I mean, they look pretty bonkers.
Yeah, they should probably be A+ because it's one of the best quick loopers.
Yeah.
It's just
imagine one of the best quick loopers on caster class.
Yeah,
that's pretty messed up. Yeah, I think they're pretty good. Wow. Actually, I will start using my Daikoku on JP now way more. And I'm probably gonna have MP5 on NA as well, because I might just double Grail Super Bundle because I love her so much.
Oh,
So
let's
yeah.
go.
I might just go for like 6 copies, and that should be a guaranteed MP5 rats. Watch me get like 1 now that I said that. Alright, then we're gonna move on to the final 4-star, and it's a really pretty good one as well, honestly. I mean, modern 4-stars tend to be fairly good. That's what we've seen so far. And I think Summer Wu is not only an upgrade, like, well, honestly, Assassin is pretty good too nowadays, but I think definitely as a waifu, I think an upgrade for sure. Anyway, what do we got? We got a single target. She's Buster, right?
Yeah.
And she's AoE. I'm stupid. I'm thinking about Assassin, but yeah, Buster AoE. There you go. I had to double check. Anyway, Buster AoE DPS Summer Wu. 9.4k attack, again, for a caster, is high. Among 4-stars, not so much, but caster, it's one of the highest ones we've seen on 4-stars. Double Buster, double R stack, I actually do like for the DPS purpose. Now, this is a summer charisma right here, dude. It makes I feel so bad when I see the beach flowers still. Oh my god. So now, what do we get? On this summer charisma, we get 3 3-turn effects for the full party. 15% attack, 15% buster up, and 20% MP generation. Now, this is what a good charisma looks like. Yeah, sure, it's 1 turn more cooldown, but that's way, way worth it. Like, this is like 3-4 times better than a beach flower. Come on, dude, this is a great skill. This could be an SSR skill easily. Very good. Alright, second skill is an guaranteed AoE drain. Won't you look at that? Ain't that nice? And then party undead damage mod for 30% 3 turns. And also a party 20% battery. So she does the good support AoE as well. Now it is a 7-turn cooldown, but that's a lot of stuff you get. And the damage mod also becomes relevant when you see the MP as well. So, yeah. Pretty cool stuff. Even with the hefty cooldown. Third skill, it's an AoE undead stun. Now again, it might look underwhelming for now, but again, for the once you see the MP, it makes a bit more sense. 3k party heal, not too bad, and also a full cleanse. Now again, it's a hefty cooldown, but I feel like she does fine, honestly, even with these 2 7-turn cooldowns, and this being a 6er. There's a lot to like here.
Yeah.
10% arts up permanent, not too bad. 10% debuff success rate up, good, because she does do debuffs, and you definitely want to land the stuff on the MP. She is fully mental debuff immune as well, because, you know, that's fun. So that's a pretty damn good passive. You can never, like, charm her, you can never, like, confuse, skills, or, like, or terror her. She's good. So, that's nice. Cool. Anti-forwarder, a passive is like the not passive, but append is probably pretty irrelevant. Then the MP. So before damage, 10% MP damage for self, 1 turn. It's okay, OC. It could be higher, but it's not. At least it's not like a curse or something. Then also before damage, all enemies get undead trait for 3 turns. So now that we look at these two again, so again now after this MP. If you land that shit, you can stun them all. Then you can also, your whole party, including her, gets the damage immediately, because again, that happens before damage. So you can activate this early on as well. Also a 20% defense down for 3 turns. That is after damage, but you know what? It's well worth it, because you get the 30% damage mod and the MP damage before damage. And then also, that wasn't enough, so she also has a flat 150% damage mod against the man attribute. So, yeah, that's the most common attribute, by the way. It's a pretty stacked MP, considering she also has that anti-undead on her skill as well. Yeah, it's a pretty stacked MP. You can definitely tell it's a very modern one. Whoa. What's your comments on her?
I think she is really good. Obviously, you know, people are gonna mention the funny synergies, like with Martha, or with Ibuki Doji, who has a built-in one, Skahak, who has a built-in one, and they're definitely like solid. Like I think this is not like a pure meme synergy. I think it's actually pretty solid, especially for someone like Ibuki, who's like also AoE.
And she has the 20% battery AoE as well.
Yeah, and she's a buster support. And and Gray, somebody mentioned in chat. Gray also has anti-undead. And even without that, I think she's pretty solid. Like she has the good stuff from the assassin version, who's a pretty okay sub DPS semi support. And her MP is really good. Like if it's anti man, it also automatically triggers her 30% anti undead, and the 30% anti undead is for the entire team as well. So
Yeah.
like you wouldn't actually like whiff the undead trait thing. So I also like that part a lot, which is like you don't really feel like that part is wasted, even if you're not using a specific anti-undead servant. So I really like her. I think she's extremely solid. She's extremely solid.
I think I would honestly place her right next to Daikok then.
Yeah, that's
They're
fair.
both really solid AoE casters. Definitely the best of the 4 stars. And honestly, kind of compared to some of the 5 stars as well. Like, actually legit.
Yeah. And for certain servants, she's just like almost tailor-made for them, right? So it's really good.
I guess now we have already placed all the 3 new servants since last year's tier list. So there's like no new caster 5 stars since then. But you know what? We still got, 12? Or is it 14? I think it's 14, I can't count. Yeah, that's a lot of SSR casters, so it is time, I suppose.
Controversial.
This is the part where everyone skips to. No one ever listens to anything before, right? Anyway. If you do, though, you're a trooper. Whoever's listening. Alright, let's go back to day 1. Luckily, he doesn't have his JP day 1 kit, though. Because that would be terrible. We're gonna talk about Mr. Zuga, aka Waver. Yes, indeed. He's still in the game. How about that? So what is he? He's a generic support who also works with a bit of crits and a bit of stall. He kind of does a lot of the things. Yeah, I'm also very familiar with this guy, huh? So, SSR-wise, 14.2k HP is on a little bit above average. I wish it could be a bit higher. Maybe it reduces attack to like 9k or something. But you know what? Day 1 design, so I guess they didn't want to cripple them too badly for attack. In my opinion, they should, though, for supports. So he has the standard caster deck with, you know, good old launch numbers, so the hit counts are terrible. Now, his MP gain is still very high, so even if he has one-hitter arches, he can still get his MP, like, decently fine. So even if these are absolutely trash numbers, his MP gain is still so high, so it kind of makes up for that a little bit. Now, the skills then. Targeted 30% battery and 50% crit damage for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. What do you know? It's still good to this day. Shocking, isn't it? Is good. Then he has the best version of this skill. We saw another version of it earlier in Chenggang, so he gives 30% defense up for the full party for 3 turns. And 500 damage cut for 3 turns with a 10% flat battery. This sort of 6-turn cooldown is just a very solid defensive skill. That's a lot of mitigation for sure. And then the third skill, you get 30% attack for the party for 3 turns. And then, okay, the 500 flat damage can be basically ignored. It's a meme. And also another 10% party battery. So it does 20 on AoE and 30 on single targets. So you can still charge up at 50. Very, very cool and useful. So his skills are old, but man, they are still very nice. 10% arts up. Very cool. Debuff success rate up. I don't think it's really... because I think the only thing that can whiff on him is the curse. And no one really cares about that, right? So that's kind of whatever. So it's a lore thing mostly. Anti-caster, I guess, again, you can run him anywhere as a support, so sometimes he can help you tickle them a bit more. Oh, the stun! You're right, yeah, obviously. That's a good thing. Alright, then the MP. So it's a guaranteed tick down on all the enemies. Very cool for sub-delay. Oh, I guess the curse also had the 150%, like the defense down. Okay, so you are pretty much guaranteed to land the curse as well for 6 turns, which is like whatever. Is not a big deal. On MP1, you get a nice 30% defense down for 3 turns, though, with basically guaranteed chances to land it. And then on OC, you have a base 50% chance to stun per individual calculation on the enemy. Sometimes good, sometimes a bit underwhelming. Like, if you use this on, like, full HP, you don't get the drain, you might miss the stuns. So, it's not always gonna be, like, very good. When you land everything, it's actually pretty good. But when you don't, then it's kinda whatever. Yeah, I guess we are gonna start the discussion from waiver then. What do you think about waiver in 2023?
As much as I like to like joke about, oh my god, waivers. Oh, you still using waiver?
Mm-hmm.
He's still good. Like he's still really good. Like being able to charge the entire team for 20 and single target for 30 enables a lot of stuff. 50 MP charge is good. He also has relatively high numbers for 50 MP chargers if we're talking about neutral. Only losing to Reynes, I think. And I think he's still solid. It's just like he's definitely not the must roll that he used to be. I mean, a lot of people will probably still pick him with the ticket, right?
Yeah, he's gonna be like, if I had to guess, he's still probably gonna be the most picked from the free SSR option.
I mean, yeah, but like he's like, people are probably not like immediately gonna go for him anymore. I feel like some people maybe would rather like future proof pick Artoria or something. So like he's definitely not what he used to be, but he's still good. Like,
there is an argument that better. Like his main 50% gauge competitions, just from that standpoint, they're all like limited basically. So there's a bit of an argument, but at the same time, I feel like if you have like one or two of those, you're probably not going to use him too much. I still like to use him personally, mostly because I kind of like the gameplay, not because he's like amazing necessarily. Like, he's very good, of course, very good. But like, there's nowadays, like, as years go by and we get some more options every year, it feels like, he does become a bit more irrelevant. Never to the point that he would be unusable or like completely irrelevant.
Yeah, because
he's like ever so slowly going down the graph. Definitely. Very slowly.
Compared to some of his other competitions, definitely. Like, Reynes is looking so much better than him right now.
Yeah, I do agree. And I mean, I might be biased, but I agree definitely. I think I'm gonna slide him into A+. Like, it really says a lot, though.
Yeah.
Since day one, we are now entering year, 8? We're in year, it's gonna be year 8 soon. He's gone from EX to A+ in that many years, right? Like, it's kind of crazy. So he's still very relevant. Yeah.
Alright, just give him a break, bro.
Like, and if honestly, I should mention this, if you are on a brand new account and you pick him, obviously he's EX. You're going to bring him in every single team, no matter what. He's going to be there always. But if you have a little bit of an established account with some good stuff already, he's still good, but he's maybe not like in every single team ever. So, there you go. Good servant, though. All memes aside. Okay, captions, you clearly do not know my criteria, so shut the fuck up. Jeez, I'm not actually triggered. I just wanted to do that. So yeah, we don't compare lower stars to higher stars, dude. Okay, you're good, dude. But if you're really gonna bitch about it, at least do me a favor and watch my criteria video.
Bruh. Alright.
Because I'm sure, I mean, you're like every YouTube commenter ever. You're like simulating them. Thanks. Anyway, let's talk about the bubble. Another fairly cool servant. Very old, like release-wise, but hey, not trash. So we got an art support. That's what she is. Who also can do stall, I suppose. 14.2k HP is pretty good. It's around waiver numbers again for an SSR. Could be higher, but you know, it's not trash. Still very survivable. Got the standard caster deck with some very nice hit counts on the arts cards. That's why an art C for her is actually not a terrible idea, because those hit counts are nice. Okay, skills, let's talk about them. Single target guaranteed drain, very cool for the stall. And then party, 30% MP damage for 3 turns. This is actually very good on a 5-turn cooldown, considering she also has cooldown reduction. Like, it's actually a very nice skill, despite it looking basic. Good stall, good damage for the team. I think the only reason the MP damage isn't targeted because you already have to target an enemy, right? So it's a bit awkward. That's why they made it AoE. But you know what? Still good. Second skill is her Morb. This is usually the skill that people don't max, but it's not terrible, honestly. It's not the best type of Morb, honestly. They could be better, but yeah, you get 30% defense for 3 turns, and then the turn you activate it, another plus 30. So activation turn, 60% defense. You're basically good. You can maybe, even against like assassins, you could maybe even tank an MP, depending. If it's an AoE, I think you can. So it can actually be very solid. And she has heals as well, so she can maybe bounce back. So the 5-turn cooldown is still fine for a defensive skill. It's not obviously not great, but it's fine. And then the third skill, which has been buffed as well. So you get 50% art stuff for one team member for 3 turns, and then heal them for 2.5k. On a 5-turn cooldown, yeah, it's still good. A very, very, very good skill. In some cases, it's better than Castoria's because hers is on a 6-turn cooldown, right? So it depends. This could be better than Castoria's. So you never know. It's obviously a really good skill. So I like her kit still to this day. They could buff the Morb, I guess, but I still like the kit. Alright, 6% permanent arts, not too bad, with the really nice 5-hitter arts on her normal deck. Divinity is like whatever. Anti-moon cancer. So like with all these supports, all of these can be relevant, but it really doesn't really change the outcome of the fight ever. It's usually DPSs that really benefit from these. Now, the MP has been buffed as well. Sadly, it's not a good buff though, but it's not like it needed a big buff anyway. So on MP1, you get a AoE 2k heal, full AoE cooldown reduction by 1, including herself, and then base OC is a 25% refund as well, which scales really well actually. You get always a lot more, refunded the more you delay her MP in the chain. Now, there is some awkward stuff, obviously, because both her and Castor obviously love OC, and usually they're a pretty good match too, right? But, yeah, I would say in most cases you might go for Castoria OC over her OC, but sometimes maybe you would go for her as well. So, while the MP is basic, it's still very unique that you have an AoE's cooldown reduction on MP is still only on her, as far as I know. So basic, yes, but still, no one else does that, you know? So that's kind of cool. What do you think about Tammy?
I might be biased, even though I am.
Are you on camp overrated or underrated?
I definitely think she's a bit underrated. Well, she definitely has her problems. So she's still one of the highest like damage boosters for arts. The skill 1 plus the skill 3 is a lot. Yeah. There are certainly servants that benefit more from the cooldown reduction than others. So like she might not outcompete someone like Lady Avalon in the standard like arts sort of slower arts team. But there are, like, once again, there are some servants that just very heavily benefit because their skills are so good. So they heavily benefit from the skill cooldown reduction instead of Lady Avalon, which is just generally good with like equal with any servant. But yeah, so I think she's definitely still solid. There's also one thing that people like to mention, but I kind of don't want to count, which is how she just wipes the floor with the Koyan boss fights, like both of them. She just kind of destroys both of them.
Yeah, I guess.
But that is
it's a pretty specific, yeah, but okay.
Yeah, it's like once it's literally just once, so you can just borrow one. But I still think she's like valuable. Like the cooldown reduction, I don't know what to say. Like the cooldown reduction, some people think it's underwhelming, some people think it's really good, and I think both are valid because it really depends on who you use it with. It's just she's slow. Like her only problem is just she's slow. Like even Lady Avalon, she has such a big self battery depending on the enemy count, right? With the invul, so she can like instantly.
I feel like they have like two choices that they could make her like really like modern, amazing. Buff the second skill with either a self battery of sorts, or make it targeted with like an invul, similar to like Rhinus's third skill. Because she doesn't have like crazy good defense for the team. She kind of only heals the team and delays the enemy MP. So one of those things could really just bounce her back to top tier. Yeah, I think as it pains me because I do love Tammy as well. I think I think both Waver and her are gonna go down to A+.
Yeah,
I had them both on EX last year.
I think A plus is definitely fair. Like some people might want to put her in A. I think she's
She's almost top tier. Just give her like a more buff, some cool effect that kind of helps with her weaknesses, either more defense or a battery. Then she could honestly be back to EX.
Yeah, I think she's still just like sometimes you would still use her over like a second Castoria or Lady Avalon, right? So I think that fact alone makes her at least A plus because she's still like really good. She's just slow. She's just too slow. Like unfortunate.
Especially because her best Cs are also like Prisma Cosmos and whatnot, which is also slow.
Yeah,
once it gets going, it gets going. But yeah, the slow
I rarely use Prisma Cosmos anymore. I usually still use.
I guess for Minturn, obviously, you would never use that.
I mean, even in I don't really do like fully stall teams. And even if I do like a full art stall team, I have Rhaenys, so Rhaenys MP game is just stupid anyways. But like even for like semi-slow teams, I usually use like Demonic Bodhisattva at this point because I feel like Prisma Cosmos is so slow.
Yeah, it can be too slow. Yeah, I just love the greed though.
Yeah, it's very good when you get the thing going. That's definitely.
All right, now we can take a chill from some of the mainstream supports and talk about arguably the best single target caster in the game. We're gonna talk about Sanzang next. So single target buster DPS, 11.6k attack is actually around average for an SSR, even factoring in the caster mod. So not too bad, honestly. And among casters, is definitely standout. So very good. He has the standard caster deck still. It's not one-hitter art, so at least she can get some gain still. It's not like the worst deck of all the decks. Not too bad. First skill, we have an 80% battery with 20% MP damage for 1 turn. It's on a 7-turn cooldown. I'm okay with the battery. I do wish the MP damage was 3 turns, though, because it's a 7-turn cooldown. I don't think this really makes sense to be a 20% on 1 turn with a 7-turn down.
It's not even that big either. Yeah.
Like, it's not... It's an okay skill. It enables easier black rails as well and whatnot, and easier back-to-back-to-back MPs, etc., but this should be like 3 turns for the... because the downtime is atrocious. But yeah, it is what it is. Second skill, though, has actually seen an improvement, so it's now basically a free charisma as well. And they reduced the cooldown to 5, so you get 20% attack for 3 turns. You get a self-taunt for 1 turn, and a 1500 damage cut for self for 1 turn. Now, unless the enemy crits or hits you with an MP, you're not really going to get hit very hard with this active, so actually a good way to kill a turn, and also give her more gains for the MP. And now also less cooldown and more attack for the full party. It's a pretty okay skill. I like it. And third skill, actually fairly underrated. It's a party 30% MP generation up 3 turns, party Stargen 30% 3 turns, and 1 turn debuff immune. On a 5-turn cooldown. Like, you'd think it would maybe be like a 6-turn cooldown or something, but no, it's a 5-turn cooldown. Actually a pretty good skill. I do wish the debuff immune was like maybe 1 time 3 turns instead of 1 turn. But, you know, still good stuff. The Stargen maybe not the best. But you can easily use this skill. You can just pop it. I mean, even if you get a little bit less value of the debuff immune if you're not timing it well, and obviously sometimes RNG will come into play as well, but I still like this skill. I think it's fine. Overall, her kit is not like super modern SSR standards, but I don't think it's trash either. It's fine. 11% arts up. Makes sense with the triple arts deck. Divinity D, no thanks. Anti-Berserker Append is very lovely. And MP has been buffed. Now, this is the reason why I think she might be the best single target caster. Only because she has this MP buff. Because there is another one we're going to talk about a little bit later. That is definitely in the conversation as well. But having this MP buff is actually nice. So, but sadly it's a shitty buff though. But at least it gives more damage. So she ignores defense on the MP. Very cool. Always nice to have. And then the OC, actually very cool. It's only 1 turn, but it's a minus 80% crit chance for the target. So they will definitely never crit if that lands on that turn. Actually can be very cool. And looking at the actual sheet, she does okay. I mean, not that there's a ton of competition, but even like the numbers themselves are not terrible or anything. by any means. And I guess with Koyan, you can probably stack the attack buff from the second skill as well for a bit more damage. What do you think of Sanzang?
I mean, I feel like she, at least she has an upgraded MP. That's the first thing I would say. And I think she's definitely still solid, just because like big charge is never bad. But I also think we're kind of in the age of charge overflow. Because a lot of times like 80 is a bit much. I mean, it's still a lot of flexibility if you want to just slot her into like let's say a 90 plus plus, and she just clears one wave and you don't have to give her anything. She just sort of does it herself, especially with the append skill. She literally doesn't need anything. It's basically a one-shot charge, right? So I think that's still valuable. She kind of feels like still like Cersei to me. Obviously, she does a lot better damage, but she's also,
I would say she's a 5-star Cersei, just flat out an upgrade.
Yeah,
it's kind of very comparable.
Her self steroids are a little bit too small, in my opinion.
She could use more damage in her kit, yeah.
Definitely. I used to kind of like the debuff immune and the taunt combo, but I mean it's a whole team. I guess it doesn't matter. I don't know. It's yeah. I mean, I'm actually surprised because I see somebody asked, I've never min-turned with Sansa. I don't have her in JP.
Again, it's surprising. You mentioned that earlier,
yeah, but I don't have her in JP. And of course, I'm actually surprised because I already see chat spamming in the other caster. But like I thought she was very underrated. But anyways, but like I think Sansa's still solid. Like she hasn't fallen off.
She's just kind of maintaining her role.
Yeah, she's just not like back in the day. She's just like without question the best. Best, right?
I mean, back then we had like Ilya and her, and that's it.
Yeah, right now she's facing some competition, but I think she's still solid.
I'm thinking one of the A's for sure. I can't decide on which one though. Which one would you think?
I don't think she's as okay. I guess we can't compare DPS and support, but just because I don't want too much. I think we'll end up with too many stuff in A+. I would be a little bit cruel and put her in A, but that's really debatable. I suppose. I think she's I would put her in A if you or if you were to ask me to decide A+ or A.
I honestly could see both.
Yeah.
I might go with A for now, and then we'll check later again once the initial placements are done, because there's still competition to be placed.
Yeah.
Let's go for that for now, and then we'll maybe return to that.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the first anniversary servant, the Davichi caster. I will be the first person to say that people underrate her. Obviously, she kind of sucks at farming because of the one-hitter MP, but I think she can push out some good numbers for otherwise, like boss content. So she's an AoE arts caster. Granted, her attack is still not super high at 10.5k. It's definitely way below average for SSRs. If anything, that and the one-hit MP are the weakest parts about her. But I think otherwise, she has some good stuff going. So she's got this standard caster deck as well with triples on the arts. Very cool. Her gains are actually fairly good. She has a 1-time 3-turn guts and a 5-turn cooldown with 3k revive. Pretty good. 85% chance to get 30% MP damage for 1 turn and 30% defense for 3 turns. Now I wish this had the same treatment as Tesla did. It would be really nice to see. But as is, her version is just not as good. It's missing the attack up, and she also doesn't have a way to guarantee the buffs either. But it's not like... Let's say you only land one of those things. I still think it's okay. It's an okay skill. If you land both, it's pretty good. Actually, especially the defense up, because it's 3 turns. So at that point, it's actually pretty good. So it's not a bad skill by any means, but it's not Tesla level. Now the second skill, this is really good now, after the buff. So you get a 2-turn debuff immune. Great for self. You get 1k healing every turn for 3 turns for self. Cool. 10% MP gauge every turn for 3 turns. And AoE party 20% arts for 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown. That's a lot of stuff you just want to have. It's just very solid right here. I really like this skill. Cool. Helps with your supports as well. Then we get her battery, same as Drake, I believe. I think it's identical. Same with Tesla, right? Yeah. 6-turn cooldown, 50% battery, 3 turns of Invul Pierce, and 10 stars. So half the time she's gonna have Invul Pierce as well, which is actually not too bad. Still a very relevant skill. So overall, she actually does have quite a bit of stuff in her kit. I think it's like Tesla, but worse. But Tesla still has a really good kit, so it's not really unfair. But yeah, there's a lot of good stuff. 10% permanent arts up, how nice. 10% debuff success rate. I guess it helps a little bit with the MP. Alter ego append bonus, yeah, forget about it. MP has also been buffed, which helps with her, damage numbers. So she also gets the ignore defense on the MP. So with the third skill active, she ignores defense and invul, which is nice. Also gets a 30% crit chance down for 3 turns on AoE, not 20, which is the usual standard. She gets 30. And then she gets 30% MP damage for 1 turn before damage, which again, on the higher end, usually is like 20, or sometimes we even saw 10 today. So FX-wise, like, the only thing that is wrong with the MP is the one hit. FX-wise is actually completely fine. Pretty good. Yeah. I think Da Vinci is legit. Again, farming sadly cannot really be done. But as for DPSing, I think she is often overlooked. How do you feel about Da Vinci?
I think the two sort of comparison you drew was very, very apt with Drake and Tesla. She definitely feels like Tesla without the anti-sky and earth mod, so like her damage might suffer a little bit, but she does have an upgraded MP, and the MP damage is pretty high. I really like the debuff immunity. I always like those for a challenge quest.
Yeah.
But I think if she had like a power mod on her MP, like an anti-trait on her MP, she'd just be really solid already, because Pioneer of the Stars is always good, and she's very much structured like Tesla, or rather Tesla's structure like her. Wait, who came out? I don't remember. I think she came out first, right?
No, Tesla was first because he was with London.
Oh, Tesla was all right. Never mind. So yeah, like she's very much structured just like Tesla, but she's like missing the buffs that Tesla got. Kind
like he got the full treatment. She is still like underway, kinda.
Yeah, that's the feel she gives me, which I do think that with a couple of buffs, she will be very good for, at least for high difficulty content. I guess Tesla also has the edge of being like,
he can buster farm as well.
Yeah, ironically more suited for farming because of the buster, but I think both these servants are definitely more geared towards like challenge quests, or maybe multi-damage dealer farming, where you just pop their MP. You don't expect them to loop anyway, so the hit count doesn't matter. So yeah, I think she's like one good buff away from being just super good.
I gave her an A+ last year, but I think I'm going to slide her down to A, but I still do think she is underrated, because I never really see anyone use her or talk about her. I have used her myself, and I know she's good.
Yeah. Her rider form definitely took a lot of this.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you only see talk about the rider because, one, she's a great farmer. So, yeah, that's...
Yeah, and two, she's a
and she doesn't have a one-hit MP, I guess. That helps. Yeah.
And say anything sus. Anyways.
Alright, so we're gonna talk about Ilya next. Oh god. Okay, single target the Buster DPS, always compared to Sanzang. They used to be like, I mean, they kind of still are very similar in many ways. Even similar attack, right? Yeah, pretty much. So attack still not super high, but comparable to the peers, I guess. She also has the standard caster deck. I think she because she has a buster up as well. She should have had a double buster deck, but whatever. It is what it is. Her gains are, from what I remember, a bit worse than Sanzang's. I could be wrong here. I never really use Ilya. I'm gonna be real with you. Okay, she has a mana burst. Yay. It has a different name. It's a mana burst. It's the same thing, dude. What does she have 2 voice actors? It's because Ruby is voiced by a different person, the Kaleido stick. Anyway. So it's not a great skill, needless to say. I definitely prefer Sanzang's first skill with the massive battery. So, yeah. Second skill has been buffed, yay, actually a very significant buff. So she gets a 1-turn invo and 6-turn cooldown, so that's pretty standard. Then you get the 28% MP gen for 3 turns. Can help. And then the big 50% battery. Thank God, she really needed this, okay? Her gains were not up to par with no batteries in mind. So yeah, this actually does help a lot. It can be awkward sometimes, obviously, again, because it's, her main defensive skill. But yeah, sometimes you might just have to say fuck it and just get the gauge anyway. So maybe not the most, easy to use skill, but a good buff. Alright, she gets a 70% chance to give one ally a 1-time guts for 3 turns with 1k HP revive. Oh yay. And also a 70% chance to give them debuff immune for 1 time, no duration. And always heals them for 3k on max rank, 6-turn cooldown. If you land everything, it's just fine. It's not even amazing, which you might expect from landing all the chance-based stuff. Like, if compare this to like Shitonai's 3rd skill, it's so much better. That Shitonai's skill, that is, than this. Like, this feels way less impactful. This should be like a 5-turn cooldown. Yeah. And maybe add 1 more effect. It's just, yikes, I don't know. Yeah, and there's no reason this has RNG. I just don't get it. The only good skill she has is the 2nd one after the buff. Everything else is like kind of stinky. 70% magic rest, not too shabby, and also gets the 3% gauge per turn because the Prilia stuff. Pretty okay, can be helpful. Archer damage, kinda irrelevant for the append, and the MP has also been buffed. It's a pretty okay buff actually. So 1 turn, 20% buster up before damage, cool, on the OC base. And then we get a bunch of normal effects. 20% MP generation for 3 turns. Before damage, not that it matters from that case. Also 20% star generation for 3 turns before damage. Now that does matter a little bit. It can help give you 1 or 2 more stars. And then we have demerits. So you can't really resist these. You can remove them though. But 10% attack and defense down for 3 turns on self after damage. It can be a bit annoying sometimes to have these. It's not a huge deal, but especially if you start spamming the MP, which kind of is hard to begin with, it can be kind of annoying. But yeah, this MP, I think the one thing Ilya is known for, that MP actually does hit fairly hard, right? It does. Although this sheet doesn't really reflect it, I guess. It even gives the edge to Sanzang. I understand why, though. But yeah, I've never just been a huge Ilya fan, dude. What do you think of her?
I'm actually curious about that looping chart, because I was can Sanzang loop with plug Oberon?
I think she could, right?
Because Ilya can. I'm not sure if Sanzang can't, right? Because the battery's 7-turn.
Oh yeah,
So
maybe.
I guess that's one edge. I found like 1 edge.
Yeah, but that's like this sheet doesn't. That's why it doesn't use Oberon here, because it's like it's supposed to be like a more realistic scenario. Like instead of like brute forcing a back-to-back MP for turn purposes, this is like again, you could also check this later, but there's like a whole bunch of explanations here. I think this is actually a very good like way to display this stuff. Instead, the other list I used was literally just brute forcing stuff, which again, you won't do it on Oberon unless you know you're gonna win. So there's no point, right?
I mean, Ilya can also do no Oberon, but then Sanzang can also do no Oberon. But
and Sanzang definitely outbeats her in damage as well, in that sense. And I like her utility more than Ilya as well, I'm not gonna lie.
I guess Ilya's better at solo because she has Invul. I don't know. I don't have her either. I didn't roll on any of the Ilya banners. That's why I don't have Miyu nor this thing.
Yeah. So Sanzang is an A. I feel like I could plop Ilya down to B. It might be a bit savage though, okay? It might look a bit savage, but I do think I'd prefer a full tier.
I didn't expect that.
I think Sanzang might be a full tier higher, honestly.
Okay.
Even with the battery buff, honestly.
I don't have Ilya in any server. I've never used this character, so I have no idea.
It does look brutal, but I kind of like it, honestly. I kind of like this placement.
Seems like nobody likes the child anyway, so I guess that's fine. Look at chat. Oh god. All right.
I guess the other argument could be that Sansa could be A plus and then she can move into B plus maybe.
Nah,
Should I
think
put
she's good.
Sansa into A plus? I guess again we should go back to that later. Again, I said we still have
true.
we still have more competition to place. Okay,
True.
so let's talk about the single target caster dilemma when we have done the initial placements. Okay,
Yeah.
leave it all there for now. Okay,
All right.
it could stay like this as well, by the way, but we'll do some discussion. Anyway, now it is time to talk about Mr. Merlin. Okay. So he's your friendly neighborhood Buster support, and honestly, he's very good even outside of Buster supporting. That's no secret. His MP is really kind of stupid, and just all around a great support to this day. It's 14.2k attack again. No surprises. Pretty much the same as like Tamamo and Waver. So it could be higher. Excuse me, but it's not bad either. Pretty good, pretty survivable. Standard caster deck with he has double hero on arts, but if you've ever used him, gain is definitely not an issue, especially once his MPs get going. First skill is the 20% AoE battery with the 20% AoE attack up as well. This is on a 5-turn cooldown, so it's actually really nice. Oh, did I say 14.2k attack? Oh, I meant HP. Okay, my brain is a bit fried after like over 4 hours of doing this. But yeah, this skill is still very good to this day because it's a 5-turn cooldown. It stands above most, like basically all other 20% batteries. Anyway, then his big survival skill, you give the party 1 turn of AoE invul for 1 turn. Also 50% star gen for 1 turn, and enemy crit chance down 20% for 3 turns, which is cool. It is a very hefty 7-turn cooldown, but a lot of the times it's fine, honestly. It's not really a huge issue. So still to this day a fairly pretty, like it's a staple in like defensive skills, I suppose. Third skill, we get a 50% buster up for 3 turns on anyone. Also gives them 3k max HP for 3 turns and 100% crit damage for 1 turn. 6-turn cooldown. I mean, it's again another staple in terms of buster crits, for sure. Good old cock creation. Still works to this day. So yeah, I think his skills are still like kind of up to par. I think some people might have different opinions about his skills, but I don't really see a problem with his skills. I think they're good. All of them. 6% permanent arts up, very nice. 6% debuff success rate. I guess it does matter for the illusion, so it can help a little bit. Sure, and you do kind of want to land the crit chance down. Because he doesn't really have proper defense in his kit besides this. So if you get crit, it's gonna hurt. And that helps with that. He gets 5% MP gauge per turn, because, that's fun and balanced. He's like, he has the Prelia passive, but better. Anti-Berserker Append, sure, for your Merlin DPS enthusiasts out there. And then the MP. So on MP1, what do you get? 1k healing per turn for 5 turns. And then always 5% MP gauge for the full party. Every turn for 5 turns, and 5 stars per turn every turn for 5 turns on the OC base. So yeah, it's like, a super basic when it comes to the effects, but man, it's considering they're all 5-turn effects, and it kind of helps it self-loop as well. So with this, only 1 MP in his passive, he already gets 10% gauge every single turn, and that's like the barest of the minimums. And I guess it's worth mentioning his Bonsi as well. Party 10% buster up and 50% crit damage. Very much viable, depending on your needs or, available CEs. I would say he's still top tier. What do you think?
I think he's still okay. I'm gonna straight up say it. I think he's still better than Tomo and Waver. Just at like.
I agree.
Like, yeah, people are saying, he's a little bit. My only complaint to the character is literally the crit up being only 1 turn. Like that is my literally.
Considering it's a 6-turn cooldown for crits, he's still not the best, honestly. Ironically, even though he's known for that. For pure crit damage, he's actually fairly like meh.
Yeah, but like it's like the MP value is just unmatched. And the second argument I see people bring up is of course Lady Avalon, because of course they're the same, like kind of the same
I mean, they're
diverse version.
super similar.
Yeah, but Lady Avalon's buffs actually last only 3 turns instead of 5 compared to like on MP, right? So
Yeah.
I personally do prefer Lady Avalon if we're not considering card types, because she is faster. But like I think like when a year, what year servant is she? Year 7. When a year 7 servant is like, it's just a
Yeah, Merlin
side
is year
grade.
2.
Like they're basically side grades in my opinion. So I think he still has to be
Yeah.
EX. Like he
Now,
can't use a
somewhat
buff.
okay.
But yeah.
Here's an interesting thing. I personally see him as EX tier, which I'm gonna do right now. But some of my viewers, include mainly Rib and Jord, who are like the most vocal gameplay guys ever, they both insist that he should be EX plus because they say he's as good as Castor when it comes to CQs.
Okay, so
Yeah, I mean, I can maybe see the argument, but I don't think I can do it myself, dude. I don't think I can.
I actually disagree, because I think there are substitutes you can use for Merlin. There are no substitutes you can use for
That is
Castoria.
true. That is very
Like,
true. I mean, he's still
and
absolutely amazing for CQs, but there you can't replace AoE special invul. No one does that.
yeah, like and it's like on a repeatable MP. We'll get into that later, I guess, of how stupid that character is. But I think Merlin, like, and he still provides like one of the highest bursts. Like sometimes like the funny Oberon like debuff chance down. Like sometimes when I'm doing min turns, if the last wave really needs a lot of damage, I still have to use him with Oberon and have to eat that RNG.
Yeah.
So like I do think in like burst, or like just burst damage in general, he kind of is not the king anymore because of his smaller amount of charge and all that. But I think his position in slower play is just still kind of irreplaceable. Like,
I mean,
yeah,
he's still top tier. Like
yeah.
regardless, he might not be. I might not put him like next to Castoria, but you know, he's still amazing. All these years later.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna take a small break to talk about some AoE casters now. First off, we have Scheherazade. Okay, so AoE arts caster, arguably actually the best of the SSRs, right? At least in terms of looping numbers. Interestingly enough, despite her attack, I believe, being the lowest. Yeah, there's your FA. Got damage yet? So yeah, the attack is definitely very low. But she does have some stuff in her kit to kind of make up for it, I suppose. I think she gets way too much hate, though. It's like it's Fion all over again. Like, both when they released, they were not amazing. And there weren't the tools either that they both needed to become like what they truly aspire. But some people carried their hate even to this day because they had those like memories of them. I think both of them look way better nowadays in terms of gameplay. Anyway, nice standard caster deck. Works for her very well. Even outside of Farbig, it's good for DPS. Her skill has been buffed. What do we get now? So 100% chance to drain one enemy. Good. Self 30% arts up. It's only for 1 turn, but it's cool. And then also a 30% battery. This sort of 6-turn cooldown. It's okay. It's not amazing. It's fine. Second skill. Chance to charm all male enemies for 1 turn. 60% of max rank. It's a bit but hey, 40% defense for 2 turns. That's pretty fat. Now it is only like up 1/3 of the time, so it could be better on the uptime. But yeah, if you're not fighting males, it's like whatever. It's not that great. And even when you're fighting males, you can still whiff the charm, sadly. Okay, third skill also has seen a buff. So self guts 1 time 5 turns on a 6-turn cooldown is actually very good for guts uptime. Then the party, except for herself, gets a 1 time 2-turn guts with 500 revive. She herself can revive with up to 3k. And then against the king enemy, they get minus 50% attack for 1 turn. Well, considering her niche is also that, I don't really mind it that they doubled down on it. It's not an amazing niche, I'll tell you that much, but I'm kind of glad they stuck up with it anyway. So this can be like this skill alone can kind of replace Iris Feel in some cases, which is kind of sad for her, but yeah, so be it. 11.5% permanent arts up is really good. Like, almost the max amount you can have there. Anti-Berserker append. Very nice. And the MP has been buffed as well. Very nice. So 20% MP damage for 1 turn before damage. Cool. Also, basically guaranteed chance to reduce enemy debuff rest by 50% for 1 time, 3 turns. Now, you can actually combo this with her charm. A lot of people don't know that. But basically, debuff rest down is basically charmed success rate up as well, in reverse when you think about it. So if you do this first, against males, you have a base 110% chance to charm them. How about that? Now, the OC actually has a much higher scaling than normal, because usually it's 150 to 200. Now it's 200 to 300, so if you are fighting kings, you will definitely kind of take a dump on them. But if you're not, you can still do like decent damage for sure, but not like amazing. You mean assassin, Jord? Instead of caster? Anyway. Numbers. So yeah, honestly, if you look at the chart, she actually kind of does better than the other casters, minus Sieg, who has a free MP5, but yeah, everyone else at MP1, he actually has the best numbers of. How about that? Not that she's like the most best arch looper ever, but you know, among casters, she does pretty well. What do you think about her?
I mean, Fion's a pretty good parallel, I guess. Like as you said, I think anti-king is a little bit okay. I might be like severely wrong here, but anti-king might be a little bit too niche for it to like constantly happen.
Well, supposedly there's a lot of Zergs, at least, and her append is there too.
True. I think the Berserker append might help if you're able to afford the unlock for the coins. She doesn't have anything like too remarkable outside of arts looping. I don't think the survival skill is it is Iris Field, but it's like 2 turns, and I wouldn't really
rely on the third skill too much for survival.
Yeah, I feel like she's just an arts looper. Like that's all. Like even if you use her in a challenge quest, she's just going to keep looping her MP and trying to do as much damage as possible, which definitely there's no problem with that. Like a lot of servants just do that. But yeah, I don't know.
People in the chat are saying it's either 14 or 15 kings that she has attack advantage against. That's actually pretty good.
That's pretty good. Because the increased scaling would make it... the increased scaling, I still don't think it's worth bringing her over a single target. But if it's like 1 king that summons minions, which I guess that makes sense thematically, like a king servant that summons like little things you have to kill as well, that's pretty good. Like I don't know. She's okay.
I think she should be at least an A, honestly.
Yeah, she's just a solid arts looper that occasionally has really good niche. I think, yeah.
We should probably play some of these others first as well, and then we can maybe shift again, because there are some that, 2 more in her comparisons here. Anyway, now we're gonna go back to Subber 2. Let's talk about Umu Caster. Okay. AoE Buster DPS, and I suppose she can farm too. Sure, yeah, why not? 10.8k attack, I guess so far is the highest of the AoE casters, right? I think. While it's not still high, it's, I guess, worth mentioning that. She's got the double Buster, double arts deck, which I really like. Also, her arts are insane. Those 6 her arches refund like crazy. They can generate so much MP. I've seen it happen. Very cool. Now she has a 50% battery, and if her HP is less than 50%, she gets 50% MP gen as well for 3 turns. There's a 6-turn cooldown. Now this actually doesn't mention how it works, but she actually always gets the MP gain buff. It does like a check. It's not a snapshot, so it checks every turn your HP. So even if when you use this, let's say turn 1 and your max HP, you're going to get a buff still, but it's not active. It's going to be like a gray outline of it. But if you actually drop, let's say you get crit like 3 times from one enemy, if you're unlucky, you drop below half HP, then in turn 2, you suddenly have 50% MP gain. So it's actually cool. It's actually better that it does like that. Because, you have more chances to have it active. It's not mentioned here, but that's how that works. Pretty okay skill. Standard, but okay. Okay, this is good. We get the self-attack and defense up 30%. 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. If that is the only thing, this would already be pretty good. But then you also ignore own class defense disadvantage. So that means against Riders, Zergs, and Alter Ego, you take neutral damage. Now for Alter Ego, I would just immediately scrap that, and with Rider as well, kinda, because why would you bring her there anyway? But against Berserkers, hey, that's pretty good. That's nice. Let's check at the start of the turn. Yes, this does a check. Third skill, it's a targeted guts for 1 time 3 turns with 1 HP revival. It's on a 7-turn cooldown, so it's big, but it comes with a 50% attack after 3 turns. That's big. A targeted 50% attack buff. That's actually very impressive. So while the cooldown is big, it's a big buff, it's for sure. So she herself, from her own stuff, can have 80% attack already. Whoa. 8% quick up, kinda irrelevant, mostly. 11% arts up is, again, making these already good arts cards even better. And then, I guess she gets 10% healing up. This is really, she herself doesn't do any healing, but I guess if you're running certain supports, like Merlin, for instance, then you can benefit from this. Anti-ruler pend, I would just ignore. MP does ignore invul before damage, very cool. So it's not, and obviously it's a 1-turn buff, so that means your face cards will also do it afterwards. And then you get 20% MP damage for 1 turn before damage on the OC base. Decent scaling, I suppose. Now, looping damage number wise, she is not super impressive. You can make her peak really hard on wave 3 if you run the full double Vich Oberon. But, you could maybe do better on wave 1 and 2. It's not bad, though. Like, still respectable numbers, I would say, considering, again, this is refund, independent. That's always the advantage with Buster and whatnot. What do you think of Castarumu?
I remember her being so good back in the day. With like really good face cards. She can solo a lot of stuff, surprisingly. Good survival. Her skill 3 uptime is like cooldown's a bit long, but like it's a guts and it's a really good attack up.
Yeah.
And the MPS Invul Pierce always like that. I think she's just missing damage. Like, of course, that's a problem with a lot of the summer servants because they don't get buffed. So she's like, I still like her a lot, but
I think she's just a good, solid DPS. She's not like broken, but she's just good. She feels good to use as well.
I think if you farm with her, maybe you'll be a little bit disappointed because she doesn't have anti-trade. She doesn't have.
Yeah, I like her way more on bosses, honestly.
Yeah, but if you use her against a boss, the Invul Pierce MP, the second skill is really good survival.
Yeah, it's good uptime too.
Yeah, really good uptime. If you're like against mixed nodes, sometimes it can even benefit the other two that usually is written.
Yeah, like assassins and Zergs would be really good on her.
Yeah, so like I think she's still solid, but it's just the typical summer servant syndrome, especially early summer servants, where they just like is lacking like one critical buff to sort of bring them up to today's standards. So yeah, I
think I might plop her into A as well. Go with that for now. We'll have a lot of discussion with like AoE and single target DPS. I feel like supports we can kind of lock in, but some of these AoE and single targets we're probably gonna have some discussion after the initial placements. Okay, I guess now is a fun moment. Okay, sure. All right, we're gonna talk about Anastasia then. The Joy. So she's an AoE arts DPS / farmer. Okay. Her attack, again, among the AoE casters, it's fine. It's on the better side. It's not crazy good though. It's pretty low for SSRs overall. She has a triple art stick, the standard caster one, and it's pretty good. Her gains might not be as good as some of the other ones, but they're fairly good still. So she doesn't do bad there. First skill is her Mana Burst. It does offer some additional stuff. You get the 50% arts, but then you also get Invul Pierce for 1 turn, and also reduce enemies' debuff risk for 1 turn, 100%. So is it still a good skill, despite, barely being better than a Mana Burst? Not really, but it's better than a Mana Burst, I guess. So it could be worse for sure. And this actually does do something else, which is really cool, which I'll talk about soon as well. So the second skill is her Charisma, so it's plus 20 for your side, minus 20 for enemy's side when it comes to the attack. I kind of like it, honestly. It's pretty cute. Helps your damage, nerfs the enemy damage. Good uptime for both. It's basic, but it's kind of okay. And then the third skill is her 50% battery. Now, it is on a 7-turn cooldown because it has a chance to single target stun. The stun chance is only 60%, but remember, the first skill, remember what I was talking about with Scheherazad's MP and her charm as well. This debuff resistance will actually make the stun actually have a 160% chance to land if you have it maxed out. So, there is a bit of synergy there, a hidden synergy. Because again, you can basically think of debuff resistance down as like stun chance up on the target. Hopefully that makes sense. So overall, her kit I feel like is a bit bland. I'm not gonna lie, and it has a lot of downtime outside of the second skill, but I don't know. It's okay. 12% arts up now. That is actually amazing. She has the max rank of territory creation. Yeah, you can still miss the debuff res down. This is only a 100% chance. Actually, no, yeah, this is a 100% chance to land it, so you could miss it if they have some resistance. But if you do land it, your stun is basically guaranteed to land, minus immunities. Then she gets 10% debuff rest, and also 10% more debuff success rate. So I guess you really have a 110% chance to land this. And a 70% chance to stun on base. So a little bit of bonus help. He has an anti-caster append, which is kinda relevant. And then the MP. I'm not a huge fan of the MP. So it's an AoE skill seal on the normal effect for 1 turn. I wish it was MP seal, I prefer that, but whatever. But I guess if you run her, I guess there's a bit of synergy to run her with Summer Charlotte, because they're both casters and arts, right? So that could help Charlotte now that I think about it. I never actually thought about that. And then AoE 20% defense down for 3 turns, but after damage, that kind of hurts. And she doesn't have any buffs, let alone an MP buff, so I'm kind of surprised they have never buffed her to this day. Like, she's not even amazing. Yeah. She's fine, like but she feels a bit bland and like outdated. Even from her release, she was never all that crazy. So looping damage number looping damage. She can do Black Grail farming though, like the rest as well. Like, they're all very interchangeable, but if you really want the best numbers, you're probably gonna run Scheherazade. Although, again, it depends on your MP levels as well, but if you have similar numbers, then, Jez probably does the best. Mostly because the buffed MP as well, I feel like, is, giving her the edge here. Mm-hmm. But you can do it with Anastasia if you want to. It's doable. Do you have any comments on her?
Fun fact. I don't know if this is going to piss you off, but I don't own a single copy of Anastasia.
Oh, interesting.
In any server.
So quite the contrast.
With her either. So.
Wow.
Yeah, so I actually have not used her at all.
Yeah. I almost want to say you're not missing out on too much. Yeah, I could share you one of my 12 or whatever the number is. I don't know. Shit, dude. I guess the main comparison right now is Scheherazade. I do think she's worse. So if Scheherazade is an A, I would try plop her, I don't know, down to B+. Like, they're very similar, but I think Scheherazade is a bit better. Yeah. I'm still surprised that she doesn't have a buff to this day. It's really weird.
Yeah,
I don't know. Again, we might do some shuffling around with the AoEs and the single targets after this. We'll do some initial placements right now. So there you go.
Story relevant as well. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and they always put her into like every event as well. They gave her a summer version too. Like, I'm surprised. They seem to like her, but not really, because they don't buff her.
At
But
least
I
the
guess,
summer version's
yeah,
good.
I was about to say, at least summer version is really good.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about the support again. We're gonna talk about Caster Scotty. Oh, it's time. So we got a quick support, actually a proper quick support. 14.4k HP. I guess she does a little bit better than all the other SSR supports so far in survivability for the HP about. Cool. Not a big difference though. She has a double arch, double quick deck. Her gains are still very solid. Like, you can, if you want to, you can easily get her MP, but most of the time you're just gonna avoid her face cards because the MP is not that great, honestly. First skill, targeted 50% quick up and 100% quick crit damage for 3 turns. So yeah, really, if you want quick crits, she is still the best by far. Because Summer does buster crits. On a 6-turn cooldown, yeah, I think that's pretty fair considering how much potential damage this skill has right here. Second skill, AoE defense down 30% 3 turns and 30% crit chance down 3 turns. Pretty good, actually. For farming, obviously, Summer Scotty does better because she has attack up, which carries over rounds. But honestly, for bosses, I kind of like this. This is actually very nice. It's not a bad skill at all. If anything, I kind of wish Anastasia had this second skill instead, because it's a Blizzard skill as well. I like this more than her Charisma. And then the third skill is literally a targeted 50% battery, and that's it. But you know what? Still a 50% targeted battery, and it really makes everything work when you think about it. Yeah, I mean, kit is extremely basic, but you know, it just works. 12% arts up, Sebazada stage, very good, helps with her gains. If you need them, again, most people just ignore her MP, but if you want to get the MP, it's not too hard. 10% debuff success rate up, very good to land these better. And another, actually no, this is the only debuff she has. 25% debuff from the Goddess Assistance, so she has the better version of Divinity. Hooray, actually does something useful. So passives-wise, she's doing really well for a caster. Anti-caster append again, whatever. And then the buffed MP. Okay. So it's party attack up, MP1 20%. It is 5 turns though, I do like that. But this was not the buff I would have given her, I'll tell you that much. Okay, party crit damage, 50% on MP1, 3 attacks, 5 turns, cool. Party evasion, 1 attack, 3 turns. Party insta-kill immune, 1 time, 3 turns. And party damage cut, 500 for 3 turns on OC base. It's just, even after the buff, it's just weak. Like, I don't know. They should have doubled the number on the damage cut on base. They should have maybe given her, like, maybe made the evasion 2 attacks. I feel like going offensive mode wasn't the way to do this, honestly. Because you're not going to use this MP in farming anyway, where the offense would truly matter the most. They should have made this, like, way more CQ viable, in my opinion. I don't know. Like, it's not a trash MP, it's better than some of the support ones, but not really among 5 stars really too much. Yeah, so now it's buffed, it's never probably gonna get buffed again. Most likely. Ay. Now, that's not to say Scotty is bad, even if Summer Scotty also exists now. A lot of people think that just because Summer Scotty exists, suddenly Caster is worse. No, if anything, the existence of Summer Scotty makes OG Scotty even better, because you can run triple Scotty, right? So, if anything, it's the opposite. What do you think about Caster Scotty nowadays?
Well, okay, I guess this is another TA brain rot, but like her MP actually, I remember when it got buffed, it was pretty relevant to some more offensive compositions. It's just a lot on top of her already having a lot. Obviously, I think Scotty's problem is not necessarily her MP is really bad, but more so her accessibility to her MP is really low. Like, she doesn't have an AoE charge that charges herself like Castoria or like Waver, and and quick teams usually doesn't help her get her MP either. So the MP's feel very lackluster because you don't really get to use it because there's no way for her to get it unless you run the K scope. Which I mean, in some challenge quests you do run the K scope, but that's more for like a fast clear. I do think it does suit her though, since it's a quick team. Sometimes you do want the fast clear. I also do like the damage cut. Like I like damage cut. I don't know why I like.
It's just way
cut.
too little in my opinion. It's like 500 on
500
base. It's not much. It's not much.
Yeah, so like usually it starts to become really potent if you get to like stack 2 Scotties. I remember quite a bit of runs did like the double Scotty with the K scope, and also as you said, you know, Summer Scotty doesn't make her worse because you can run triple Scotty,
Yeah.
or there are stuff that you know, there are quests that doesn't allow you to run duplicates. You can kind of cheat with Scotty.
Yeah, I guess you could still double Scotty.
Yeah. So it's it, I would say, of course, for farming, and if we don't consider triple Scotty, if we just talk about either like with just pure refund with no swap or swap in Oberon, then Summer Scotty definitely is just better than her. But I think Caster Scotty still has her.
I also really like that Summer Scotty is ruler, so he's much easier to keep alive because they both have not too much defense in their kit. That class already is so good.
Yeah, I just wish, like, since Scotty can't really compete with her summer version in terms of just refund and stuff, maybe they should make her MP a little bit easier to get. Like maybe the 50%, like,
I mean, considering the battery is only a 50% targeted battery, like Summer Scotty already does other stuff too. Yeah. They should mirror the battery to herself. I think that wouldn't be broken because her MP still is not insane. They should give her a 50% battery too when targeting with someone else, but also make it so that if you target herself, it's not 100%, only still 50. So they should still make you use the 50 for someone else. That could be cool.
Yeah. I think that's really fair. Like it's just she just needs better, because like Quick, it's so hard for Quick to have sustain, and it's just like her MP. If her MP went like full on, I don't know if that would be the case, but if her MP went like full on crazy, just remove the evade and damage cut and like double the numbers.
Yeah, just double down on offense only.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, because it's like they would try to give her some defense stuff, but I feel like it's so bare bones.
Yeah,
let's just go full offense at that point.
Yeah, and the funny thing is sometimes the anti insta kill doesn't even work. I don't think it works on the recent White Day challenge.
Oh, that sucks.
I'm not sure, but yeah, it's kind of weird. I'm not sure though. I'm not 100% sure.
So yeah, now the question remains: do I still place her in EX or A+? I feel like she should still be EX.
Yeah, I think she's still better than Waver and Tom.
Yeah,
she's still,
Quick is still, it doesn't have the most options out there.
Yeah. It's not bad.
And again, she actually, because with her, if you want to triple Scotty, you still need a caster, right? So yeah.
It enables more damage dealers as well. Yeah.
I mean, we were mostly shitting on her MP, Pavel. You gotta be real. Yeah, and we were just talking all the negatives. I thought the positives were like, you know, most people already know what she does really well. Like, you want fattest quick crits ever? Just bring us Scotty. It's insane. 50% quick up and 100% quick crit damage. That's insane damage, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, it's kind of a shame. Like even like the MP, even the 20% attack up can be good if she is able to access her MP as easy as Castoria, who has an AoE 30 battery, right? Like, so she gets it super easily, so she can use it in farming. Nobody's gonna complain. But then she just doesn't have it. So
yeah,
it's kind of unfortunate.
All right, the final AoE DPS, right, of the list. We're gonna talk about Murasaki. AoE arts as well, like some of the peers. She does have the highest attack, though, of all of them. So she's winning there. Actually, quite a bit of a difference as well. Not too shabby. She rocks a double arts, double quick deck. I mean, I probably would have preferred triple arts, but you know what? From what I remember, her gains are still not not terrible either. So, not a big problem. AoE defense down 30% for 3 turns like Scotty, but instead of the other effect, she gets party demonic damage for 3 turns, 30% power mod. 6 turn cooldown. it's an okay skill. Because again, demonic is a fairly common trait, and it's AoE, so everyone can benefit from it. I'm talking about AoE setting. Anyway, single target chads to seal MP. Man, I really wish to scale up to 100%. It just doesn't sit well with me being 80% on max rank. Ay. She gets a 30% battery, same as Scheherazade. And also 20% MP damage for 3 turns. So she gets 3 turns of MP damage, which again beats Scheherazade, I suppose. 6-turn cooldown. If this was 100% MP seal, I would say this is a pretty good skill. As is, I'm scared. I have mixed feelings. Because I really like MP seal, but it being 80% chance on max rank just doesn't sit well with me. Oh well. Third skill I really like, actually. This is great. Oh my god, the freaking dog, dude. Okay, someone is walking in, I think. Give it a second. Anyway, whatever. It's a 5-turn cooldown. What do you get? Fucking 1k damage cut for 3 attacks, 3 turns for the full party. Big. Very nice. Party debuff immune for 1 time, 3 turns. Also great. And party buff removal resistance for 1 time, 3 turns. It's so good because they all are defensive and they're all, multi-effect. So, man, this is good. I really like this skill. This could be... this should be on, like, Caster Scotty or something. If anything. This could be, again, a nice on her. So, yeah. Pretty good defensive skill. Obviously, for farming, it doesn't really do much. For everything else, it's nice. 7% arts up for self. Pretty cool. 6% debuff success rate up. I'm pretty sure it doesn't help with the... Actually, no, it does help with the MP seal, doesn't it? I guess it does. Yeah, it is a deep. Yeah. So it's an 86% chance on base. But okay. It's like a band-aid. Alright. Append is against Lancers, which I think is pretty relevant. The MP, I like that it has a 1-turn buff block on AoE. Very cool. Pretty damn solid. I do like buff block a lot. It's a bit situational, of course, and sometimes it doesn't do anything, but when it does, you're glad you had it. And then more proper anti-demonic power mod on the MP itself, the base 150 to 200 range that we're used to seeing. It's a basic MP, but not bad. At least the buff block always does something because it always applies and can disrupt the enemy. Sometimes the demonic also works, so the MP actually peaks. Now again, we're gonna refer to the loot pick sheet. So yeah, she's again there. I would say Scheherazade, Murasaki, and Anastasia, they are fairly interchangeable, honestly. Scheherazade does have the slightly higher numbers, mostly due to her having the MP buff, but they're all kinda in the same ballpark when you think about it. So they're all fine for like arts looping. They do a fine job. What do you think about Murasaki?
I think she's very strong. I think she's the only one with AoE buff removal resist, right? Am I wrong?
On a skill?
I don't know.
No, it's definitely not. Benyema has it too, for instance.
Oh, true, Benyema. I apologize, but I feel like she fits.
Then there's also Semirami's MP if we go there as well.
As support. Oh, true, Semirami's MP. Oh God, I forgot about her.
Yeah, I don't blame you though.
Yeah, but it's very good. This covers for very long. It's like the only thing that could take out a Castoria, right? Is debuff removal, buff removal.
And
right?
And it's also a really good match with Castoria anyway, being an arts DPS.
Yeah, and also the buff block. If she's able to loop her MP, that's potentially a just infinite shutdown because. Most buff blocks are like 1 time 3 turns. So like even if you do land it, it's of course unless someone like Mephistopheles, but sometimes you block the wrong buff if the enemy just uses a random one before he uses the actual one you want to stop. So I actually do like a full turn of buff blocks a lot of sometimes better, and especially on a servant that can loop their MP. Which is like there are some situations where she can absolutely shut down like a boss with just that effect. So I think just considering that she doesn't really sacrifice her farming ability to add like a lot of good support utility to compensate maybe even like Castoria's biggest weakness, and having anti-demonic, a pretty solid power mod, and is able to even allow the entire party to do extra damage to demonic. I think she's really solid. She's like one of my more like the AoE casters, just in terms of boss fights. Yeah.
I think I will at least match her with Scheherazade on A. Again, we might do some shuffling later, but yeah, she's good.
Yeah.
She's totally fine and works to this day. Well, I guess it's time.
Do we have to talk about this? Do we even?
I mean, I have to do my due diligence, but okay,
Sure,
we're gonna do it anyway. We're gonna talk about Castoria. So yes, we got probably the best support in the whole game. Not probably the best support. Okay, 14.4k HP against Scotty Ball League, so still pretty good. Easy to keep alive. Triple Arts Caster deck, pretty good gains. It's actually pretty easy to charge herself if you actually use the face cards as well. Her skill is a 20% attack up for the full squad, 3 turns, and then a 30% battery. Yeah, there's not that many 30% batteries, and this is definitely up there. 6 turn cooldown is very fair. Second skill, single target 20% gauge for one ally, and then everyone in the squad gets 30% MP gain for 3 turns on a 5 turn cooldown. That's pretty damn good. And then the third skill, single target arts up 50% for 3 turns, threat to humanity damage 50% for the target for 3 turns, and also give them an invul for 1 turn. So yeah, it in a lot of cases it is better than the Tamamo one. The only way Tamamo is better is because he has a 1 turn lower cooldown, but that invul is really nice, and sometimes even the threat to humanity mod actually does a lot of work. So yeah. Needless to say, it's a very straightforward but cracked kit. 20% debuff rest, very nice. 12% arts up, very nice. I guess she has 10% arts crit damage. I never even realized this actually. But that's okay. But this passive though. This is so good. You get this after LB6. You get 20% crit resistance. This has actually saved my ass multiple times. Like, I would have died if the enemy, because it says if the crit misses. It's actually a really good passive. So you have permanent 20% chance for enemy to miss their crit. It's really nice. So these are also the best passives on casters. Also, yeah, funny timing. Actually, for YouTube context, the music that's playing right now is her MP music. Alright, anti-Saber Repent, why not? You can run her anywhere. And then the MP. Surely this is like much worse because her kit is already so good, right? Yeah, surely. Alright, MP1, 30% attack for 3 turns on AoE. Okay, usually we would start from 20, but let's make the MP1 better as well. Full cleanse, oh yes please. And then, whoa, what's this OC right here? Anti-purge defense, what is this? So yeah, for every overcharge stack, the whole party gets +1 special invul for 3 turns. Wow. Needless to say, it's the best defensive MP in the entire game, bar none. There are a lot of good defensive MPs in the game, but nothing still comes close to this ridiculous overcharge effect. It is ridiculous. I guess her Bonsi is worth showing as well. 10% attack and MP generation for the squad when she's fielded. Okay, you want to say something about Castoria? Or is it like something... I'm gonna do something meanwhile.
AoE 30 is probably the best number for any farming. Her MP is so accessible just by herself when you stack 2 of her. Her MP literally killed, in my opinion, this is probably controversial opinion, but her MP killed like every other hard defense MP sort of composition.
Mm-hmm.
Like Jean is completely dead. This is I don't know if this is controversial, honestly. she's so dead, bro. And her, because of how accessible her MP is, if you combine her skill 1 and her MP, it's a really good general damage buffer. And
yeah, it's a lot of attack up.
Yeah, and just put her in any anything. She's 50 MP charge.
But yeah, just because she has an arts buff on her third skill doesn't mean you can't use her anywhere. You can literally use her anywhere. It doesn't matter if you're not supporting an arts DPS. She's still gonna be amazing.
It's so stupid. I remember one of the runs I did for the White Day CQ. I did double Castoria Morgan. Like that. It's just like nobody cares. It's just so good. Like it's so stupid.
Yeah, honestly, double Castoria is kind of a diminished value, but it's still like you can still do it for bosses too.
Yeah, and like every stall team, regardless if you're doing the overcharge like BS, you're still gonna just throw Castoria and someone else, right? It's a Merlin Castoria, Tamamo Castoria, pure pro Merlin Castoria. Is anything Castoria? It's ridiculous.
Well, needless to say, almost 3 years later, she's still the best, and probably will remain the best for probably a long time. Okay, next up is actually... Oh yeah, I hope they never power creep that. I can only hope. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna talk about a very relevant server for NA now, because on Monday we're gonna get Grail live. I assume this is actually a part where a lot of people watch the video just because of the timing. We're gonna talk about Myst next. Ooh. So she's a very interesting support. I've never actually got her on JP, so I'm very excited to get my hands on her. Now, I already know she won't be like one of those crazy general supports that's going to like change your account, but what I am excited about is being able to do insane like max damage setups with this girl right here. I'm still, before I cover the kit, I'm still going to say, in my opinion, she's like one of those servants that she's going to make you win more. Like, she's not going to necessarily make you win, but she's going to make you win more if you're already feeling pretty good, you know? So, I think that's her main selling point, if anything. But she's fun. Anyway, let's talk about the Myst. So, she actually has the highest HP of all the caster supports, so, you know, easy to keep alive, very cool. She has the full normal caster arts deck, pretty good. 4 hitters each, very, very solid. Then the skills, we have a lot of interesting stuff here. So everyone besides her gets an invul for 1 turn, so similar to Merlin, I guess. Then, everyone besides herself gets 100% star gen for 3 turns. Ooh. And then for all servants in the front line that have the costume owning traits, you get 10 stars. Now, she herself doesn't have it, sadly. So if you have 2 other allies that have a costume, or at least 1 costume, so they have this trait, you get 20 stars. So that's the best case scenario, basically. And it's on a 5-turn cooldown, which I think is pretty good, considering you get, you know, almost a full AoE of invul. And this invul actually goes really well together with another one of her skills that we're going to talk about. So, yeah, it's interesting. The star gen, it has, the value depends on who you're supporting, I guess, but it's still a good skill in my opinion. So yeah, the second skill, this is what combos well with the first skill. So it's a self 100% battery, so free MP, hooray, very cool. She does deal 2k damage to herself, but she can't die to this, which actually, this is really important if you want to do like really max damage setups as well, if you want to go like dozens and dozens of turns. Anyway, then she gives everyone besides her taunt for 3 turns. So for the first turn of this taunt, you're most likely going to combo with this. So they are kind of, you know, free. They just don't take damage. Now after that, they might have to fend it a little bit for themselves, but at least then you can also, you know where the damage is going to go to, so you can also prepare a little bit better. 7-turn cooldown, pretty fair, I would say. So it's a good little combo. And then the third skill, another support one. So 1 ally, 3 turns of 500% star absorb. Not bad. Combo that with 50% crit damage for 3 turns. Cute combo. Also makes them instant kill immune for 3 turns. Mostly relevant, sometimes can be nice to have though. And another 1k damage to herself without killing her. 5-turn cooldown, actually fairly okay. Not too bad. It's a pretty good crit skill. So yeah, the skill really is all about, you know, buffing your friends and then MPing and leaving. Really. Alright, passives, we got 7% arts up, very nice. I guess she has a permanent 30% star gen as well. That's actually interesting. Yeah, maybe she could do some star gen a little bit as well. Also, party gets increased buff success rate by 10% when she's on field, which is very cool. So if you have like stuff like Imperial Privilege, suddenly you have a 70% chance to land your buffs. If you have Hans, 90% chance to land his shit. So yeah, pretty cool. Very unique passive. Ruler damage bonus is completely irrelevant because she's not even a DPS, and then she does bad damage to rulers to begin with. And then the fun part, the MP. So first of all, even if you have the MP, you can't even use it unless you have 20 stars. You don't have to pay 20 stars as far as I know, but you need to have at least 20 stars in possession to be able to select the card to use it. So what does it do then? The first ally, except for self, gets 20% attack up on MP1 for 3 turns. They also get 30% MP damage for 3 turns. And then she leaves. She moves into the last reserve slot. So she, like, if this is your part, like, she's right here, like this hand, and this is like your first sub member. She goes like here, and then she like pushes it forward. I believe that's how it works, right? So yeah. She just goes onto the back and pushes everyone else forward one. So it's pretty easy to keep track of that, honestly, if you know what your party is. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, in addition to the attack and the MP damage, the target also gets 30% MP gauge. So yeah, she has some, you know, she's kind of a single target support when you think about it. She does like provide like, you know, invul as well to 2 people and whatnot, but it's really about this is a single target thing and then the MP is a single target thing. But it's easy to control it as well when you know, place your units in the correct positions. She really is a super unique case when you think about it. Really unique. But a free swap is also not bad, even if you're not going for like meme damage, max number setups. It's actually something that's actually desirable. Can give you a really big start boost to sub like boss encounters as well. I think you have definitely used Crane more than I do, so how's your opinion on her?
I mean, of course, most people do see her in either the funny infinite sort of buff stack thing or min turns. But so obviously Crane, in my opinion, her most valuable asset is that she is a free buff. What I mean by that is she doesn't disrupt your team comp, right?
Yeah, she doesn't stay and just do face cards.
Yeah, so like even if it's in farming, if you're willing to wait for another MP, technically you can treat her as just an additional 30% MP damage up and 20% attack up. I'm just assuming MP1. Just period. Especially if you're running like Buster, because Koyanska gives the stars anyways. So like she doesn't use her swap. She doesn't do anything. She just adds all of that stuff to your team without actually taxing your original.
The one annoying part is that you have to spend a turn to do it, right? Because you have to MP, but it's still free stuff, like you said, right?
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you MP with her and then you MP with the main damage dealer, like let's say in farming on turn 1, you can do that, and then you sort of just revert back to your original whatever looping composition. So you just have to watch an extra MP essentially. So she's definitely valuable. I think her problem is mainly, especially now people with future proofing, her problem is definitely her timing, which is she's like right before one of the most brutal series of bans.
Yeah, true. Pre LB6.
Yeah, but she's definitely, I think she's definitely more than meme. The invul is really good, as you said. It's basically an AoE invul because she herself flies away and then she invuls the other 2 people. So there's only 2 people on the field. So
yeah, when the shit goes down, yeah.
Yeah. So and she also does star gen up. I do like quite a bit. And she does have a crit up on the Star Absorb and crit up bundled together as a crit skill.
Yeah, it's always
solid. Good. Yeah, I do think her MP is a little bit awkward in the way that usually you want to use it first and then you use your damage dealer's MP. Then you usually waste the 30 charge. There are some cases where in a challenge quest where you know your MP is already gonna break a bar, and then you want extra refund, then you can chain her MP after.
And also, I guess it's worth noting that when you use because you're probably gonna MP most likely when you have the taunt up as well. The next German coming in is gonna be protected for 2 more turns because the other 2 are still gonna be taunted for 2 more turns. So if you bring in someone like Squishy, then they are basically good unless an AoE MP happens.
Yeah. So she has, in my opinion, really solid buffs because like 30% MP damage up is really good, especially if you consider Oberon. 20% attack up, pretty solid. 50% crit up with the 3-turn star absorb up on the main damage dealer. She's able to dump a lot of stuff onto your damage dealer without carry.
Yeah, that's what I meant when I said that she makes you win more. Basically,
yeah. She's literally like
she improves a comp,
bonus.
basically.
Yeah,
she doesn't make a comp, she improves a comp.
Yeah, she's like a skill. She's like 3 skills. You can also MP with her twice, like consecutively, because of how the cycle works. You can use plugs to plug her back in, and then she flies back again, and she pushes the next support forward. So there are many interesting ways to build your team around her, and I think her buffs are good enough to justify. And sometimes you need to prep a star bomb, but.
So I think overall, both of us would probably agree that, you know, because we usually don't talk about this because this is a tier list, but right now, because I assume a lot of people are wanting to hear about Myst Crane because she's going to be released in a few days, but I think both of us would say that if you can afford to have her as well, she's great to have, but I don't think she should be necessarily rolled over like Koyan and Oberon, for instance. So if you're someone that has limited funds, you know, think about it, okay? But if you can afford to spend extra for Crane, she can be a very nice addition for your lineup for sure.
Yeah, she does have a rerun banner in the future. I had such a good experience with her for using her for a year. I did opt for higher MP levels when she did come back. So I feel like she's really good, and she's like just generically good as well. She's not situational in my opinion. I think she's just generically good if you throw her in your team.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Last year, I think I had her an A+. Would I still do that? Maybe.
I think that's fair. I like she doesn't define a.
Yeah, she doesn't define any team. She just adds to teams.
Yeah. But she's like A+, maybe pushing EX. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Should I make it A++ for her? But then people want to see other servants there, so maybe not. Yeah. Maybe this time we're actually. I always say that this time we're not going to do it, then we always do it. But maybe this time actually mean it.
Yeah, I think this is.
Yeah, we'll just deal with this. Okay.
This is really fair.
All right. So we're going to talk about the last servant of this Castrel tier list. Also, someone who's going to release later this year on NA. And the final single target caster DPS, we got Izumono Okuni from Guda 6, if I can do my math correct, I hope. I think it's 6, okay. So single target quick DPS, yeah, again, remember, they in that year or two, they just liked quick casters for whatever reason. So we get double buster, double quick, which I actually really like on retrospect now that we have access to Saber Skadi. It's very nice to have this deck type on your quick DPS. So very, very cool. Now we have something of the first skill. We have self quick and buster up 30% 3 turns. Now it is a 7-turn cooldown because the third effect is a self evasion for 2 attack 3 turns. I like this skill, but at the same time I don't, because I would love to have better uptime on the DPS stuff, but you know, 2 hit evasion for 3 turns is actually pretty good for, you know, defense. So it's, I have mixed opinions, mixed feelings about this skill. I like it, but I also don't like it.
They probably nerfed it because of the cooldown reduction.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, self-absorb 1k for 1 turn, and crit damage 100% for 1 turn. So it's one of these 1-turn skills, but again, it's going to be fairly consistent, and she herself will be actually generating a good amount of stars, being this quick hitter that she is. Now, also for 1 turn, when you crit enemy, you reduce their defense by 10% for 3 turns. For that 1 turn, so at most you can do 3 of these in 1 turn. Quick maths. A nice little bonus. I like that it's an effect that makes sense with the other effects of the skill. So, it is still a 5-turn cooldown, but then we at least have the third skill, which helps with some of this stuff. So it's a targeted cooldown reduction by 1. Yay, that's very nice utility to have. She always gets the 50% battery herself, very cool, and then also 15 stars will be generated. So yeah, usually you're probably gonna use this on herself, because again, she does have fairly hefty downtime. If you don't, you know, I mean, your supports can still keep her up, I suppose, but it's kind of preferred to use it on herself, honestly. But yeah, overall, I think the kit is not bad at all. There's survivability, there's utility, there's damage. I don't think it's really lacking too much. Still 4% arts and crit damage, very cool. Then we have debuff success rate, 4% and 4% crit damage again. And finally, 2 stars per turn and 4% crit damage. So 12% crit damage from the passives alone. Very cool. I like that she has like a very foreigner-ish passive with the stars per turn as well. Adds to those stars. Yeah, so this skill, if you use it on herself, this is a 6-turn cooldown. Because it actually does work for this skill too. She has a Pretender append. You know what? This is a fun fact, by the way. Did you guys know? She actually has the only Pretender anti-append in the game. I assume most people don't know that, but she's the only servant, as far as I know, that has a anti-Pretender append. So that's cool. And she actually can be used against Pretenders as a cavalry servant. So not actually useless at all. Anyway, the MP. So before damage, you reduce the enemy's quick resistance down by 20% for 3 turns. Very good. This improves her refund like a lot, honestly. And it's a 10-hitter MP, so it's really cool. And then the OC is an anti-demonic power mod. The standard 150 to 200 damage range numbers as well. It's pretty basic, but I don't hate it. I think it's good. Mostly because this is a one nice normal effect. And again, because her MP is fairly spammable, this is a 3-turn debuff. So you see where I'm going with this? Yeah, you can make your MP ramp even better. Now on the sheet, she actually does really well. Surprisingly. Well, actually, maybe not surprisingly even. Like, even non-demonic, she still does good chunks of damage, for sure. And this is accounting for 20% quick res down, which again, it can be higher as well on subsequent turns. Very cool. So since someone who actually used her very recently as well, and from time to time as well, what do you think about Izumo?
Oh, I like her a lot. I like post Summer Sky. I basically ignored her for the entirety of after getting her. And then post Summer Scotty, I used her out of curiosity because there was a guy in my Discord who really liked her, and I was like streaming in voice chat, and he's like, "Oh, try this super recollection quest with her." And I'm like, no way, I didn't beat it with the unit I expected to beat it with. And then I beat it the first try, and I was like, maybe that was just lucky. But then I started using her, and I realized she's pretty ridiculous with Summer Scotty. And not just Summer Scotty. I would say she already has a pretty solid. Her MP being a ramp up effect definitely helps. I mean, it's not a real ramp up effect because it's not attached to her. But if you're fighting bosses mainly with her, then it kind of can be treated as a ramp up effect. So her MP damage is really high, as the chart demonstrated. And her deck is really well suited for Summer Scotty. Her crits are strong. Her face card refunds are also decent.
Yeah, from what I remember using her, yeah, she refunds really well with face cards as well.
Yeah, and I also really like the 2-time 3-turn evade. That's the
it's flexible. Yeah.
Yeah, it reminds me of Tyra because I like Tyra. But
yeah, same evade. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it a lot just because most single target casters lack damage to me, even more so than single target assassins, because single target assassins sometimes they have.
I guess like her MP might. I mean, I feel like Sanzan can have, easily accessible MP damage potential, but she really has those crits going for her as well. Really good crit potential.
Yeah. So, like, I ended up really enjoying her. I feel like she is the only single target caster that I use that, granted, I feel like I don't have enough experience with Sanzan. I haven't used her with double Koyanskaya, but I feel like she's, like, the only single target caster I've used that doesn't feel like they have a damage problem. And she just blows through stuff. Her skill 2 with like Scotty and stuff, and her already good hit counts on her MP is pretty much guaranteed like a 30% defense down, right? With her skill 2 when you activate it. So yeah, I like it a lot. I like it. She has really high burst, really sustainable scaling MP damage, really good face cards. Yeah. I personally, this is 100% min turn brain rot because for boss killing and dishing out damage, like face card, is kind of important to me as well. So I personally think she's the best single target caster. Obviously,
I can see that opinion for sure. Yeah.
But yeah, just when we take into consideration her crits, she just does so much damage compared to her competition.
I feel like she should definitely be at least A+. But now I guess okay, so we're basically done with the initial placements now, but now we can have some discussion if anything should be moved. I think I'm pretty happy with at least support stuff, so it's mostly about, you know, all the AoE and single target DPSs.
Yeah, definitely.
Mostly for the 5 and 4 stars, I feel like.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess we're gonna take some time, a little bit of time to maybe discuss some of this. You can tell me if you want to see some movement as well, not just chat.
I mean... I do personally like Murasaki a little bit more than the other AoEs, but that's just because she has utility.
Arguably, I think Anastasia should maybe be on the same tier as them, because they're fairly interchangeable, honestly.
The others? I mean, yeah. I don't know. I have no idea with Anna. I really don't know anything with Anna. But what else? I don't know. Maybe
Okay, you know, I'm gonna do something fun at least.
All right.
There we go. No one's gonna go in there, but it's just to demonstrate. Yeah.
I mean, okay. I don't know. Maybe Queen of Sheba, because she did get a battery. I did see her loop. I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
I'm still not sold on Sheba, honestly.
I guess. I don't know.
So what about... Okay, I guess we should talk about the single target casters, first of all. Some people are saying Sanzang should match Izumo. And where should they even be if they do match? Really? I can see like good parts about both, though, for sure.
If they should match, I would want to move Sanzang up, maybe, because I don't.
You would prefer to bring them to this tier?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, they're both good. But then Ilya is 1.5 tiers down. Should I bump her to B+? I probably should.
Yeah.
You know what? Then she gets to be next to me. Look at that.
Maybe.
Okay. I feel like she's not 1.5 tiers down from Sanzang. That's a bit harsh. Okay. So the AoEs as well.
I think AoEs are relatively fine.
I could maybe bump Anastasia to A if the others are A. It's like, it's close. They're so similar, right?
I just think Murasaki is better, though, than her in most cases now.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah. Yeah, honestly, I kind of agree, yeah.
Yeah.
And I use Anastasia quite a bit. Funnily enough.
Because she just has the team thing, and it helps a lot with CQs.
Yeah, true. Okay, so I will keep her lower than those, because while her farming numbers are similar, her kit isn't as like good.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, as I said before, I would personally like. It's just personal. I'm not trying to force anything, but yeah, I'm just personally. I do think Murasaki is worth a little bit more than the other AoEs.
I feel like, I don't know. I feel like she had an MP buff, she would be way better. But yeah, you might be right still, honestly.
Of course.
Scheherazade already does have her MP buff.
Yeah. If she does have an MP buff, then yeah, I feel like there would be a lot less sort of back and forth. But what else? What else should we tweak? I don't know. I just feel like Sheba's not with Medea Lily. I guess they can't really be compared.
I
Right?
don't. I just. I'm still not convinced of Queen of Sheba. I don't know.
Maybe she should get MP buff. Yeah.
I just don't like her MP not doing too much damage. At least Media lately is, one of the best healers in the game. Yeah, healing is still not like the best thing ever, for sure, but yeah, I don't know. People saying Sheba is better than Cersei. I don't know about that, dude.
Okay. I think they match. At most.
Okay, I could maybe see them matching, but I wouldn't say Sheba is better than Cersei is. Okay, maybe we could move her here. Okay.
There's like ease of use versus like, potential, right? But yeah.
I definitely can't put her above Cersei at least.
Oh, somebody said Bum Changong.
He needs like so many SSR supports to actually peak. And his own supporting, it's good, but it's not Han's good.
But he does peak though. When he peaks, he peaks above SSR. I don't know. That's a hard one.
It is hard. It is really hard. I don't know. I kind of like him there. I mean, he's still very good.
Sure. I mean that's the non-normie placement, right? Not instant strong, which I do think is the message I want to send, which is like he's not the savior of the world, but of course he's still really good for people to even consider that so strongly, right? But yeah.
I don't know, honestly. I might lock this in, even if we didn't move too much.
Okay.
I'm pretty good with this, honestly. I'm pretty satisfied. Obviously, again, I could, at least for my own arguments, I could always see everyone moved up a plus or down a minus. I can always see wiggle room. Maybe not a full tier, at least in my own opinions, but a half tier, a plus or a minus, up or down, I could see that for sure. I always need to mention that at the end. So yeah, I think we might just log there. Okay, let's see if I can put this into one view. It's gonna be harder to see. Okay, there you go. I think that's the biggest I can have it be, so it's visible on the whole thing.
Oh, okay, never mind.
There you go. Yeah, you can see him.
Oh, I forgot Iris Field was with him. Deserved though, 100% deserved. I'm not even gonna question that.
Yeah. I think I'm happy with this, honestly. But yeah, it's the funny meme class list done. Very appropriate for this channel, I suppose. Like, ironically, even though, I'm the golden caster guy, I'm still not like the biggest caster expert known to man, though, even if I have used a lot of these servants a lot. But
caster DPSs are just like more obscure, I feel. In
general. Like it's the same with assassin, really. These two classes are like
yeah, I mean there are a couple of like big hitters for assassins though, so like people really like.
Why is EX plus listed if not used? So it makes Castura look even better. That's why.
Yeah,
she needs to. I need to get that message across. It was literally made so it shows the power comparisons.
So
anyway. I think we're locked there. So again, there will be a lot of opinions. I'm sure stream is also having they want to see a lot of stuff move, but you know what? That's always going to be like that. I'm sure if you're watching this later on YouTube as well, people are going to have way different opinions as well. And I understand. No one will ever fully agree to someone else's.
Part of the fun. Yeah,
exactly. But again, before we end though, I do want to give a massive shout out to Plushie first and foremost, because again, this was oh my god, this might be the longest one so far, or it's actually very close to the writer one, so way over 5 hours of this tier list, like that's crazy. He just does it from the goodness of his heart, from his passion to the game.
Yeah, it's really fun.
What a trooper he is. And honestly, I'm always down to hearing more opinions. Obviously, chat always tells me stuff, but it's more, it's good to also talk to someone while doing this.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for
and you guys, both in the stream chat and YouTube comments, seem to enjoy having him around as well. So, double win. Even my phone is telling me to take my meds because we got so much overtime. But yeah, we'll be quitting here. Anyway, if you're watching this later on YouTube, and you hopefully did not maul too much at my placements, do me a solid and press the thumbs up button, okay? And do subscribe for more, because now we're again gonna try and keep these weekly again. Sorry for the week delay, it was really unfortunate last week, but hey, here you go. Enjoy. Do subscribe to Plushie as well. I'll be linking his channel and all the resources of this tier list down in the description. He actually uses a lot of these servants that we were talking about today. So if you want to see some fresh content featuring those servants, do take a peek.
Thank you so much.
Yes, of course. And next week, hopefully, we're going to talk about some assassins. So stay tuned, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. And a peace out. Okay, so there it is. That's where the recording ends. Hey, again, thank you so much, man, for being here.
No problem. It was fun. Like
if you have time, just let me know again, and I'll always gladly have you on in these.
All right.
And yeah, I'm not gonna keep you any longer because we already spent so much time here. But yeah, again, huge thanks.
Okay, no problem, man. All right, see you.
All right, yeah, take care. Have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, you too.
Peace. Okay, so there it is. Very, very awesome. So before we end for today, though, I'm gonna read some of the subs that I missed, and then we're gonna check what I'm playing tomorrow for subs at. Where's my filters? Okay. There we go. Okay. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream as well. How's my throat? It's fine. I guess now I can also enable the alert box back on again, because I'll probably forget it for tomorrow otherwise. Let me do that right now as well. There we go. Oh, someone just subscribed as well. It flashed real briefly. Yeah, we're gonna figure out the sub goals as well. So here we go. Some subs today. We got Tricky, 6 months. Guillaume with the or not 6 months, 15 months. I can't read. Guillaume with the 18 months. Kartoffel, brand new sub. Sagara, 20 months. Raid from Haruki and Otto. Thank you guys. New Prime sub from Eddie. Bazab with this 7-month gifted sub. Brosef with the 3 months. Omnistef with the 13 months. Kaito with the full year. Ristia with the 36, 3 years Pog. And then also Hidden with the 8 months. Thank you so much everyone for the resubs and new subs and gifted subs. Welcome back to the Go Gang. So let's see what I'm playing tomorrow. The reserved game for tomorrow was... what was it again? Oh yeah, it was Pokemon White. So we're going to continue that. But also, let's see what else. We have some dupes I have to eliminate first. Decent number of submissions for this week. Okay. Apparently I have to reload the document. I was doing the tier list for so long. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, we have 48 responses. Let's go. Boom. 23. What is the other game besides Pokemon White? The game comes from Watery, and the game is Fire Emblem 3 House. Okay, I actually recently got that on my Switch. I've never played Fire Emblem before, but I guess we're starting that. Okay, sure. I'm kind of excited because I've never played any of those games before. I'm gonna run a backup game still here, just in case, but expect to see Pokemon and Fire Emblem tomorrow. Okay, let's see here. 9 is from Cyrus, and the backup will be Resident Evil Village. There it is. But yeah, most likely Pokemon and Fire Emblem tomorrow. You know, Paul? Paul for what? Is there for like, do you choose like a faction in that game or something? We can do that tomorrow though. Don't worry about it. Anyway, with that, hey, my throat actually survived until the end. That's very cool. It was nearly a 6-hour stream. So that's nice. Hopefully can do Assassins next week as well. So yeah, this tier list, I'm going to start rendering it soon after the stream is over, and then hopefully upload it overnight. So about maybe 13, 14 hours from now, it's going to go up on the main YouTube channel. Also, you can expect to see a new free-to-play boy highlight in like, maybe immediately after the stream is over, because I already have it ready to go. Amazing. Anyway, for today. Thanks for all the subs, the resubs, the gifted subs. We even hit the goal. We have 2 goal rewards I have to figure out. I'm so behind. You guys have been very lovely with the subs and the gifted subs and whatnot lately. So thank you so much. Thank you for the bits, thank you for the tips, thank you for the follows, and most importantly, thank you so much for being here. We'll be back tomorrow with Pokemon White and a brand new sesh of Fire Emblem 3 Houses, okay? Check out YouTube for anything you missed, and otherwise, I hope you guys have a great rest of your Friday, Saturday. Where's your hats? Beal, thank you for the gifted sub as well, much appreciated. And I hope to see you tomorrow. A peace out.